I traveled to the Marvel world. Although this world is dangerous, the chances of ordinary people surviving are still high, and there are many goddesses. However, this world is about to be invaded by various abnormal things, such as peanuts, shy people, etc. Any of them can cause a catastrophe. Fortunately, I awakened a system. I only need to make a video of the anomaly that is about to invade and release it. I can gain communication points and unlock all kinds of good things. I used to be a film worker, so making videos is not difficult for me. So, I made 10 videos and released them. At night, a huge light screen appeared over New York City, showing the Foundation logo. All the screens were hacked and played my videos. The video introduced the Anomalous Containment Foundation and showed various terrifying anomalous creatures. What impact will these videos of mine have on the Marvel world? Chinyu traveled through time. He came to the Marvel world. Originally, this wasn't a bad thing. Although the Marvel universe is very dangerous, the chances of ordinary people surviving are still quite high. What's more, in this world, there are top goddesses such as Natasha and Wanda. The bad thing is that this world is about to be invaded by all kinds of abnormal things. Little peanut, shy person, scary old man, grandpa, and so on. Anyone familiar with them knows that any one of these things can cause a considerable disaster. Fortunately, Chinyu awakened the system. He just needs to make a video of the anomalies that are about to invade and release it. Provide people in the Marvel world with scientific information about anomalies. By gaining spread value, you can unlock all kinds of goodies. For example, large bases, D-class personnel, C-class personnel, top agents, friendly anomalies, etc. Fortunately, Chinyu was a film worker before he traveled through time. Making videos is a piece of cake for him. So, in the past few days, Chinyu stayed at home, watching videos desperately. As the system prompts, an abnormal invasion is coming. Chinyu finally finished making 10 videos. He planned to release them separately. Congratulations. After unremitting efforts, you have finally successfully produced a video. Do you want to start streaming it? The system's voice sounded in Chinyu's mind. Deploy. Chinyu was looking forward to it. He couldn't wait to see the reactions of various Marvel superheroes to his video. Night. Over New York City. A huge light curtain appeared out of nowhere. The Foundation's logo is displayed on it. In the dark night sky, the light screen is so clear that everyone can see the details in the video. Everyone looked up. What is that? Is this something new that Stark has come up with? There's a sign right there, I can see it clearly from this far away. Ah, my phone. Everyone's cell phone screen turned black, displaying the Foundation's logo. This is true for all display screens, including televisions, computers, and even machines in game rooms. Stark Tower. Sir, Stark Tower's systems have been hacked. I can see that, Jarvis. Tony sat on the sofa, sipping red wine and watching his own TV curiously. A large Foundation logo is displayed on it. He was deeply attracted. Someone actually managed to hack into Jarvis' system. This person must be a genius among geniuses. Jarvis, help me locate this person. I must meet him. Instead of being angry, Tony was very interested in the culprit. After a while, Jarvis said, "Sorry, sir, we can't locate it." What? Tony looked surprised. There are things in this world that Jarvis cannot trace. For the first time in his life, Tony was completely passive. I don't know where the other party comes from or who they are. At this time, he was not yet Iron Man and had not yet made the armor. Shield. Fuck. What are these technicians doing? Nick Fury looked very angry. Shield was hacked. Just now, all of Shield's computers, without exception, were attacked. Displaying the Foundation's logo. Looking at the huge light curtain outside the window, his face became even gloomier. As a seasoned veteran, he kept guessing who the other person was. Hydra. No, they don't have that advanced technology. Could it be Tony? Sir, I'm sorry, we can't find the source of the virus. Then keep investigating until you find the answer. Nick's expression turned serious. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always controlled all the information in this world. He absolutely could not accept such a thing happening. At this moment, a piece of text appeared on the light curtain. We are the Anomalous Containment Foundation. We contain, we control, we protect. Then, one beautiful video after another began to play, accompanied by a tragic BGM. Countless agents fought hard to fight against the monsters in the darkness. It makes people's blood boil. Everyone stopped their busy steps and looked at the light curtain. Anomaly Containment Foundation. What is that? It's pretty impressive. So, is this a movie? The images are so real. Are all the trailers now so exciting? Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Camartage. A group of magic apprentices stared at the light screen, deeply attracted by the contents inside. Isolated from the world, they had no idea what it was. What kind of magic is this? I don't know. Was it something Wong made? No, I think it's Master Ancient One's magic. At this moment, under the moonlight, a woman in a yellow robe and with extraordinary temperament fell from the sky. If no one told her, no one would be able to tell that she had lived for hundreds of years. You guessed wrong, this is not magic at all. Her voice was gentle but majestic. Seeing Ancient One, all the students saluted together. The Ancient One here is different from the one in the movie. She has beautiful hair and a beauty like that of an ancient Greek god. It is normal for images to be different in different universes. In the comic universe, Ancient One is an old grandfather with a white beard. As one of the most intelligent people on Earth, Gui certainly knew that the video played on the light screen was the one that humans often watched. However, Camartage is protected by a powerful magical barrier. In theory, everything would be blocked out. And this light curtain directly broke through the barrier and appeared above everyone. If that person's magic is more powerful than Ancient One, he can indeed do this. But the scary thing is that Ancient One didn't sense any magical aura at all. Her expression became serious, and there was only one possibility left. Could it be modifying reality? The Anomalous Containment Foundation contains and protects. Nick pondered, does it mean an organization that secretly protects humans? Why does it feel like it's imitating S.H.I.E.L.D.? There are also many anomalies in the Marvel world. For example, evil mutants, superpowered people, monsters, aliens, etc. S.H.I.E.L.D. was established to protect humans from being harmed by them. In a sense, it's a bit like a foundation. It's just that the anomalies managed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the anomalies managed by the Foundation. Those who understand will understand that they are not on the same level at all. Nick was still thinking. If such an organization really existed, it would be impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D., which controls all the world's intelligence, to not hear any news about it. So, it is most likely a bluff. I just don't know what the purpose of the person who made this video is. Over New York. The video on the screen turned into a series of demonic faces. This world is different from what you imagined. Demons, ghosts, things that cannot be looked at directly. They hide in the shadows, threatening the world. At some point, their numbers began to decrease. It was also gradually forgotten. But we know they haven't disappeared. There are all kinds of weird things in the picture. Horrible faces, gloomy environment. A shrill cry. From time to time, agents died tragically. The internal organs are colorful. It makes one's scalp tingle. It's so scary. Even though it's a movie, it's so real. No, this is too real. I'm going to vomit first, ugh. When that mask came out just now, I was really scared. My hands are still shaking now. I feel like, is this Foundation real? Is this the kind of effect that can be filmed in a movie? Come on, if monsters of this magnitude were real, the world would have been destroyed long ago. At this time, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's face darkened. What does this mysterious guy want to do? He knew that everything in the video was fake. Because there is nothing abnormal in this world that Nick Fury doesn't know. A giant, terrifying lizard. Humph. Bullshit. If it really existed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have taken it down immediately. Mutant Academy. Professor X looked at the light screen playing the video in the sky, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He just tried to use his ability to find the person who made this video, but his mind came up blank. This situation has never happened before. Anomaly Containment Organization, protecting humanity. He couldn't be sure whether such an organization really existed in the world or if it was just a movie made by someone out of boredom. But Professor X just has a strange intuition. He felt that he had to meet the person who made the video. He planned to use the brainwave device to see if he could find him. New York. A muscular man in a red tights is jumping flexibly between tall buildings. He is Daredevil, Matthew. Although blind, his other senses were honed to the extreme. He can sense the outline of his surroundings through radar. He knew that the people on the street were all looking up at something. But Matthew couldn't see it and wasn't interested. He learned that Kingpin was going to make a dirty deal tonight. So he planned to stop him and wipe out Jean Bing's criminal group. At the same time, the video on the screen has finished playing. Instead, there is a line of text. Warning, this world is about to be invaded by anomalies. The following is an inventory of the top 10 abnormal creatures. Number 10, Name, Anomalous Containment, 096, Shy Person. Object Class, EU. Description, Abnormal Containment, 096. The appearance is an extremely thin humanoid creature, taller than a human, with no muscles above the bones, only skin covering. Every joint of abnormal containment item, 096 can be twisted to an unimaginable degree. The eyes of abnormal containment, 096 are extremely empty. I don't know if it can collect visual signals. In addition, the results of the brain wave scan show that anomalous containment, 096 does not have the corresponding brain functions. Therefore, it can be inferred that anomalous containment, 096 is unable to think. Everyone started discussing it. About to be invaded. In other words, this monster is going to appear in the movie next. And there are 10 monsters in total. No muscles, just skin. Like the monsters in those horror movies. Don't just post text, show us what this monster looks like. Without muscles, how can you exercise? The guy upstairs, don't be so serious when watching a movie. Shield. The moment the information appeared, Nick Fury began to think. His men consciously searched through various materials, looking for clues about 096. A humanoid creature without muscles, brains, or eyes. How could you come up with that? Nick Fury thought to himself and sneered. He didn't think that such creatures existed in the world. In his opinion, it is impossible for a creature to survive without muscles and brains. After a while, Hill came over and said, "Report, Director, no information about the anomalous containment object 096 has been found, and everything is normal around the world, and no abnormal creatures have appeared." Nick nodded. As expected, it is just as I expected. It seems that this is just a simple prank. Hill, continue to check who hacked into the SHIELD computer. Yes. Nick had already made up his mind. Once he catches the person who invaded SHIELD, he will make him hand over the technology he has. Camartage. The moment Gui saw the information, he had a familiar feeling. This description was very similar to some of the dark creatures she had dealt with before. The 10 major anomalous containment objects are about to invade. Ancient One thought. Ancient One understood. There must be a reason why such a powerful person would popularize this information to the world. We contain, we control, we protect. Ancient One thought, could this be the reason? The information on the screen has been updated. After long-term observation, anomalous containment, 096 does not pose a threat under normal circumstances. But once its face is seen by any living creature, anomalous containment, 096 will fall into extreme emotions. Afterwards, containment anomaly, 096 will recklessly kill any living thing that sees it. The way of seeing includes direct seeing, photos, videos, etc. No matter which way, this effect will be triggered. Attempts to prevent this effect, including data expunged and data expunged, have so far failed. After killing the target, anomalous containment, 096 will fall into peace again. As soon as the information came out, it instantly ignited the internet. The setting of this monster is really hot. You'll be killed if you see his face. This really fits the name of a shy person. All attempts to stop it have failed. Does this mean it's very strong? Photos and videos are not allowed. What if they are mosaicked? I feel like this monster is a bit invincible. Is the first monster I counted so powerful? Stark Tower. Stark looked at the information on the screen with interest. Data deleted. It seems that this foundation used very inhumane methods and didn't want people to know. He crossed his legs. If a monster like this appeared in downtown New York, it would be a scene. Fortunately, it's not true. Shield. Although Nick Fury thinks this foundation is fake. But he could imagine what would happen if this monster appeared in the city. More and more people are seeing its face, more and more are dying, and there is no way to stop it. He couldn't help but scratch his non-existent hair. When the text on the light screen was updated again, he took a deep breath. Anomaly containment, 096 has invaded this world. Then, the light screen turned, all the text disappeared, and the pictures started playing instead. In the dark night, a handsome man wearing a red tights and with his eyes covered by a red cloth was seen jumping flexibly between the tall buildings. Jean Bing, on the surface, was a philanthropist, but in fact, he was a man of fire, murder, looting, and all kinds of evil. He is Matt's mortal enemy. Matt secretly vowed to take down Kingpin today. No matter what the cost. Although, he was alone. Even if the other side has thousands of troops. At this time, Matt had no idea that his every move was being watched by people all over the world. He was getting closer and closer to Hell's Kitchen. That is Jean Bing's lair. Shield. The moment Matt appeared, Nick Fury's men consciously dug up his information. As the most powerful spy organization in the world, doing this is a piece of cake. Reporting to the chief, the identity of this person has been found out. His name is Matt Murdock. He is a lawyer on weekdays, but he often fights crime at night. People like to call him Daredevil. Nick Fury suddenly looked up and looked at the agile figure in the light curtain. His Adam's apple moved. Are you sure that the information you found belongs to the person on the screen? It is absolutely true, sir. Nick couldn't help but frown. Why would that so-called foundation broadcast a superhero live? Because of pure bad fun? Or, is something bad going to happen? Could it be that the abnormal information just now? Nick still shook his head. If such a creature really existed, S.H.I.E.L.D. spies all over the world would have reported it to him immediately. Camartage. As the wisest person on Earth, Ancient One certainly knows Matt's true identity. The moment he saw him on the light screen, Gui recalled the information about 096 that had been played on the light screen before. Especially the line, 096 has invaded this world. She immediately understood what was going to happen next. But, Matt couldn't see. This way you won't be able to see 096's face and won't be attacked by it. But is it really like this? In order to find out, Ancient One activated the Eye of Agamotto. Among the countless threads of fate, she found Matt's. With a light touch, the thread of fate enlarged before Gui's eyes. This line ended 10 seconds ago. Then it all became a blur. 10 seconds ago, the light screen just showed, 096 has invaded this world. In other words, at that moment, Matt's future was changed. Ancient One frowned slightly. She quickly looked into the future of an important person. Stephen Strange. Ancient One's designated successor, the Sorcerer Supreme, is also Doctor Strange. It seems that Strange's future has become unclear. Again, 10 seconds ago. This shattered Gui's last bit of hope. The Eye of Agamotto does not lie. The cause of the changes in their future must be that mysterious foundation. The Ancient One closed the Eye of Agamotto. She looked up at the sky, with a hint of fear in her eyes. It was as if, in another dimension, the dark demon Dormammu was staring at her with his abyss-like eyes. But soon, her eyes became firm. Strange's future will involve many major events, concerning the fate of this world and even the entire universe. He must be the future Sorcerer Supreme. It must not be changed. So, Ancient One immediately called Mordo. She tells Mordo to find Strange immediately and bring him to Camartage. She intends to put strange destiny on the right track. As for Matt's fate, it can only be mastered by him. Above the light curtain, Matt had reached the vicinity of Hell's Kitchen. He did not move forward rashly, but hid nearby, observing the situation in Hell's Kitchen with your senses. What surprised him was that there was no guard at the entrance of Hell's Kitchen. Jean Bing is extremely cunning and cautious. Not setting up guards is not his style at all. Just as Matt was thinking, a strong smell of blood drifted into his nostrils. He was immediately shocked. Something happened. Without giving it any time to think, Matt immediately ran into Hell's Kitchen. As Matt went deeper, the smell of blood became more and more obvious, and several corpses appeared on the ground. Matt squatted down and inspected the bodies. They died in a very tragic way. Their bodies seemed to have been torn into several pieces, with their internal organs and blood all over the floor. In addition, the bullet shells scattered all over the ground are proof of their fierce resistance. All were killed in this manner. Who killed them? Matt wondered. In his impression, no gangster in New York could do this. He couldn't help but tighten the stick in his hand and continue moving forward. His goal is to find Jean Bing, whether alive or dead. At this moment, a faint cry suddenly came from not far away, which was very creepy. This corpse is too bloody, my God. Can this really be created by special effects? Do you remember the information just released? It must be 096 who killed those people, right? Those people must have seen 096's face, and that's why they were killed. My hands started shaking. It was so scary. These bullet shells, so many bullets can't kill 096. Was that crying sound made by 096? If the man in red continues to move forward, he will also be sent, right? He's still moving forward. It's over. Even bullets can't kill 096, why is he still going to die? That's not right. He seems to be blind. So he can't see 096's face, right? Wearing an eye patch means he's blind. Then how can he jump between tall buildings? I bet this person will die miserably. People began to discuss it heatedly on the internet. Some people think Matt is dead, some don't. Shield. Even as a veteran agent, Nick felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach when he saw this scene. At the same time, he once again became jealous of the technology of the light curtain maker. Being able to make the images so realistic is probably the most advanced technology in the world. He couldn't help but remember that Hulk had torn people apart like this before. But it was obviously not done by Hulk, who was hiding in the countryside of Samba country at the moment. I want to see what tricks you are going to play, Nick thought. He didn't believe that the light screen maker hacked into computers all over the world just to play a crappy movie. Stark Tower. The moment Stark saw the body, he spat out the cheeseburger in his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and stopped looking at the light curtain. He had lived a life of luxury and had never even seen a chicken being killed, so how could he bear such a scene? It's a horror movie, but is it really that bad? I almost thought someone really died. Listening to the creepy crying, Stark's hair stood on end. But out of curiosity, he couldn't help but open his eyes again. He really wanted to see what 096 looked like. At this time, he found that Pepper Potts covered her mouth and watched TV tremblingly. Stark immediately laughed. Hey, Boz, 096 is coming out. If you see its face, it will chase you. Hearing this, Boz couldn't stand it anymore, screamed, and ran away at a trot. Camartage. Naturally, Ancient One would not be afraid of this scene. But, she thought of the terrible effect of 096. Any creature that sees its face will be killed by him without hesitation. Those corpses on the light curtain must be caused by 096. So, when 096's face appears on the screen, won't it be seen by people all over the world? On the light curtain, Matt walked into a dark hall. Because the picture has been specially processed, the audience can see it clearly. The body parts almost covered the entire ground. You can imagine how strong the smell of blood and organs is. The creepy crying sound was getting closer and closer. Matt's Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Suddenly, he saw a monster. It was facing away from him, so Matt couldn't see its face. However, it can be seen that it has limbs and torso similar to those of humans, but they are extremely slender. Moreover, its body was covered in blood. Now, Matt was sure. It was this monster that killed Kingpin's men. Matt did not rush forward. If he fought the monster head-on, which even bullets couldn't kill, he would only die. The audience under the light curtain couldn't help but hold their breath. Everyone was wondering whether Matt would live or die. Suddenly, Matt saw Kingpin hiding behind a big pillar, trembling. It seems that the monster did not kill Kingpin. Matt thought to himself. Why is this happening? Matt pondered. At this time, Kingpin saw Matt. He immediately broke into a crazy laugh. Ha ha ha, Daredevil, you're finally here. Everything I have is gone, and I can't escape death. Are you satisfied now? Matt was startled and gradually retreated towards the exit of the hall. He believed that Kingpin's roar would attract the monster. As an experienced fighter, Matt immediately began to think of countermeasures. But he didn't have time to think about it. Kingpin took off his coat, revealing his terrifying muscles. Go to hell, Daredevil. He roared and rushed towards Matt. That terrifying huge body rushed towards Matt like a big truck. Matt was distracted and had no time to dodge, so he was knocked heavily to the ground by Kingpin. Jean Bing pounced on him immediately. The huge fist burst out with terrifying power and smashed towards Matt like a meteorite. Although Matt tried his best to block, Kingpin's power was too terrifying. His arm was almost broken. At this time, Matt discovered that the monster was walking towards this side. He struggled desperately. If this goes on, they will both die. Suddenly, Kingpin stopped attacking. Matt's senses saw that the monster was standing right in front of Kingpin. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even, ready to be torn to pieces. This is especially true for Kingpin. He saw with his own eyes how this monster killed all his men. The bullets hit its body like cotton, with no effect at all. In desperation, one person after another was torn to pieces, their heads were crushed, and their internal organs were ripped out. At this moment, the image on the light screen showed 096 limbs in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but stick their heads out. As the camera moves upward, people's eyes open wider and wider. Everyone wants to see what 096 face looks like. Finally, 096 face appeared in the camera. Everyone was shocked. I saw that 096 face was covered by mosaic. This is an extremely exquisite mosaic. You can only see the general outline, and the more you look closely, the blurrier it becomes. Every pixel is completely destroyed. In the light curtain, facing this monster who easily killed all his men, Jean Bing let out a desperate smile. What on earth are you? Kingpin was ready to die. And what surprised him was 096 didn't take any action, just stood there. Jean Bing was angry. He thought 096 was looking down on him. Just like a cat always plays with the mouse before killing it. As a powerful underworld emperor, a man can be killed but not humiliated. Even if I die, I will leave a few scars on your body. Kingpin rushed to the monster angrily, raised his fist and hit its body. But the monster's body was extremely hard and his hand bones shattered in an instant. Jean Bing screamed immediately. These fists that had once beaten people into a puddle of meat were now as fragile as biscuits. Kingpin raised his head in despair. It was at this moment he saw the monster's face thoroughly. What on earth are you? Suddenly, 096 howled in pain. He stretched out his arms in an instant and without warning, pierced through Kingpin's chest. Then, there was a hissing sound. Accompanied by blood rain, Kingpin was torn in half alive. Then, 096 calmed down again. He stopped where he was and lowered his head. He looked at Matt. Matt felt an instinctive fear. My arms began to tremble. He wanted to get up, but the huge pressure from 096 prevented him from moving. However, after a while, 096 didn't attack him either. It was as if Matt didn't exist. At this moment, Matt suddenly thought of it. Just now, Jean Bing was killed the moment he saw the monster's face. And he saw its face, but was not attacked. Is it because of my eyesight? This is the only explanation. A while later, 096 walked out of the hall slowly. That huge feeling of oppression finally disappeared. Matt immediately scrambled to his feet, breathing heavily. He picked up the stick from the ground. But suddenly I felt it was a little ridiculous. How can you stop such a powerful monster by yourself? But when he saw 096 walking towards the city center, Matt ran over without saying a word. He would never allow this monster to harm innocent citizens. At this moment, Matt heard a roar. And the sound of propellers. I saw that Hell's Kitchen was surrounded by numerous vehicles and tanks. Many soldiers set up heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. In the sky, the helicopter's propeller was turning with a rattling sound. Countless gun muzzles and cannon barrels were pointed at the wandering 096. Matt's heart suddenly trembled. Can the military's firepower kill such a terrifying monster? The military is coming. 096 is doomed now. No matter how powerful he is, he can't stop a cannon. That man in red is really lucky. He has a bandage over his eyes, so he must be blind, right? Yes, so he couldn't see 096 and wasn't attacked by it. So, no matter how powerful you are, what's the point? In the face of powerful firepower, all carbon-based organisms will be reduced to ashes. Why is 096 still standing there like an idiot? He doesn't look very smart. Hell's Kitchen. Countless gun muzzles and cannon barrels were aimed at 096. But it turned its back to the soldiers and wandered around aimlessly. It was as if everything around was just air. Matt shouted to the military men, don't look at its face. However, due to the serious injuries, Matt's voice was as thin as a mosquito. At this time, a man dressed in officer's clothes shouted with a loudspeaker, no matter what you are, stand still or we will open fire. But 096 still didn't respond. The officer's eyes were full of arrogance. It seems that it is just a low-level creature. Jean Bing can't even deal with this thing. He still wants us to save him. He. Suddenly, at the moment when 096 turned around inadvertently, the officer made eye contact with it. Suddenly, a chill as if falling into an icy cave spread along the officer's entire spine. 096 let out a strange cry and rushed towards the officer at an extremely fast speed. With just one blow, the officer and his car were split in half. The flames from the explosion lit up the night sky. In an instant, machine guns opened fire and tanks bombarded. Big holes appeared on the ground one after another. However, 096 remained unharmed, withstanding the firepower and tearing apart everyone who saw its face one after another. It grabbed the tank, tore it apart like a loaf of bread, and then crushed the driver's head with one blow. Jump onto the plane and break it in one move. His limbs, as thin as bamboo poles, were like the scythe of the god of death, reaping lives. The soldier looked at this unkillable demon with despair in his eyes. But 096 didn't care about that. It quickly killed all the soldiers. The scene was in a mess, with charred debris and corpses with tragic deaths everywhere. Thick smoke billowed. Chin controlled the camera and moved it slowly. Let every spectator see the spectacular sight of the wreckage and flames. The firelight illuminated 096 back, making him look very handsome. Chin Yu's mouth curled up. He was very satisfied with the result this time. You will definitely earn a lot of communication value. Under the light curtain. Isn't this too strong? Directly activate the Overlord. How can we play this? Damn, I now doubt that even a nuclear bomb can do no harm to it. Luckily this thing isn't real. Otherwise it would be reduced to ruins in less than a day. Be confident, it won't take half a day. Looking at the passing comments, Chin Yu nodded. It seems that no one noticed that 096 really appeared in New York. This is a good thing. Chin Yu doesn't want to be exposed too early. In this way, when everyone discovers that the anomaly really exists, the propagation value will surely skyrocket. This is called playing the long game to catch the big fish. Camartage. Although I was mentally prepared. But Gui was still surprised by the powerful strength of 096. Ancient One had seen many creatures that could withstand this level of artillery fire. However, among them, almost none of them could remain unscathed like 096. Is this level of abnormality only for the 10th place? Gui looked at the light curtain in the air. How powerful will the anomaly that appears later be? Ancient One thought so. If necessary, she will take action. Although this was not within her scope of responsibility. But if humanity really suffered a devastating disaster, she would not sit idly by. Otherwise, it would be no different from the coming of Dormammu. Above the light curtain, Matt stood still. He stared blankly as 096 walked among the ruins and wreckage, whimpering from time to time. Matt looked at his hands. For the first time in his life, he doubted his own strength. For several years, he and Jean Bing fought a life-and-death battle, but he was unable to do anything to him. This monster suddenly appeared and easily killed Jean Bing and all his men. Matt knew that he was able to survive only because he couldn't see its face. There was nothing he could do if this monster continued to destroy New York. He couldn't help but take off his blindfold. He clenched the stick in his hand again. Just at this moment, in the sky, the roar of helicopters was getting closer. Matt looked up. I saw that every plane had the logo of the Foundation on it. It appears, the Foundation. They don't seem to be carrying any weapons. Are they planning to take 096 into custody with their bare hands? The military couldn't do anything to 096, so why are they coming here to die? Lo. Do they want to shoot blindfolded? Look, there's a cage under the plane. Do they think they're catching fish? Ha 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 ha. Camartage. Gui stared at the plane in the picture. How strong is this mysterious organization that has been building up for so long? Can they really contain 096? In the light curtain, Matt watched the plane approaching 096. He yelled at them, "Hey! Watch out for that monster. You can't look at his face." But the plane seemed not to hear what Matt said. Two of the helicopters landed on the ground. A dozen neatly dressed agents descended from the helicopter in an orderly manner. Each of their eyes was wrapped tightly. They didn't seem to be afraid of 096 at all and ran straight towards him. Matt felt desperate in an instant. He was powerless to stop 096 from killing them. But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. I saw the helicopter lowering the cage. The agents surrounded 096 and started to operate. The moment 096 stood in the cage, the steel plates around the cage merged immediately. 096 was completely locked inside, leaving no gap at all. Then the agents returned to the plane. An agent who looked like a captain saluted Matt and said, "Thank you for your service, sir." Then he also got on the plane. After a while, all the planes took off. As the helicopter holding 096 flew away, Matt felt that the captain's words were full of drama. Matt did nothing and was lucky to be alive. And they took away such a terrible monster without losing a single soldier or bloodshed. What have I paid for? Matt sat on the ground helplessly and said self-deprecatingly. Really? So easily, took him away. The army bombarded for so long but was completely wiped out, but the Foundation took them in easily. In comparison, the army seemed relieved. In fact, the Foundation has already popularized the information, right? Those agents were blindfolded. Yeah. Isn't it okay as long as we don't see 096's face? He is usually very docile. It can only be said that the Foundation is well prepared. The military is too stupid. Wow, this is the most exciting movie I have ever seen this year, no, in my entire life. Ex-college. Charles was still shocked by the power of 096. If he had a mutant as powerful as 096 under his command, he wouldn't have to kowtow to those human officials. Charles was also shocked by how easily the Foundation contained him. Such decisive and smooth operation is definitely not something an ordinary organization can do. Charles decided to meet with the leader of the Foundation no matter what. Deep underground, in a secret base. William Stryker stared at the screen greedily. This person is the one who injected adamantium into Wolf and is the #1 public enemy of mutants. On the operating table behind him lay a mutant child who was being dissected. She was already breathless, but sparks from her superpowers were still emanating from her body. What a beautiful creature. If I get him, I can wipe out all the mutants in the world. There was a crazy light in Stryker's eyes. Stark Tower. Tony couldn't help but applaud. Excellent, excellent. The first containment object is so awesome. I'm already looking forward to the next one. At this time, Jarvis said, "Sir, you have an important meeting tomorrow, please don't forget it." "I know, Jarvis, how could I forget? But now, don't disturb me while I watch the movie." That's what Jarvis said. A boss from the Middle East placed a huge order. Tony made an agreement with him to conduct a live transaction with him tomorrow. At that time, military personnel will escort him. S.H.I.E.L.D. This is imitating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style. If this containment object really exists, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely contain this monster faster than the Foundation. Nick thought to himself. Then, he looked at Hill. "How is it? Did you find the information of the video maker?" Hill sighed softly. "Sorry, Director, there has been no progress. In addition, the video producer must have extremely high technical capabilities, because the technical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been analyzing the light curtain until now, and there has been no progress." Nick pretended to be calm and looked at the light curtain. He thought to himself, "Just wait, light curtain maker, I will catch you no matter where you are." At this moment, Hill seemed to have thought of something. "Director, Natasha, and the others. Don't worry, there are no such monsters in reality. Natasha's mission will proceed as usual and there should be no delay." "Yes." Kamartaj. Ancient One let out a long breath. The experience and execution capabilities demonstrated by the Foundation made her feel a little relieved. It seems that the Foundation has a deep understanding of the objects in containment and has made sufficient preparations. Ding! Congratulations on completing the popularization of anomalous containment item 096. You have now obtained a dissemination value of 10 million. You have received additional rewards, anomalous containment -500, panacea. Chinyu sat up suddenly. He didn't expect that the first reward would be so great. Anomalous containment 500, as its name suggests, can cure all abnormal conditions and diseases, even including advanced cancer and advanced zombification. With this thing, even if Chinyu doesn't have a system, he can easily become the richest man in the world. As long as you take out a piece, the rich will flock to it and spend all their wealth to buy it. Moreover, Chinyu's life safety was further guaranteed. As long as he still has a breath, take a panacea and he will be revived to full health immediately. Most importantly, he was able to personally come into contact with some interesting but dangerous containment objects. Then, Chinyu opened the system mall. He purchased some odds and ends equipment and some personnel. He used the remaining transmission value to purchase the transmission range. After buying these, he only had 1,145 points of spread value left. Ding! Congratulations, your video's reach has been further expanded, and an important location has been included, Asgard. Not bad. Chinyu thought, there are many famous people in Asgard, I will definitely be able to get more publicity value. Ding! Warning, new containment is about to invade this world. Hearing the prompt tone, Chinyu immediately operated the system. He saw the place that was about to be invaded and immediately smiled evilly. Nick Fury, you're in for a big surprise. Chinyu's hands tapped on the transparent screen. Then, I pressed the enter key. Subtitles began to appear on the light curtain. Everyone immediately became excited. They are very much looking forward to the explosive performance of 096. They really want to know what the next anomalous containment will be. Top 10 anomalous containment objects, number 9, Asgard. Loki looked at the light screen that appeared in front of him and walked up immediately. What is this? Even though Loki was a well-informed god, he was still shocked by the grandeur of the light curtain. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately used magic to create an invisible space. In this way, he is the only one in Asgard who can see this light curtain. Then he began to study this light curtain. Since Loki could touch the light curtain, he activated the playback function and watched 096 inventory. Interesting. So it happened in the Midgard world. Loki's mouth curled up slightly. Just as I thought, the creatures in the Midgard world are extremely weak. If that 096 appeared in Asgard, a pet cat could easily kill it. But Loki seemed to have thought of something. If I show the photo of 096 to my stupid brother, something interesting will happen, right? At this time, the sun was shining brightly in New York. Kamartaj is on the other side of the world, so it is night. Gui stared closely at the light curtain above his head. Are you planning the next one so soon? 096 is already so powerful, how powerful will this one be? Stark Tower. Tony put on his suit and tie with the help of Pepper. A new anomalous containment object. Plague Doctor. That sounds weird. You're going to be late, Mr. Stark, please hurry up. Pepper smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. Got it, Pepper. Of course I won't miss this deal. This is a big order. Above the light curtain, a man dressed in an old black robe and a medieval birdbeak mask suddenly appeared. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. I know this. Doctors wore this during the Black Death. Did you see the look in his eyes? Where are the eyes? His whole face is covered by the mask. I have a feeling that he has a pair of eyes under his mask, which makes me feel uneasy. Shield. The moment the Plague Doctor appeared, Nick asked his men to look for information immediately. See if there are similar characters. Even though he was convinced that this thing was fake, he still tried it just in case. On the light curtain, the words appeared again. Object Class, Euclid. Anomaly Containment 049, Plague Doctor. His appearance is that of a medieval plague doctor. His black robe, his beak, his hat, these look like clothes, but in fact, they are part of his body. In a sense, it's his skin. After testing, it was found that the skeleton of the plague doctor is very similar to that of humans. Usually, plague doctors are kind to humans and are very willing to cooperate with the Foundation's work. How weird, clothes are skin. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. This thing has good intentions. I thought all anomalies were scary monsters. I feel that this doctor is definitely better than 096. You're talking nonsense. 096 is the strongest. Those with good intentions don't deserve to be called abnormal. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick snorted coldly, a containment subject with good intentions and cooperating with the work. I haven't seen one in the past few decades. At this time, Hill stepped forward. I checked and there is no information about this doctor. Nick breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that the so-called Foundation does not exist. The things on the light screen are just nonsense. If such a bizarre creature existed, it would be impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have never even seen its shadow. In this case, what exactly did that person, or group of people, want to do by hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D's system? Just to disgust me? Nick thought so. Kamartaj. Ancient One looked at the strange face of the Plague Doctor. Creatures whose clothes are made of flesh and blood, very similar to some dark creatures. She thought to herself, usually, they are friendly. Next, words appeared on the screen, completely shocking everyone. If the Plague Doctor senses what he thinks is a plague, he will become irritable. Plague Doctors will be highly hostile to creatures infected with the plague. The Plague Doctor will attack the creature by touching it. The target will die immediately. This setting is so exciting. He is friendly on weekdays, but actually he is a murderer. But he kills creatures with plague. I think he's a pretty good doctor. Look carefully upstairs, this is what he considers a plague. This means anyone could be his target. That's right. Maybe a normal person who is fine walking on the street would be killed by him. I'm looking forward to it. I really want to see how he kills creatures. The text continued to display on the light curtain. After killing people, the Plague Doctor would always express regret that killing people was not a good way to eliminate the plague. Next, he will take out many surgical tools that are much larger than the container capacity from the toolkit he carries with him, and perform surgery on the creature he killed. The corpse after the Plague Doctor's surgery will come back to life and have basic movement abilities. The organism in this state is called abnormal containment plague Doctor 2. Plague Doctor 2 has no basic thinking ability and memory, and is just a moving corpse. If the abnormal containment plague Doctor 2 receives an order from the abnormal containment plague Doctor, then Plague Doctor 2 will demonstrate extremely strong athletic ability to complete the Plague Doctor's order. Anomaly containment, Plague Doctor. When creating anomaly containment, Plague Doctor 2 usually claims that this is an imperfect cure. Everyone was talking about it, their interest was completely aroused. I don't care if I'm late for work. Because the Plague Doctor setting is so cool. No ability to think, but strong motor skills. Isn't this a zombie? Being able to create zombies and control them. This ability is too incredible. It feels so scary. If he thinks someone has the plague, he will turn him into a zombie. College. Cyclops, Scott and Logan looked at the light curtain in the sky together. Logan, I think the Plague Doctor will definitely be able to kill you, and your self-healing ability will be useless. Then, you will become a zombie with adamantium bones, ha 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 ha. Scott laughed. Shut up, Scott. If you meet a Plague Doctor, you will definitely be cured by him because you have a disease called Little Dick. Jean Grey must have been complaining about it for a long time. Uncle Wolf took a puff of his cigar and showed a classic half-smile. Scott immediately complained, that's too much personal attack. At this time, Professor Charles came over in a wheelchair. You two, stop bickering. I have found the exact location of Stryker's base. All X-Men must go out. We must defeat Stryker once and for all and rescue the children there. Charles paused, then looked at Logan deeply. Don't you want to know about your past? Stryker has everything you want to know. Uncle Wolf took another deep puff of his cigar. Scott said, Professor, this light curtain. Charles smiled and said, don't worry, Scott. I will contact the creator of the light curtain, or rather, the leader of the mysterious foundation. At present, he has no ill intentions. Inside the underground base. Stryker looked at the words on the light screen with bloodshot eyes. That's right, that's right. Mutants are a plague. They are a disease. The Plague Doctor will kill them all. On the big screen, the text changed again. Anomaly Containment 049, the Plague Doctor has invaded this world. As soon as this line of text came out, everyone's emotions were ignited again. Everyone wants to see what happens next. Nick Fury had a blank expression on his face. As if to say, I don't trust you. However, the next scene shows Nick Fury's expression is very interesting. He was a little confused at first. Then, I looked carefully. Suddenly, he was shocked. On the big screen, there was a live broadcast of a beautiful agent leading a team to carry out a mission. This agent is the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. What's going on? How is this possible? Nick's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone know Natasha's current location? She is on a top-secret mission. Damn it, find a way to cut off this live broadcast immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D., which has always been in control of everything, has actually been controlled by someone else. Is there a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is the only explanation. Otherwise, how could hackers break through the world's most advanced firewalls and know S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-secret missions? But Nick couldn't figure out who the traitor was. Fuck. Is all this true? The Foundation really exists? 096 and the Plague Doctor really exist? Nick's faith began to waver. Suddenly, Nick thought of a horrible thing. In the previous inventory video, Daredevil appears and soon encounters 096. In other words, these videos must be related to the containment objects. That being said, Natasha appeared in the video. Which means, she will soon meet the Plague Doctor. Nick's lip trembled. In his mind, he saw Natasha being killed instantly by the Plague Doctor. Then, he turned into a zombie. Nick didn't have time to think about whether this foundation was real or not. He no longer cared about the success or failure of the top-secret mission. He absolutely cannot afford to lose his best agent. Hurry up, contact Natasha. Nick yelled. We're already in contact, Chief, but what? Can't get in touch. Totally, no signal. The employee looked pitifully at Nick's face that looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Then what are you standing here for? Keep in touch. Yes. Nick put his hands on the back of his head and kept cursing, fuck, fuck. He was panicked and angry. Anomalous Containment Foundation Base. Seeing Nick's frustrated look, Chinyu felt very embarrassed. It was he who just blocked all the signals of S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick could only watch helplessly as Natasha and the Plague Doctor met. Then, Chinyu manipulated the camera while enjoying himself, making it follow Natasha closely. The scenes in the video attracted everyone's attention. The beauty of the female agent became a topic of discussion among everyone. Even the Plague Doctors were forgotten. Tony Stark's eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to recruit her as his personal secretary. At this moment, Natasha had no idea that she was being watched by the whole world. Her eyes were full of determination as she observed the Hydra base not far away. Same information as what we got from Pierce. There aren't many guards on this base. On the surface, it is an inconspicuous wood processing factory. Even the Sir was too lazy to search. But there is something hidden inside. Very dangerous raw materials are produced here. If Hydra were allowed to complete the production, they can threaten the lives of all the people in the city. However, the good thing is that Hydra did not set up many guards in order to avoid attracting attention. This gave the agents an opportunity. Natasha gestured. The agents began to act. They moved back and forth stealthily. The lazy guards didn't even notice their arrival. When the time came, the agents raised their stun guns. A few sizzling sounds. All the guards were unconscious. Natasha gestured again. Ready to enter the factory. She was a little surprised. This mission went a little too smoothly. Suddenly. Boom. A blue light came from nowhere. It caused a massive explosion. Natasha was also blown away by the shock wave. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. All she could see with her left eye was darkness, and the dizziness in her brain made her unable to move. There was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and she didn't know what had happened. In a daze, she only heard the evil laughter of the Hydra members and the screams of other agents. There was also the sound of bones breaking and blood spurting. Natasha suppressed the dizziness in her brain and tried to get up. But, the body seemed to be falling apart. Soon, a group of Hydra people surrounded them. The leader was very tall and wore a skull mask. The gun in his hand had no magazine, but was replaced by a tube of blue high-density solution. Presumably, this is the source of energy for the blue light just now. At this moment, the veins on the black salted egg's fists were bulging outside the screen. He is now very sure that it was a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. who leaked the news of Natasha's mission to Hydra. That's why they fell into the trap. That person must have wanted to embarrass S.H.I.E.L.D., so he broadcast this scene live. Wow, this scene is so realistic, the agent's severed limbs are flying. It's too tragic. I can't bear to watch it. The boss of this spy organization must be an idiot. The beautiful agent is going to suffer now. Will there be paid content later? It's pitiful, but I really want to see 11111. Hey, don't forget, this video is about containment. Yeah, the Plague Doctor will definitely be here, maybe he can rescue the beautiful agent. Rescue. Don't be ridiculous. Do you really believe that the inmates have good intentions? The female agent will be killed by the doctor too. I bet. Natasha felt angry and sad as she watched her teammates being slaughtered by Hydra. He couldn't understand why the intelligence was wrong. This was the first time in her career as a spy that she felt so embarrassed. Natasha looked at Crossbones angrily. Despicable. Despicable. He didn't care. Aren't you also trying to sneak attack us in a despicable way? The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are really pure and innocent. Crossbones crouched down and tried to touch Natasha's face, but the latter dodged. Don't resist, little girl. I can't bear to kill a beauty like you. Just serve us well tonight. Suddenly, a vulgar laugh was heard. Then Crossbones raised the butt of his gun and smashed it on Natasha's head. Natasha suddenly lost consciousness. Bring it in. At night, let's have a good time. Ha ha ha. I don't know how much time passed. Natasha woke up. She struggled hard, but found that she was tied up tightly. Because her figure is too perfect, her chest is bulging. But fortunately, the clothes are intact. This shows that those bastards didn't do anything to her. Natasha heaved a sigh of relief. As an excellent agent, she immediately began to observe her surroundings. It was extremely dark, with only a ray of light shining through the cracks in the dilapidated wall. There were voices coming from the door, which meant that there were guards guarding it. Natasha began to wiggle her hands, trying to break free from the ropes. But after trying for a long time, there was no progress. Is there really no other solution? Suddenly, Natasha heard a noise behind her. She was startled. Why is there someone in here and I didn't even notice? Could it be a member of Hydra? Plague is the poison of this world. That voice was like the whisper of an ancient god. A man in a black coat and a bird-beak mask walked out from the dark corridor behind Natasha. His deep eyes were hidden under the mask. Like an endless abyss. Under the light curtain, appears. This is the Plague Doctor. Ah, the beautiful agent is still tied up. It's over now, there's no escape. You were still counting on the Plague Doctor to kill those bad guys. But the female agent ran into him first. Nick Fury's voice trembled, and despair appeared in his eyes. Natasha. Natasha heard footsteps getting closer. A chill spread throughout her body. Ta. The footsteps of the Plague Doctor were getting closer. In Natasha's sight, a worn-out boot appears. The Plague Doctor was already standing in front of her. Natasha took a deep breath and looked up. She met the Plague Doctor's eyes. Nick Fury gasped. His scalp suddenly began to tingle. He didn't believe at all that the Plague Doctor could be a kind person. Natasha was his best agent and Nick really didn't want to lose her. Damn it. Nick Fury was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The walkie-talkie in his hand was about to burst. The agents who were sent for support would not arrive for another 30 minutes. There was no time to save Natasha. On the internet. Coming. Ah, Plague Doctor. Get out there and kill those terrorists. Don't be too happy, the Plague Doctor might turn her into a beautiful zombie. No, I believe she is definitely not infected with the plague. So, what exactly is that plague? The audience really doesn't want Natasha to die. Stark was already on the plane. He looked at the light curtain outside the window. I guess this female agent will definitely die. Natasha looked the Plague Doctor in the eyes. It was as if being stared into the abyss. An instinctive fear arose in her heart. As a top agent for many years, she hasn't felt this way for a long time. She unconsciously shrank back. Natasha was sure that this bird-beaked man was not an agent who came to rescue her. Could it be that he is from Hydra? As the Plague Doctor kept lowering his head and approaching Natasha, the audience's hearts were in their throats. The walkie-talkie in Nick Fury's hand was also on the verge of death. Natasha felt her throat tighten. The next moment, the Plague Doctor squatted down. He said something that surprised everyone. I didn't expect that in this plague-filled place, there would be such a clean place. For some reason, Natasha's tense heart suddenly relaxed after hearing these words. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Nick's walkie-talkie was also saved. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Crossbones walked in with a big laugh. How's it going, my little beauty? Are you feeling comfortable? There will be something even more comfortable waiting for you in the evening. The next moment, he saw the Plague Doctor and was stunned. Crossbones immediately raised the ray gun in his hand. Who the hell are you? The Plague Doctor also saw the Crossbones. Without any warning, he suddenly jumped up and screamed. It was as if a barrel of dynamite was ignited in an instant. He is completely different from the calm state he was in just now. Plague. The plague must be eliminated. He rushed towards Crossbones. Crossbones was horrified. He quickly aimed at the Plague Doctor and was about to pull the trigger. However, the latter touched his chest first. The plague doctor just tapped it with his hand. Crossbones fell down like an empty shell with its soul extracted. This scene made Natasha tremble all over. She had never seen anyone kill another person simply by touching him. After killing Crossbones, the plague doctor did not stop, but instead broke down the door and rushed outside. Plague. Plague. Lots of plague. Chin-Yu controlled the camera and followed the plague doctor outside. When the Hydra members saw this horrifying creature, they all raised their guns. "Stop, bastard. If you take another step forward, I'll blow your head off." The plague doctor, however, didn't care at all and screamed. "So many plagues. The plague must be eradicated." His voice sent a chill down the spine of the Hydra members present. It was as if I had arrived in an ice cave in an instant. Then, the plague doctor rushed towards the Hydra members. The Hydras were frightened and immediately opened fire. Bullets were fired at the plague doctor as if they were free. Natasha sighed. She believed that the Birdbeak man, whoever he was dead. But, it was beyond her expectation. The plague doctor seems to be fine. Facing the hail of bullets, it was as if he had activated his invincibility. The expressions of the Hydra members gradually became frightened. There is no more arrogance and cruelty of the past. They encountered a real monster. The Hydra member closest to the plague doctor screamed and poured fire at him. The plague doctor simply tapped him lightly with his finger. The men fell straight to the ground. The Hydras became even more terrified and even brought out their rocket launchers. Natasha was greatly surprised by this scene. It also shocked all the audience. Ignore the bullets. Is it true that he will die with just one touch? With the combination of overpowered body and instant kill, he is simply invincible. Beautiful sister is saved. Shield. What kind of monster is this? Nick's eyes were full of horror. He organized countless operations to eliminate Hydra, and each time came at a heavy price. And this plague doctor just eats it. This makes Shield look stupid. Plague. Plague. So much plague, cried the plague doctor, stretching out his hand of death. With each touch, a Hydra member loses a life. Within a minute, most of the people present were dead. The plague must be eradicated. The plague doctor was like the god of death, constantly reaping lives. Eventually, only one Hydra member was left alive. He was smart enough not to wait for death. So he rushed into the room where Natasha was. He raised his gun and aimed it at Natasha, intending to use her as a hostage. But the plague doctor was too fast. He rushed in and tapped the men. At this point, Hydra was destroyed. Then, the plague doctor regained his composure in an instant. It was as if nothing that just happened had happened. He turned his head slowly. The two black holes on the Birdbeak mask looked like an endless abyss, staring at Natasha. Natasha swallowed her saliva. There was no way she could fight against the plague doctor no matter what. She tried to move. But she suffered a broken thigh and spinal damage. "I can't move at all." Nick Fury tensed again. Although the plague doctor expressed kindness to Natasha. But he is still very dangerous. At this point, Nick Fury no longer dared to doubt the authenticity of the Foundation. The plague doctor just glanced at Natasha and turned his head away, staring at the body on the ground. It seems that the plague doctor has no hostility towards Natasha. So, Nick Fury's dishonest mind started to turn again. He thought to himself, since this plague doctor is friendly to Natasha, does this mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. can? He shook his head. This is too risky. No one can be sure what the plague doctor is talking about is. What if he goes crazy one day and kills all the members of S.H.I.E.L.D.? That's it. Nick Fury is greedy, but he's not stupid. The plague doctor at this time looked at the corpses on the ground and said in annoyance, why are they dead again? This is of no help in purifying the plague. Natasha was slightly stunned when she heard this. Her agent instincts kicked in. Since the target is not hostile, try to communicate with him. What did you mean when you said at the beginning, I'm clean? Well, because you don't have the plague. The plague doctor squatted down and took out tools that did not fit the container capacity from his bag. These tools are very old, as if they have been used for hundreds of years without being cleaned. Then the plague doctor pulled out a huge rusty saw. Nick Fury's heart rose to his throat again. Natasha asked again, "When you say plague, do you mean the Black Death?" His clothing does indeed remind one of a medieval doctor. The biggest plague in the Middle Ages was naturally the Black Death. It is very unprofessional to simply understand the plague as a disease, my beautiful lady, the plague doctor said without looking up. So, what exactly is this plague? As soon as Natasha finished speaking, the plague doctor was stunned. Then he squatted down. He slapped his head hard. It's... I can't really explain it, it's that, oops. He seemed to be trying hard to remember something, but just couldn't. Under the light curtain. So, he actually doesn't know what the plague is. Then isn't he just killing people randomly? I don't think so. He didn't kill the beautiful agent. Yes, and he also said that she was clean. So, he obviously killed her with a purpose. So, what exactly does the plague refer to? I'm so curious. On the SHIELD spaceship. Nick Fury thought. They killed the Hydra people and left Natasha behind. That means the Hydra people are plagued. He couldn't help but touch the smooth head. He also couldn't figure out what the plague was. Camartage. Gu-Yi looked at the light curtain above his head and thought to himself, there is a purpose to destroy the plague, but I don't remember why. It's like a dark creature that has been cursed. She recalled a dark creature she had dealt with more than 100 years ago. That thing is cursed and very powerful. It took the lives of several of his beloved disciples before Ancient One finally destroyed it. She thought for a moment, the plague he mentioned, does it refer to good and evil? No, good and evil are not black and white. Even the wisest man on earth, the Ancient One, was not sure what the plague was. Asgard. Loki looked at the barrage of comments floating by. Stupid earthlings, actually analyzing the words of a madman. Loki crossed his arms in disdain. As everyone discussed, the plague doctor began to take action. He squatted down beside Crossbone's body, holding a rusty saw and scalpel covered in dried blood. Natasha suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, Natasha saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. As a top agent, she has witnessed many tragic scenes. But when she saw what the plague doctor did, her face immediately turned pale and acid surged in her stomach. Natasha closed her eyes and tried hard to forget what had just happened. Ugh, no more, brothers, I have to vomit again. This is too disgusting and cruel. My God, please find a pair of eyes that haven't seen it. He vomited his intestines. Oh my God, what did he dig out? It's red and moving. Why do you want to peel off the skin? In SHIELD. Many well-trained agents vomited. The air was filled with sourness and stench. Nick Fury puffed his lips. It feels like something is going to burst out in the next second. He tried hard to remain calm. If he spits it out in public, his image as the director will be ruined. He had thought that plague doctors would dissect corpses, but he had never expected it to be like this. To say it was cruel is not enough. Nick couldn't find an adjective either. How could such a perverted operation bring a corpse back to life? The hands and feet are connected wrong. In Camartage, the magic apprentices also vomited. But Gu-Yi was very calm. She had seen many dark creatures and had done even more cruel things. She carefully observed the plague doctor's every move, hoping to discover something useful. But she had no idea what the plague doctor was doing. It doesn't look like magic is being used. Nor is he exercising his duties as a doctor. Rather, it is like an innocent child with terrifying power, playing with and splicing the toys at will. Asgard. Loki is a god after all, so naturally he would not react to the surgery. He watched the plague doctor's every move with disdain. He is indeed a madman. How can he bring a corpse back to life like this? But the next moment, his eyes widened. As the plague doctor's operation was completed, Crossbone's body also slowly stood up. His eyes were empty, without any purpose. Slow and directionless. It's like a body with its soul taken away. Is he really alive? It appears. Zombies. I saw a living zombie. I have no regrets in this life. This movie is so realistic. Isn't this zombie's acting skills much better than the young actors? Upstairs, I won't allow you to insult zombies. How was this filmed? Those internal organs were too real. Hey, special effects. Technology is so advanced these days, there's nothing strange about it. Shield. Nick shook his head in disbelief. What did he do? Was it magic? At this time, Nick Fury's little thoughts started to arise again. He looked at the zombies with greed in his eyes. The plague doctor couldn't control it. But zombies can. Once his team arrives at the scene, they will capture the zombies for study. By then, we will definitely be able to uncover a lot of secrets. Maybe, we can follow the clues and find out who the traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Thinking of this, he became a little excited for a moment. On the light screen, the plague doctor moved quickly. Not long after, all the corpses at the scene turned into zombies. Dozens of zombies wandering around in the open space are quite shocking. Looking at his own work, the plague doctor felt very upset. Again. This is not what I wanted. He kept shaking his head. Natasha suppressed the churning in her stomach and asked, "What exactly do you want?" The plague doctor was about to speak. In the sky outside, several mighty and majestic helicopters roared towards them. Natasha looked up. She discovered that this was not a S.H.I.E.L.D. plane. Each plane has the Foundation's logo on it. The audience under the light curtain was very excited. This mysterious Foundation has reappeared. What will they do with the plague doctor? So nervous. Will the zombies eat them? Nick Fury stared at the screen. He wanted to see how the people in the Foundation could tell what the Plague 049 was talking about was. The plague doctor saw the Foundation logo. Oh, they're coming. Soon, the plane landed. Dozens of fully armed agents jumped down. Without saying a word, they raised their guns and shot at the zombies. The sound of da-da-da was endless and the fire snakes kept spewing. Soon, there was no longer a single alive zombie at the scene. One of the agents quickly ran to Natasha's side and untied the ropes for her. Then the agents started a big fire. As the fire burned, what Nick Fury wanted turned into a pile of ashes. The plague doctor was not upset to see his work destroyed. Instead, he spread his hands and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." The audience was shocked. He just followed those people. Is the Foundation so awesome? They killed all the zombies and made the plague doctors afraid to do anything. I don't dare, didn't I tell you before? The plague doctor is very friendly to all creatures without the plague. Then how do the people in the Foundation make sure they don't have the plague? Nick Fury's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Such a powerful anomaly just left with the people from the Foundation. Moreover, the people from the Foundation seem to be able to handle the situation with ease. It seems that everything is under their control. This made Nick Fury's face darken with jealousy. If only S.H.I.E.L.D. could contain even one zombie. Damn the Foundation. It seems that they know what the plague the doctor is talking about. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take away such a dangerous monster so easily. Thinking of this, Nick felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. Something that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to touch was easily taken away by the Foundation. He would never admit such an obvious distinction between the two. He also made up his mind. When the next exception appears, be sure to get it first. So Nick called Captain America, Steve and Falcon. There is also a large number of elite agents. Keep them ready to execute tasks at any time. Asgard. A doctor who made low-level monsters. Interesting. I wonder if he can make Thor like that. In his eyes, the plague doctor was not such a powerful thing, although his abnormal effects were very interesting. Any men from Asgard could kill him easily. It's just that the creatures on Earth are too weak, so they see everything as a god. Earth. The plague doctor had already boarded the plane. When the Foundation agents saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. plane approaching, they saluted Natasha and boarded the plane. At this moment, Natasha noticed that a masked man with extraordinary temperament was looking at her not far away. The man was protected by a group of agents. But before she could think about it, he and all the people from the Foundation got on the plane. The plane took off and flew into the distance. Not long after they left, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. They moved quickly and loaded Natasha onto a stretcher. Nick was relieved to see Natasha rescued. At least the best agent is safe. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent squatted down and carefully put the black ash on the ground into a large bucket. He was still muttering to himself, "Take these to our director, he will definitely reward me, hee hee." This scene made people burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what kind of boss likes black and gray? I'm dying of laughter. That director must want to do research on zombies, but he can't even keep up with the heat when eating shit. Ha 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 ha. Watching people laughing at me in the barrage. Nick's face was full of black lines. At this time, on the other side of the earth, in a small village in Samba country, Bruce Banner was hiding under the quilt and shivering. He tried hard to control his emotions. Ever since the light curtain appeared, the Hulk in Banner's body has become anxious, desperately trying to get out. Before, he was clearly able to control Banner very well. He had finally lived a stable life and didn't want to lose everything again. The other side. One of Banner's archenemies, General Ross, was watching the images on his phone intently. His eyes were filled with greed as he watched the plague doctor board the plane. What a beautiful creature. If I could get its skin tissue, I could build an extremely powerful army. It would be invulnerable to swords and guns, and would kill people on contact, he thought to himself. General Ross's daughter, Betty, who was also Bruce's ex-girlfriend, sat next to Ross and sighed. She looked at her father and knew what he was thinking. "Bruce, where have you been?" Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Ross notified all personnel to set out immediately as soon as there was news of a new containment. In the vast desert, several military off-road vehicles are speeding. Tony was sitting in one of them. He was watching the images on the screen with his mobile phone. It's really wonderful. At this moment, a beautiful soldier sitting in the front seat turned around with a blushing face. "Mr. Stark, can you take a picture with me?" Tony smiled and straightened his suit, of course. Naturally, he would not refuse the beauty's kindness. "With any luck, I won't be lonely tonight." But unfortunately, Tony's dream was shattered the next moment. A rocket accurately hit the off-road vehicle Tony was riding in. With a loud bang, the car was blown upside down and turned several times in the air. Tony fell out of the car and rolled several times on the ground. His mind went blank. I touched my chest and saw a pool of blood. He looked at the missile fragments on the ground, which clearly had the Stark Industries logo printed on them. Then he fell into a coma. Anomalous Containment Foundation Base. Chin-Yu received a system prompt as soon as he got off the plane. Congratulations on completing the popularization of Anomalous Containment 049, Plague Doctor. You have now obtained a dissemination value of 30 million points. Congratulations on getting the extra reward, Anomaly Delivery. Any anomaly you get can be delivered to every corner of the world. Chin-Yu's eyes lit up. This is great. This is a very powerful ability. For example, if Chin-Yu obtained the zombie virus, he could throw it into the S.H.I.E.L.D. spaceship through the air and watch Nick Fury turn into a zombie and eat all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Ding, you have unlocked the hero summoning pool. By consuming legendary points, you can randomly summon legendary characters or legendary teams from the Foundation. Ding, you have unlocked the legendary item pool. By consuming legendary points, you can randomly summon powerful equipment or gear, such as the Scranton Reality Anchor. Scranton Reality Anchor. That's a good thing, used to deal with reality benders. Chin-Yu said excitedly. Later on, anomalous objects capable of distorting reality will surely invade this world. If we have a stable anchor, we will have the capital to fight back. Chin-Yu looked at the 300001145 transmission points on the panel and was very satisfied. I just don't believe that with so much communication value, I still can't get any gold. All in. Chin-Yu blew a breath of hot air into his hands. 10 minutes later, Chinyu looked at the blue-quality items all over the floor and fell into deep thought. It seems that the fate of having smelly hands has not changed in this world. Fortunately, the pool has a guaranteed bottom line. Moreover, this amount of communication value can be earned back by popularizing the anomaly. As long as you can get a stable anchor, it's worth spending 100 million points of communication value. College. Scott and Jean Grey walked together. Scott looked very excited. "Jean, I have a big surprise for you." The two of them walked into the garage. Jean glanced around and found the garage was no different from usual. "What's the surprise you mentioned?" Scott also glanced around, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He held his head. "Fuck. Where's my car?" On the wide road. A handsome big Harley was speeding, making a humming sound. Uncle Wolf was sitting in the car wearing a leather jacket and holding a cigar. Instead of following the other X-Men, he planned to find out the truth about his past himself. Soon after, Stryker's base appeared in Uncle Wolf's sight from afar. Under the expectations of people with different intentions. The picture on the light screen changed again. Anomaly Containment Inventory, number 8. Look. A new containment object is about to appear. What could it be? It must be something cooler than a plague doctor. Everyone's expectations were raised again. Nick Fury held his forehead and took a deep breath. So the horrible plague doctor was just taken in, and now another one comes. The objects contained in this ranking are definitely becoming more and more dangerous. What could be more dangerous than a plague doctor and a shy person? Anomaly Containment Inventory, number 8. Anomaly Containment, 173, Peanut Sculpture. Object Class, EU. Special Containment Procedures, Anomalous Item 173 is to be kept in a locked room at all times. When it is necessary to enter the room of Anomaly Containment, 173, there must be no less than 3 people, and the room must be locked again. At least 2 people are required to maintain eye contact with Containment Anomalous Object, 173 at all times until everyone leaves the containment room and locks it. What does this mean? You have to maintain eye contact. What happens if you don't? I think the name of the sculpture Peanut sounds cute and not offensive at all. Hey, does a shy person sound aggressive? Aren't they still scary? Shield. The number of people must not be less than 3. 2 people need to maintain eye contact throughout the process. Nick felt a chill in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, Nick still felt it. This containment object is extremely strange. On the screen, the subtitles were updated. When viewed by any gaze, Anomalous Containment 173 is no different from an ordinary statue. If no one is looking at Anomalous Containment 173, it will move at high speed and kill all targets within range. The specific method is breaking the cervical vertebrae. Inside the containment room of Anomalous Containment 173, there is an occasional sound of stone scraping. This is a normal phenomenon. Gift crab. Can't look away, or your cervical vertebrae will be broken. Hiss. These anomalous containment objects are really weirder than each other. I think this one is scarier than the first 2. The first 2 at least let you know when you die, but this one, as soon as you look away, snap, it's gone. But I feel, this is okay. It was written on the screen just now. As long as someone keeps an eye on it, it will be fine. What if you're alone? You just stare at it until you can't help but blink, and then, snap. Underground base. Stryker smiled disdainfully. Compared to the previous 2, this containment is simply too weak. He looked at the deathly haunted lady, the soldiers, and the mutants around him. If this thing really appeared here, I would easily contain it. Stryker was full of confidence. He now believes that his strength is invincible. Shield. Nick Fury suddenly felt a chill on his neck. At the same time, his little brain started working again. If you don't keep an eye on it, your cervical vertebrae will be broken. What if there are enough people staring at it at all times? Nick thought to himself, if this thing appeared on the SHIELD spaceship, as long as there are more than 2 agents watching it, maybe they can really contain it. Nick suddenly cheered up. He ruled over all the agents. As long as the position of Peanut appears on the light curtain. Let's get going immediately. Camartage. The moment Gui finished reading the information, he roughly guessed it. Peanut can't be that simple. Its true identity should be an evil soul attached to a statue. If that's the case, it's far more dangerous than what's described on the light screen. Mirror space, can it be restricted? Ancient One thought so. The light curtain begins to play images. An underground base. A huge pool filled with boiling liquid metal. These are Stryker's most precious things, adamantium. Colonel Stryker was standing in front of the monitor. Next to him was a woman with an Asian face. She is Death, Stryker's most proud creation. As an experimental subject that was also injected with adamantium. She has more powerful abilities than Logan. Suddenly, the monitor alarm sounded loudly. Stryker looked up. Logan appeared within the base's cordon. And it's heading towards the base. Stryker was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Logan. You actually came here on your own. Where have you been all these years? He looked at the Death woman beside him and said, he is my creation just like you, but you are the more powerful one. Go kill him to prove it. The Death woman nodded immediately. She stretched out her hands and moved them. The adamantium inside made a crackling sound. Somewhere underground, inside a plastic prison. Magneto Eric was lying on the white bed, looking at the light screen above his head. My old friend, this is the sin you have committed. He smiled. From the beginning of the inventory video, a light screen appeared above Eric's head. He didn't know where it came from, but soon confirmed that it was happening in reality. As Charles's old rival, Eric knew. Charles will definitely find a way to get into Stryker's base. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen when Charles saw the man with a broken cervical vertebra. I'm afraid that not only will Charles's legs be paralyzed, but his neck will also be crooked. Charles, who was watching the light screen, was stunned. Stryker appeared on the light screen. This means that 173 is likely to appear in his lair. And, Logan actually went there by himself. Charles was panicked. Although Logan has strong self-healing ability. However, the 096 and 049 counted earlier made Charles feel. These anomalies cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. No matter how powerful your abilities are, they may not be enough in front of them. If 173 really twisted Logan's head off, Charles would regret it for the rest of his life. He immediately notified all the X-Men to set off immediately to Stryker's base. In the light curtain, Death Woman is about to take action. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the base. Then came the sound of machine gun fire. Then there was another scream. The scream stopped abruptly, which was very strange. Then everything went quiet, as if nothing had happened. Stryker's expression froze. He had a bad feeling. Logan came in so soon. Or he suddenly thought of the little peanut. Could it be that that thing really came here? He and Death immediately ran towards the direction of the sound. Several mutants followed them. Is that sculpture really here? I'm getting goosebumps. Those guys are mutants, right? If they meet 173, it's hard to say who will win. It's definitely Peanut's win. The two powerful anomalies we counted earlier are like a dimensionality reduction attack on Earth's creatures. Come on, have you ever seen how powerful mutants are? Besides, what's so powerful about a containment creature that can just twist its neck? Looking at the mutant following Stryker in the light curtain, Charles was extremely sad. Even his students are among them. You know, the evil deeds that Stryker committed against mutants are too numerous to list. Even with Charles's wisdom, he couldn't figure it out. Why would these mutants help an evil human to harm their own compatriots? Underground prison. Looking at the mutant traitor in the light curtain, Eric smiled slightly. You must be confused. Why would your students help your enemies, Charles? Just like I can't understand why you, as a mutant, would help humans. Asgard. Looking at those mutants, Loki thought, Odin seemed to have said that these species were the test subjects of a powerful being in the atrium. I heard that in the Midgard world, they are of high status and are loved by everyone. How ridiculous. He paced slowly. What would happen if I went to the Midgard world? They will certainly bow down to me and respect me as the supreme god. Thinking of this, an idea popped into Loki's mind. Perhaps, if I go to the Atrium world myself, I can find a lot of fun. He looked in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Chinyu cut off the scene before Stryker and the mutants met Peanut. The camera was turned to Logan. After a while, Logan got out of the car and walked towards the gate of the base. He took a deep breath and stretched out his claws. Just draw a big X on it. He kicked the steel plate away and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Logan smelled an ominous smell. It made his hair stand on end. This looks like blood. Not only humans, but also mutants. In addition, there was a smell that Logan couldn't tell what it was, but it seemed particularly evil. Logan's expression turned serious. He walked inside cautiously. Suddenly, he saw something strange. His eyes suddenly fixed. Logan. Charles suddenly showed a look of panic. In his mind, he had already seen the scene of Logan's cervical vertebra being twisted and bone fragments spurting out. The audience under the light curtain also saw what Logan saw. Wow, what is this? Is this a human? How did it get twisted like this? Wow, this is too. Is he a mutant? How could Peanut be able to twist him into this state? Look at it this way, Peanut is definitely underestimated. What Logan saw was a dead body on the ground. A man was lying on the ground in a twisted state, his head twisted 360 degrees, his neck stretched out, his tongue hanging out, and his eyes wide open as if they were about to burst out. Judging from the deceased's purple, very sharp nails, he was a mutant. Logan could smell that the man was no longer alive. Under the light curtain, some timid people were frightened to death. This scene is so impactful. Oh my God, that sculpture did that. I just realized that a person's neck can be stretched so long. I won't eat duck necks this month. My neck is starting to hurt too, guys. Sure enough, these anomalies are more frightening than the last. Charles keeps trying to contact Logan, but Stryker's base blocks the telepath's abilities. Not to mention ordinary electromagnetic signals. This made him anxious. Logan, please don't get into trouble. Charles regretted informing Logan of the mission in advance. He should have expected that Logan was a maverick. Camartage. All the magic apprentices felt fear. Gui was thoughtful. Logan. She knew Logan's future fate. From a god of war who killed anyone who stood in his way, he became a stubborn dusk wolf with no claws left. In the end, he died in battle for his daughter. The Sun Chaser has become an impossible dream, just like the future of mutants. Previously, the Eye of Agamotto showed that Logan's future had also been changed. However, Gui didn't know what would happen, good or bad. Will his death happen here? In the light curtain, Logan continued to walk forward. He kept his paws across his front to prevent anything from suddenly jumping out. Being able to kill a mutant in this way. Whatever that thing is, it should not be underestimated. But he had to move on. He wants to get his past back. We also need to rescue the trapped mutant children. Hopefully, nothing happened to the kids. He continued walking forward. The smell of gunpowder, the smell of blood, and the smell of burning supernatural powers became stronger and stronger. This shows that a fierce battle has just taken place ahead. Logan quickened his pace. Soon, we arrived at a hall. Logan saw the scene before him. His eyes suddenly fixed. Under dim light, there stands a statue. The thing's body looked like a human, but also like a peanut. Its face was indescribably strange. His arms were covered in blood, which kept dripping down. It dripped onto the pile of corpses at its feet. Logan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He felt an instinctive sense of danger. Were these corpses killed by this statue? Without exception, all of them died from broken cervical vertebrae. But why is the statue standing still, looking harmless? Logan felt increasingly weird. He pointed his paw at Peanut and stared at it intently. Approach it slowly. Logan. You're finally here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Logan immediately looked over there. Stryker opened his arms and looked very excited. "My greatest work." Stryker was talking to him, but his eyes were strangely fixed on the statue, not daring to look away. The moment Logan saw Stryker, a trace of remaining memory flashed through his mind. Because the smell of blood covered up Stryker's scent, Logan didn't notice him just now. "Who are you?" Logan asked in confusion. He didn't understand why the statue didn't kill Stryker. "Oh, you don't even remember me." Trick's face was full of madness, but his eyes were still fixed on Peanut. "I am your creator, your father, the person you should respect the most. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten how you got this damn claw, this powerful force?" With a buzzing sound, fragments of memory flooded into Logan's mind like a wave. He was submerged in a pool of water and his bones were infused with adamantium. Rise up, kill, escape. Girlfriend, deception, sacrifice. Ah. Logan covered his head and knelt on the ground in pain. Those fragments were like a pair of thorny hands, kneading his brain like dough. At this moment, Stryker yelled, "Now!" Suddenly, Logan's eyes widened. Danger signals were ringing wildly in his body. Something was approaching him very quickly. But it's too late. Puff. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief. I saw 5 sharp claws piercing his chest. Logan immediately vomited blood. The death woman continued to dig her claws deeper into Logan, her face full of madness. "Die." Charles looked panicked. "This is a weapon developed by Stryker." He knew that the woman had been infused with adamantium. And Logan can be killed by adamantium. Plus, Peanut was ready to break his neck. No matter how you look at it, Logan can't escape death. Gui looked at the light curtain with a look of regret in his eyes. Logan's final fate was to be pierced through the chest and die. Could it be that this ending was about to happen ahead of time? Logan's body began to tremble because of his severe injuries and the headache caused by the flashback. The damage caused to him by the adamantium would be greater than anything else. Fortunately, he had a strong recovery ability and reacted quickly. He looked back. I saw a woman smiling maliciously. "You're just a failure, Logan." She raised her other hand and stabbed her claws into Logan's body again. Logan vomited blood and struggled desperately, but the death woman was extremely strong. Death began to pull her hands upwards, trying to tear Logan in half. In this case, Logan will definitely die completely. At this moment, Logan seized the opportunity and kicked the death woman's knee. With a click, the legs of the dead woman were bent to 90 degrees. Logan roared and grabbed death woman's hand, immobilizing her claws. Then he pulled his claws out of his body and shook them hard. The death woman was thrown out, fell to the ground, and rolled several times. However, her legs recovered with a click and she stood up quickly. "It's just a useless struggle." The death woman gave an evil smile. She seemed confident that she could kill Logan easily. Logan extended his claws. The two fought fiercely. The adamantium metal clashed. The sound of tinkling and crackling was endless. Sparks flew. Logan was injured frequently and recovered quickly. He knew that this was not a solution. If your arms or head are chopped off by the death woman, that's it. But he couldn't find a way out for a while. Suddenly, Stryker yelled in horror, "Hurry!" The Lady of Death immediately raised her head and stared at the statue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Logan plunged his claws into her heart, forcing her to retreat. Then, he inserted the other claw into it. But even so, the Lady of Death still stared at the statue. This got Logan thinking. Why was Stryker staring at that statue? Now, this woman is also staring at it. Judging from the blood on that thing's arms, those mutants and soldiers whose necks were broken. Logan was shocked. Will it? If you don't look at it, the statue will. He suddenly thought of a horror urban legend that was popular decades ago. You must look the demon in the eye, or it will kill you. If this sculpture is such an evil ghost, then everything can be explained. If you don't keep your eyes on it, you'll get your neck broken. In addition, an inventory of the abnormal objects that appeared in the past few days. Could it be that it wasn't a movie, but a real thing? An anomalous containment object just happened to invade here. Without giving Logan time to think, the Death Girl grabbed Logan's wrist. Pull his claws out of his body. Then she kicked Logan down. Then, he opened his claws and was about to pounce again. Logan saw the right moment and chopped instantly. He slit the woman's throat in one go. The other claw scratched her eye. The woman is temporarily unable to move. Logan smiled. Rushed towards Stryker. Stryker was horrified, but he didn't dare to take his eyes away from Peanut's face. No, no, don't come over here, what do you want to do? Logan immediately controlled Stryker from behind. Stryker screamed in horror and struggled desperately. But he was no match for Logan in strength. Logan put his claws to Stryker's throat. Stryker, no, no, Logan, I'm just kidding you, don't kill me. The dead woman recovered as before, got up, and rushed over desperately. Logan stared at her, waiting for his moment. The Death Girl rushed in front of Peanut. At this moment, Logan, Stryker, Death Girl, and Peanut were in a straight line. Peanut is behind the Woman of Death. At this moment, the Death Girl definitely cannot see Peanut, and she is the person closest to Peanut. This was the moment Logan had been waiting for. He smiled slightly and covered Stryker's eyes with his hands. Then he closed his eyes too. Under the light curtain, everyone heard a crisp sound. Crack. This is the sound of adamantium bones being broken. The moment I heard the sound, Logan opened his eyes immediately. I saw that Peanut had already reached him. Logan's heart was pounding. Even though he was mentally prepared, Peanut's speed still surprised him. Fortunately, he opened his eyes in time. Logan knew that Death was dead. Because he couldn't smell her breath. Under the light curtain, everyone was shocked. Wow, this is so cool. Using the abnormal limit to counterattack. Too strong. He remained calm in this situation. If it were me, I would have peed my pants a long time ago. A powerful woman, coupled with a dangerous anomaly, I really thought that man was going to die. Unexpectedly. It's so wonderful. My heart can't take it. This is amazing, this is amazing. I never thought that someone could survive the anomaly. Not only did this person survive, he also used it to kill his opponent. Charles stared at the light screen in disbelief. Logan, you did it. Eric suddenly burst into laughter. Logan, I will never underestimate you again. It seems that there is more than just those pieces of broken metal in your body. Nick Fury's eyes widened. How did he think of that? Now it was Stryker's turn to be scared. He originally wanted to use Peanut to kill Logan, and then keep Peanut in custody for research. As long as I can succeed, the death of a few men doesn't matter. However, things went against his wishes and he lost both his wife and his soldiers. Listen, Logan, there must be some misunderstanding between us, do you believe? Shut up, Stryker. You've been telling lies since World War II, and I've heard enough. Besides, you're a bastard. You even lied to children. Logan kicked Stryker's leg and broke it, and the latter howled in pain. Then, he stared at Peanut and kept backing away until he reached the door of the hall. Then he picked up a broken piece of concrete wall and, with a bang, used it to block the door. In this way, Peanut and Stryker were trapped together. How long Stryker can live depends on how long he can go without blinking. Judging from his performance just now, he won't be able to hold on for long. Logan lit a cigar. He held it in his mouth and let out a long sigh. He did not walk out of the base, but went to where Stryker was holding the mutants. Kick the door open. Inside, there are large cages. Inside the cages are all innocent mutant children. Looking at those pairs of innocent eyes, Logan sighed. He swung his claws and broke the locks one by one. Then Logan took them away. On the way, Stryker's desperate scream was heard. A few seconds later, a crisp sound of bone fracture was heard. A little girl looked at Logan and asked, "What's that sound?" Logan smiled slightly. "That's the sound of the nightmare ending." He led the mutant children out of the base. Soon, the sound of propellers was heard in the air. Logan looked up and saw several helicopters flying over. He recognized the Foundation logo on the plane. He immediately became alert. He was not sure whether the Foundation was good or evil. After all, mutants are abnormal to some extent. Soon, the helicopter landed. Dozens of well-trained agents ran down. Their equipment was even more luxurious than the last time they appeared on the light screen. Thanks to Qin Yu's communication value, one of the helicopters did not land. A huge concrete prison hangs beneath it. Inside this prison there is a smaller prison. The agents wheeled out the small prison. Logan stood in front of the door, smoking a cigar and watching them with interest. The captain of the Secret Service stepped forward and saluted. "Hello, Mr. Logan, we are from the Anomalous Containment Foundation, and we have been ordered to contain Anomalous Containment 173. Logan made way. "I'm not interested in that broken statue, but I want to remind you that thing will break your neck." "Thanks for the reminder, we will pay attention to it." Several agents used laser guns to cut open the door so that the prison could be entered. They entered Stryker's base in an orderly manner. After a while, they put 173 in a cement cell and pushed it out. Afterwards, they moved the small cell back into the big cell. Logan looked at their smooth operation and was a little surprised. It seems that they have been prepared for this. Before boarding the plane, the captain of the Secret Service handed Logan a small black box. "This is what our superior asked me to give you. We will contain, control, and protect it. See you later, Mr. Logan." The agents then boarded the plane. Logan opened the box. After seeing what's inside, his eyes suddenly fixed. At this time, the X-Men's plane also landed here. Jean walked over first. "I didn't expect that these anomalies and this Foundation are real." "You are amazing, Logan, you can do it alone." Scott ran over and interrupted Jean. "Logan, you better not damage my motorcycle, or I will kill you." "Don't worry. Your car is fine. It just has a flat tire and some paint peeled off." Logan took a puff of his cigar. "You." Scott almost had a heart attack. Jean looked at the kids. "We need to send another plane over to bring them back to X Academy." Nick Fury looked at the screen in disbelief. Professor X, that old man, actually has such a mutant under his command. In that situation, I'm afraid even Natasha may not be able to think of a way to defeat the enemy and execute it calmly. It seems that Professor X should not be underestimated. Nick Fury stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the light curtain. At the same time, his competitive spirit was ignited once again. He secretly vowed to contain an anomaly in the future. He wants to prove that S.H.I.E.L.D. is no worse than the Foundation. Suddenly, Hill came running over in a hurry, his chest trembling. His expression was a little panicked. "Chief, this is bad." "What's the hurry, Hill? I told you to stay calm no matter what happens." "Stark was attacked, Chief. He is currently unknown whether he is alive or dead." "What?" Nick Fury suddenly lost his composure. Although Stark is a jerk, he is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s important partners. If anything happens to him, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding, spies, technology, etc. will be affected. "Can you find him, Hill?" Nick Fury tried hard not to make his voice sound trembling. "I've already sent agents to investigate. Now, all we can do is wait, Chief." Asgard. Loki smiled slightly. As expected of a powerful being's test subject, compared to those monkeys, he is quite intelligent. There seems to be a very interesting creature living inside that statue. That ridiculous Foundation didn't even notice it and just took it in. How stupid and arrogant. Loki turned around and looked towards the Asgard palace. "What a pity, Father, you didn't get to see such an interesting thing." Odin had fallen into a deep sleep by this time. But what Loki didn't know was that even when Odin was asleep, he could see his every move. Odin was looking at Loki at this moment. "Loki, if I trick Odin into the room with the peanut sculpture, will it break Odin's neck?" Odin. Ding, congratulations on completing the popularization of the abnormal containment object, the peanut sculpture. You have now obtained 45 million points of dissemination value. So many. You have received an additional reward, level 3 abnormal state resistance. Great. Qin Yu felt an indescribable change in his body. The third level of abnormal state resistance allows Qin Yu to resist the influence of the containments on him, including corrosion, burning, fear, a degree of cognito-hazard resistance, etc. This is a huge enhancement for him. If he obtains the succubus girl, he will not be affected by her abnormality, but will be able to touch her. I am a serious person. I definitely don't think about the succubus girl anymore. Popularizing the anomaly is the serious business. Ding, please be aware that new abnormal containment objects are about to invade this world. Qin Yu moved his shoulders, so fast. Let me see, the next anomaly to invade is. Under Qin Yu's operation, the light curtain began to change. Anomaly Containment Inventory, 7th place, Top 10 Anomaly Containment Inventory, 7th place. Anomaly Contained Object, 469, Angel of 10,000 Feathers. Nick Fury gasped. A new one coming so soon. Are you going to let people live? Angel. It sounds holy, but it's definitely not fun. After all, Doctor sounds sacred, but who knew that he was such a horrible monster? Nick subconsciously looked back at the interior of the spacecraft. I was afraid that the next anomaly would come directly into the spacecraft. The accident that happened to Stark troubled him. They had also wanted to discuss issues related to the Foundation with Stark. Different from Nick Fury's concerns. Most of the audience were very excited. After all, the previous movie gave them a big shock. Angels. Could it be the angels from the Bible? That would be so cool. Yeah, I've never seen a living angel. I heard that angels are hermaphrodites. I want to see what they look like. This is not fun to watch. I think this thing might be as scary as the previous anomalies. I agree. Now when I think of those colorful intestines, I just... Asgard, Loki looked at the light curtain with interest. Angels, a boring myth of earthlings. As a true god of Asgard, Loki has always been disdainful of myths from other worlds. Although he said so, the previous anomaly, the sculptured peanut, aroused Loki's great interest. He is now looking forward to seeing what this angel with 10,000 wings will look like. If necessary, you can condescend to go to the Atrium world to see it in person. Loki was confident that if he wanted to bring back an anomaly from the Midgard world, that so-called Foundation would be unable to stop him. Camartage. It's not just an angel, but an angel with thousands of wings. Gui stood on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back, watching the light curtain in the sky. The vast snow-capped mountains set off her perfect temperament. However, this name does not sound like that of a dark creature. Despite this, Ancient One was still prepared. After all, this anomaly could appear anywhere, including Camartage. At that time, Ancient One will have to take action. At the same time, inside the Camartage Palace, a man who looked to be in his 30s with long gray hair was sitting on a worn-out sofa. His eyes looked calm, but actually contained a sinister and vicious look. This person is none other than Ancient One's beloved disciple, Cassius. He had already betrayed the Ancient One and joined Dormammu. Around him, several men and women were sitting on the ground around him. They are all loyal followers of Dormammu. Angel, that sounds incredibly disgusting. As soon as this was said, others expressed their agreement. Caecilius had already become a follower of Dormammu through forbidden spells. What he wants to do now is to kill Ancient One to welcome the arrival of Dormammu. But he was afraid of Guyi's strength. This isn't a movie, after all. A dignified supreme mage would not be easily stabbed to death. You won't be killed by falling from a height of just a few hundred meters. But these anomalies aroused Cassius' interest. He plans to continue watching the video. Perhaps, some anomalies can be used to deal with Ancient One. In addition, General Ross was also staring at the light curtain with wide eyes. Angel, what a beautiful name. Ross said with emotion, the Foundation always moves so fast. But we can always get 1 out of 10 anomalous containment objects. At this time, one of his men said to him, General, we have found Bruce Banner's address. He is in a rural area in Samba country. Should we? Idiot, what do I need Hulk for when I have an anomalous containment object? I already got his blood. Everyone, listen up and get ready to go. We must take down this angel. The light curtain changed again. Anomaly contained object, 469, angel of 10,000 feathers. Object class, Ket. Anomaly contained object, angel of 10,000 feathers, looks like a huge ball of white feathers. In its primary form, its mass is estimated to be several tons. But these white feathers are actually many pairs of huge wings. Also, the size of each pair of wings is different. From micrometers to hundreds of meters. The level is Ket. Nick caught this keenly. The last abnormal level was Euclid, right? Ket, is it a higher level than him? The anomalies at the Euclid level are already so terrifying, how terrifying would the anomalies at the Ket level be? Lots of huge pairs of wings. Is that how it got its name? The light curtain continued to change. Experiments have shown that the wings of the anomaly-contained object, the 10,000 feathered angel, are similar in structure to bird wings, but are very tough and will not break even if bent to a certain degree. No bird can do this. The latest report shows that all wings are connected to its most central point. At the center is a creature similar to a fetus. All wings are connected to its back in a special way. The audience under the light curtain. No matter how you listen to it, it doesn't sound like a dangerous creature. I think so too. How dangerous can a fetus be? What's more, it's an angel. Indeed. A fetus with wings on its body sounds much more earthly than a doctor whose skin is clothes and a statue with a broken neck. So, Ket means safety. Shield. Wings, growing on the back of the fetus, hundreds of them. It's weird no matter how I think about it. Nick thought. After experiencing other anomalies, Nick will no longer have any beautiful illusions about anomalies. Unless, the light curtain says it is absolutely safe. Then Nick will take action. On the other side, Gui searched in his mind. She had indeed never heard of anything like it. However, for some reason, the word Ket gave her a bad feeling. As everyone expected, the information on the screen was updated again. Anomaly-contained object, the 10,000 feathered angel will eat sound and sound waves, converting them into energy to make its feathers and wings grow. The higher the frequency and intensity of the sound and sound waves, the faster the feathers and wings of the 10,000 feathered angels will grow. One angel loves any form of sound and sound waves, especially rhythmic sounds. Since the abnormal containment object 10,000 feathered angel will absorb any sound and sound waves, it itself is absolutely quiet. Absorbing sound and sound waves. In other words, it itself doesn't make any sound at all. Based on my limited knowledge of junior high school physics, sound and sound waves have no energy, right? Don't take it too seriously, it's just a movie. Aren't the Hulkspitter T-seeds even more outrageous? Even missiles can't blow them apart. So, this wing can grow infinitely. No way. Wouldn't it become bigger than the Earth? Compared to this, I'd rather know what the inside of the wings looks like. Inside shield. Nick's only remaining eye was rolling around. This thing looks like it can be contained. Just cover it with absolutely soundproof material. Shield can do it, he thought to himself. He planned to send a group of agents to contain it once he played the video and found where the thing appeared. But at the same time, he is also worried about its harmfulness. Absorbing the sound, the feathers continue to grow. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Nick became a little scared again. Camartage. Ancient One had never seen a real angel, but she always felt that the description of this thing did not sound like a holy existence. She encountered a dark creature whose ability was to absorb human fear to allow itself to grow. Therefore, it will seek out places where humans gather and carry out brutal massacres to create an emotion of fear. One angel, the higher the frequency of sound you absorb, the faster you will grow. Isn't that high-frequency sound a scream? I don't know if this angel with 10,000 wings will actively seek out human screams. On the light screen, the text continued to update. Anomaly containment object, 10,000 feathered angel, will use its wings to drag any creature that comes too close into it. Its wings are extremely soft, but the feathers have spikes that can easily damage the skin of a creature. Afterwards, a neurotoxin will be released, causing the target to suffer great pain without causing a quick death. In this way, the creature is stimulated to scream loudly to promote the growth of its wings until the victim dies of shock. Currently, all attempts to destroy the 10,000 feathered angels have failed, including data expunged and data expunged. Holy crab! This thing is called an angel. Even Satan should have it tattooed on his body. Catching a person and not letting him die, but slowly torturing him. That's too cruel. Oh my God! How can this be an angel? You are blaspheming my faith. I will sue you. Even the Foundation can't do anything about it. Then isn't this thing much stronger than a shy person? I think this thing should be called an angel. Camartage. Ancient One's idea was confirmed. This is a very dangerous creature. It seems that we may have to take action this time. She imagined a huge ball of feathers occupying half the earth. Billions of lives were caught by it, wailing in pain. Until there is no living thing on this planet. Her expression grew serious. She would never allow this to happen. If the earth really became like that, there would be no point in her fighting against the Dark Lord. Shield. Nick felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that this thing was more disgusting and terrifying than the Plague Doctor. The latter at least can communicate. As for this one, if you dare to communicate with him, you will be tortured to death. However, Nick discovered a blind spot. It says that current attempts to eliminate it have failed. What if we simply contain it instead of destroying it? Nick thought so. Could it be that the Foundation has not thought of this? Asgard. Loki snorted coldly. As expected, it's just a weak organization. At this level, any small god in the heavenly palace can destroy it. That Foundation is actually helpless against it. Seeing the Earthlings' fear of the 10,000 winged angels, Loki's sense of superiority swelled again. If I go to Midgard, bring this thing back to Asgard, and give it to Thor as a gift, he will probably be shocked. Loki smiled. But then he thought, however, Thor can easily deal with it. In that case, there is no need to bring it. I hope the next collection will be more interesting. He had no plans to travel to Earth now. Because the objects he had seen so far were not to his liking. Earth. People are looking forward to the upcoming 10,000 feathered angels. Everyone was feeling nervous and expectant. The light curtain opens. Play screen. A figure lying on the bed gradually emerged. When they saw his appearance clearly, they were all extremely surprised. Tony Stark. A frail-looking figure with instruments and tubes inserted all over his body appeared on the light curtain. Next to him stood a tall and thin man in a white coat. This person is Dr. Ensign. Stark slowly opened his eyes. He felt a little chilly around him. The smell of dampness filled his nostrils. He looked around and saw a very empty cave. There are many instruments around him. He slowly got up. Want to touch the hose on your body? Ensign said slowly, if I were you, I wouldn't touch them. Where is this? What happened to me? Stark seemed to have had a very long dream and was a little confused. Ah. My chest. What have you done to me? At this time, Stark was horrified to find that there was a big hole in his chest. He began to get scared and his lips trembled. How could a playboy who has no worries about food and clothing have ever experienced such things? Dr. Ensign said slowly, have you forgotten? You were attacked by a bomb and the fragments entered your body. So, I installed something in your body that can prevent the shrapnel from entering your heart. Stark was stunned for a moment, then he began to recall what had happened. A certain military region. Stark's good brother, Colonel Rhodes, almost laughed out loud when he saw Stark's panicked expression. I'm sure this expression will make the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. After all, Stark pays great attention to his image and no ugly photos of him have ever been leaked. But Rod quickly became serious. Stark was his best friend after all. He began to gather people to rescue him. He knew that Stark was currently in a base in the Middle East. People started discussing. Isn't this Tony Stark? He's acting in a movie too. The investors are really rich. Can we really invite him? Could it be some actor who looks like him? No, I'm a die-hard fan of Stark. I guarantee it with my life. It's definitely him. Stark's acting is great. That sense of panic, that haggard look after being injured. I've become a fan. At this time, someone seemed to have discovered an extraordinary piece of news. Brothers, Tony Stark seems to be really missing. What? People started checking the news. No way. So, all of this isn't a movie. It all really happened. My scalp is tingling right now. So this inventory video is always reviewing what is happening right now. Oh my god, so, there really are horrible things like Peanut and 096 in this world. No way. Now, some people believe that these anomalies are real, while some people still don't believe it. But no matter what, everyone's expectations have been further raised. Everyone wants to know what happens next. Are these true or false? What is Stark's fate? Chi-Nu's communication value is also rising rapidly. Shield. Chief, we have located Tony Stark's exact location. Hill walked over with his long legs and a serious face. Hurry, don't wait, act now. Nick ordered at the same time. The planes that had been prepared on the deck took off immediately. They carried special soundproofing materials and prepared to rescue Stark. Nick was a little worried, but also a little relieved. He didn't want Stark to die there. Fortunately, the angel with 10,000 wings did not appear in the downtown area. Otherwise, the other side. Star had to accept a reality. He was kidnapped and his life was in danger at any moment. Now he is being forced to build missiles for the Middle Easterners. But a plan was quietly sprouting in his mind. Ensign seemed to see through his thoughts. If you want to escape, I advise you to give up the idea as soon as possible. There are cameras here, and there are people guarding 24 hours a day. Your every move is under their surveillance. Stark glanced at the camera. Then he lowered his head and smiled. Then run away right under their noses. Ensign looked at him as if he were a mental patient. That's a really good plan. What do you know? A blueprint was quietly forming in Tony's mind. It was this blueprint that opened up 10 years of glory in another universe. They asked me to make missiles, so I made them, Tony continued, but I made something else. Dr. Ensign raised an eyebrow. He had heard that Tony Stark was a genius among geniuses. A normal person would not even have time to cry when he was tied up and taken to the terrorist's lair. This guy has already figured out how to escape. It seems that he is serious. What are you planning to make? Ensign asked with interest. A huge armor, invulnerable to swords and spears. That's easy. Just stick a few pieces of iron on your body. But you still can't escape. Who said it only has defensive capabilities? It not only has powerful firepower, but it can also fly into the sky. You have to know that in that case, the armor would require a very, very large amount of energy, probably as large as nuclear fission. Then make an energy core capable of nuclear fission. Tony looked up. Don't wait, let's start now. You are a lunatic, Tony Stark. I'll take this as a compliment. Tony cheered up and began to inspect the entire cave. After a while, he found a white furry thing squirming in the corner of the cave. Tony, hey, doctor, what is that? He found that as he spoke, the thing seemed to move more violently. Ensign also looked over there. I don't know what that thing is, it has been here from the beginning. Under the light curtain. As the camera moved, everyone also saw the 10,000 feathered angels. It looked very soft, and the feathers were constantly moving. It seems that it is still getting bigger. Appeared. 10,000 feathered angels. It's over. Stark is done for now. Stark, would you please stop talking? Can't you see it's getting bigger? Shut up, Stark, and that bald guy. I'm getting so anxious. Nick Fury also clenched his fists. Stark said a few words and the 10,000 feathered angel grew so much bigger. This speed was really beyond his expectations. He looked at the map and saw that his fleet was getting closer and closer to the Middle East. Stark, you fucking bastard. Shut up. Asgard. Loki crossed his arms. The people of Midgard are really stupid. They are unaware of the danger. He moved closer to the light curtain. He wanted to take a closer look at how the 10,000 winged angels tortured Tony Stark to death. At this moment, Tony was staring at the thing seriously. After observing for a while, he said, "Ensign, is this my illusion, or has it gotten bigger?" Ensign looked at it carefully with his 600-degree myopia eyes. "It seems so. It's much bigger than it was at the beginning. I thought it was a pet of those soldiers." Tony had been watching it. He found that if he didn't make any sound, the thing would stop moving. To verify the idea, he covered Ensign's mouth. Ensign didn't have time to close his mouth and tasted a salty taste. He was about to complain when he noticed that Stark made a gesture to keep quiet. He looked at the feather. The amplitude of the peristalsis has indeed become smaller. Ensign was also a smart man and stopped struggling. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. "Although I don't know what that thing is, it seems that sound can affect it. It's very weird." Suddenly, he thought of the light curtain he had seen before. Anomalies, Foundation, Plague Doctors, Invasion. Could it be that this strange group of feathers is an anomaly? Could it be that all this is true? That feather just happened to appear in this cave? Is there such a coincidence in this world? "Don't think too much, Tony, it's just a bird with feathers." Tony comforted himself. But he had already begun to get scared. Under the light curtain. "Ah, good. Now we just have to keep quiet until the Foundation comes to take in the feathered angels." Yeah, luckily Stark is a smart man. It's really scary. Fortunately, this thing didn't appear in New York. By the way, where was Stark captured? On the plane, Rhodes felt relieved. This bitch. At this time, the Middle East. Through the monitor, a molecule saw the abnormal behavior of Stark and Ensign. Moreover, a white ball appeared in the cave at some point. He immediately grabbed his gun, kicked the door open, and rushed into the cave cursing. Stark and Ensign are thinking of countermeasures. The people under the light curtain just felt relieved. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The 10,000 feathered angels suddenly expanded in size. A man walks in with a gun, pointing it at Stark and Ensign. "What are you two up to? What's that white ball?" he roared. The huge sound caused the 10,000 feathered angels to expand rapidly. Now, Tony Stark can no longer deceive himself. That thing is not a bird at all. Colonel Rhodes looked at the rapidly expanding 10,000 feathered angels on the screen, anxiously urging the driver in front, "Hurry up, faster." Gu-Yi looked at the light curtain in the air and stretched out 2 fingers. If things get out of control, she will take action. But she won't act until the last moment. Because every time she uses her power, Dormammu will come to Earth a moment earlier. The other people under the light curtain were also extremely anxious. Wow, damn it. I was able to control it, but now it's over. Asshole. Shut up. It's over, it's over. Foundation, please help and rescue Stark. Of course, there are people who don't like Stark. I hope Stark dies. I've been fed up with him for a long time. That's right. 10,000 feathered angels, grow bigger quickly. Kill Stark. Asgard. Loki yawned gracefully. It's over. At this moment, Stark and Ensign were gesticulating anxiously. They both noticed that something was wrong with the feather. Whatever it was certainly dangerous. The soldier, however, grew angrier and paid no attention. The 10,000 winged angels behind him quickly grew larger and taller. Until the 10,000 feathered angel expanded to 3 meters high. A huge shadow loomed over him. Moreover, although he roared, his voice was very low. Because the 10,000 feathered angels swallowed up his voice. He finally realized something was wrong. Turn around. She looked at the 10,000 feathered angels in horror and screamed. At the same time, pour fire on it. However, the sound of the gunshot was as faint as a mosquito. Because the 10,000 feathered angels devoured them. The bullets did cause a large number of feathers to fall, but the growth rate of the 10,000 feather angels was much greater than the falling rate. The screams and gunshots made the 10,000 feathered angels grow even bigger. Its wings kept changing, from small to large, wrapping around its entire body. Because the soldier was too close. The angel with 10,000 wings instantly stretched out its wings and swept him in. The moment of being wrapped in soft wings. Countless tiny and sharp thorns instantly pierced into his flesh. The neurotoxin was injected into his entire body at once. As the wings moved, hundreds of thousands of spikes continued to stir in his body. Every piece of his flesh, every blood vessel, and every inch of his nerve was covered in extreme pain. The combination of neurotoxins and the pain from millions of needle pricks is not something that can be endured by willpower alone. The soldier's face suddenly twitched and twisted, his eyes turned red, his mouth grew wide, and veins bulged all over his body. But no sound came out. Because the 10,000 feathered angels swallowed up his screams. This strange yet real scene shocked Tony and Ensign, as well as everyone under the light curtain. I got goosebumps all over my body. This looks too painful. There are thorns all over the body, and it is constantly being pulled. My God, this is probably the most cruel torture. I can't die even if I want to. If this thing was in front of me, I would just shoot myself to avoid being tortured. I can't bear to watch it anymore, it's too cruel. Amid the soldiers' screams, the 10,000 feathered angels expanded rapidly, and soon occupied half of the cave. This speed made Nick Fury's pupils shrink suddenly. He still underestimated the 10,000 feathered angels. If it continues to expand like this, I'm afraid the sound insulation materials we brought with us won't be enough. Ensign's voice trembled, and fear flashed in his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Tony immediately covered his mouth. Shut up. At this time, a large number of soldiers heard the gunshots and rushed in through the gate. They were really shocked when they saw the 10,000 feathered angels. So, they poured fire on it. However, doing so will only make it bigger. One by one, soldiers were pulled closer into the feathers. They twisted in pain, trying to reach out for help, but no sound came out. A soldier tried to pull his brother out, but was dragged in along with him. Batch after batch of soldiers arrived and all became prisoners of the 10,000 feathered angels. Such an intense scene, yet it was as quiet as a library. It's really weird. At this time, a smart soldier brought a flamethrower. He roared. The raging flames spewed towards the 10,000 feathered angel. It seems to be quite effective. A large area of the 10,000 feathered angel's feathers was burnt. However, the crackling sound of burning and the noise of the flamethrower brought far more growth to the 10,000 feathered angels than losses. Of course, all these sounds were absorbed, so the people under the light curtain could hear nothing. But one can clearly feel the desperate oppression of the 10,000 feathered angels. No matter what method you use, it will only make it grow faster. At this time, Tony and Dr. Ensign exchanged glances in the cave. They planned to find an opportunity to escape from here. More and more soldiers have become tools of the One-U angels. It expanded like a squirming balloon. Soon, the cave could no longer support his size and cracks began to appear. Tony and Ensign immediately ran towards the exit. Debris kept falling overhead. When they reached the open door, they both rushed forward in an instant. At the same time, there was a loud bang. The cave behind him collapsed instantly. Tony's chest heaved violently. This thing should have been crushed to death. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a huge ball made of feathers pushing away the rubble, and it was constantly getting bigger. Tony's smile disappeared instantly. On the huge wings of the 10,000 feathered angel, countless little people are wriggling. If one could hear their screams, I'm afraid anyone would understand what hell is. Shit. Stark cursed, pulled Ensign up, and started running. However, the 10,000 feathered angels expanded extremely quickly. Soon, a shadow that blocked out the sky and enveloped Stark and Ensign. Stark's heart skipped a beat. In his mind, he had already imagined himself being pulled into the feathers, living a life worse than death. The 10,000 feathered angels are also very close to Stark. It has even stretched out its huge wings. Under the light curtain, Stark's fans were anxious. Stark, run. It's over, it's getting closer. There was a hint of despair in Stark's eyes. Although he did not stop running, a kaleidoscope of thoughts appeared in his mind. The female stars who spent the night with her. And Pepper Potts' face. Stark also didn't understand why he thought of Pepper Potts at the last moment of his life. But, none of this matters anymore. He could even feel the strong wind pressure on his back. At this critical moment, a beautiful bell rang. Pleasant goat, pretty goat, lazy goat. Stark was stunned, he thought he had gone to heaven. Looking up, I saw several fully armed soldiers holding a huge speaker. There was a rhythmic song on the speakers that he couldn't understand. Stark was shocked and looked back. The terrifying wings of the 10,000 feathered angel were only 10 centimeters away from him. If he had been even a fraction of a second later, he would have experienced what real pain was. The dragon people under the light curtain recognized the song immediately. Isn't this the theme song of Happy Goat? My favorite TV series. Is that agent from the East? Why is he playing a happy song? Look, the actions of one you angel have stopped. Could it be that he likes Xianjiang very much? Do you remember? It was said on the screen before that the 10,000 feather angel likes rhythmic sounds the most. This may be the key to dealing with him, but we have overlooked it. Gui also lowered his fingers. As long as Stark was not in danger, there was no need for him to take action. Stark plays a big role in the future she sees. So he must not die. At least, not now. Colonel Rhodes pounded his chest hard. There was an expression of surviving a disaster on his face. It was as if he was the one who almost died just now. He was weird though. Why would something so terrifying stop moving because of a nursery rhyme? After Nick saw the Foundation logo on the agent's back, just sighed. This Foundation seems to know everything. S.H.I.E.L.D. seems unable to keep up with them. Asgard. Loki stroked his chin and said, "It seems that there are smart monkeys too. It's a pity that they are still so small." He turned around. Through the window, I looked at Thor from afar, who was eating and drinking with his teammates. "I really envy you for being able to live such a carefree life, my dear brother." He turned his gaze to the light curtain again. He was also a little curious about what the inside of the 10,000 winged angel looked like when it was wrapped in wings. At this moment, people on Earth are staring at the screen intently. They wanted to know what would happen next. Tony and Ensign ran away quickly. The performance was accompanied by cheerful music. The growth rate of the 10,000 feathered angels gradually slowed down until it stopped. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the angel with 10,000 wings slowly spread its wings. Tens of thousands of huge wings slowly unfolded layer by layer. A grand and spectacular scene under the sunshine. It was as if tens of thousands of angels really spread their wings at the same time. The wings of the 10,000 winged angels continued to spread out until the last layer. Inside is the true body of the 10,000 feathered angel. Hurry up, unfold it quickly. Ah, what is the true identity of the 10,000 feathered angels? Wow, hurry up. I'm so anxious. Nick Fury said gloomily, "Come on, let me see your face. I don't believe you are some kind of baby." Loki was also interested. Could such a cruel creature be a baby? In any case, it is a weak thing. Under everyone's expectations, the last layer of feathers of the 10,000 feathered angel slowly unfolds. That moment, golden light is everywhere. This light is different from the glaring sunlight. Instead, it is full of warmth and divinity. It was as if the entire earth had been turned into a cathedral. Everyone, whether they believed in God or Shiva, Buddha, or Muhammad, or were atheists, held their breath at the same time. They could not look away, they were attracted by the divine light. As the wings fully spread, a baby, pure white and full of holiness, appeared before everyone. Everyone was stunned. However, no one has ever seen an angel. But the moment I saw this baby, everyone knows it in their hearts. He is an angel. Nick's old face, which was always droopy, was also stunned. He couldn't utter a word. Tony Stark is always arrogant. His eyes were also full of admiration and yearning. Ancient One looked at the baby and was shocked by it. She had never seen anything so beautiful. Even Loki couldn't help but be attracted by it. He clearly felt the divinity contained in the baby. Moreover, it is bottomless. I must be too tired, so I am hallucinating. Loki stared at the angel and murmured, there can't be gods in the world of Midgard. Earth. The holy light shines everywhere. No words can describe the magnificence of it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the wings of the 10,000 winged angels began to dance again. In an instant, it flew up. However, the speed was not as fast as everyone imagined. Just like that, it flew straight into the sky. It seems that he is trying hard to reach a certain goal. When it was halfway in the air, the wings of the 10,000 feathered angel began to fall off. One by one, then several by several. But it didn't stop and continued to fly. The higher it flies, the more of its wings fall off. The wings have been visibly reduced. The speed is also slower. By the time it approached the clouds, 80% of its wings had fallen off. But still didn't stop. Until, he only had the last pair of wings left. Can't go up anymore. No matter how hard the winged angel flapped its wings, it kept falling. Everyone's eyes followed him as he slowly fell. Finally, the 10,000 feathered angels fell into a dense jungle. He returned to his original form, his wings wrapped around his curled-up body. At the same time, everyone felt a strong emotion. It was like extracting a trace of something similar to sadness from a large mass of incomprehensible divine thoughts. No one spoke. They seemed to have witnessed a tragedy. Belongs to both humans and angels. In the forest, Foundation agents who had been prepared were driving a troop transport helicopter. Under the plane, a huge cover slowly fell. There was almost no sound. The cover covered the 10,000 feathered angel and the soil beneath it. Then the helicopter landed and lifted the cover again. The 10,000 feathered angels, along with the troop transport helicopter, disappeared into the horizon. It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock. She is definitely a real angel. Although I am an atheist, I just have this intuition. Me too. This is amazing. I never thought I would be able to see a living angel in my lifetime. It's so shocking. Who dares to doubt now that this foundation is fake? The angel was flying up to the sky just now. Then, all his wings fell off. Maybe this is why he wants to absorb the sound. The more wings he has, the higher he can fly. It feels a bit pathetic. It reminds me of the story of the angel who flew to the sun, and his wings were made of wax, and the sun melted them. Brother upstairs, when you say that, I suddenly feel as if... Camartage. There was a glimmer of tears in Guyi's eyes. Because her wisdom surpasses that of ordinary people, she can feel more emotions of the 10,000 feathered angels. She knew that the 10,000 feathered angels wanted to reach somewhere. She could also feel the purity of the 10,000 feathered angels. Neither good nor evil. It's just a blank sheet of paper. She just wanted to fly there. Guyi raised his white fingers and gently wiped away his tears. She couldn't help but wonder where the angel wanted to go. Asgard. Loki stared at the screen, watching the Foundation plane fly away, and seemed to be relieved. He looked at the comments expressing amazement. He smiled slightly, it's really an illusion. How can he be a god if he can't even fly out of the universe? He is just a low-level creature. He can be so revered by humans. If I go to the Atrium world... As he said this, he subconsciously looked back. Because Odin strictly forbids anyone from Asgard to go to the world of Midgard. But he remembered that Odin had already gone into hibernation. What a pity, father, you are going to miss a great show. Loki maintained an elegant posture, but he was already eager to make a move. He even glanced in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge guarded by Heimdall. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a dissemination value of 70 million, the system's voice prompted. That's quite a lot. It seems Tony is very popular. Chinyu was very satisfied. Ding, congratulations on obtaining anomalous containment, 2295, the Heartsewn Bear. Not bad. The Heart-Stitched Bear is a safe anomalous containment object. Its anomalous effect is that if someone around it is injured, It will then look for any filler around it and use it to replace the original injured part. For example, a person's hand is broken. Heart-sewing bear would tear off a piece of the quilt stuffing and replace the person's hand. The hand will be exactly the same as before, fully functional. The most touching thing about it is that if it can't find filling, it will use the cotton in its body to treat the wounded. Compared to the abnormal effect resistance and panacea Qin Yu had obtained before, the heart-sewing bear is indeed not very powerful. But who can not love such a selfless shelter? Afterwards, Qin Yu spent part of the transmission value to extract heroes and items. After many blue items fell, a golden light flashed. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The money has been withdrawn. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary character, Dr. Bright. Qin Yu's expression became complicated. Anyone familiar with the Foundation knows that Dr. Bright is a legendary figure. He has connections to many very famous collections. Moreover, his true identity will definitely surprise everyone. In short, Dr. Bright is indeed important. However, his character is very naughty, which causes headaches for many Foundation agents. Whatever, it's better to have it than nothing. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at the screen. There it shows the location of the next anomaly. On the screen, a line of subtitles appeared again. Anomaly Containment Inventory, number 6, Nick frowned deeply. This Foundation really doesn't give me any time to breathe. Anomaly Contained Object 106 Horrible Old Man. Object Class, Keter. Anomaly Item 106 appears to be an elderly creature, but he can transform into anyone. Under normal conditions, he has a highly decayed appearance. Anomaly Item 106 usually attacks the prey's major organs, muscle tissue, or tendons to incapacitate the prey. Another Keter class. Could it be that it is even more terrifying than the 10,000 feathered angels? This description sounds scary. A highly decomposed appearance. They specifically attack the main organs. Do they mean humans? This thing doesn't seem to be as impressive as the 10,000 feathered angels. Shield. Nick's thoughts started to move again. If it only attacks the organs of its prey, it's not very dangerous. Maybe Shield can contain it. Compared with the previous Plague Doctor's killing upon contact and the 10,000 feathered angels' ability to absorb screams and make them louder, this 100 and SIXS attack method doesn't seem that scary. Camartage. Another Keter level. Ancient One's expression became serious. She had guessed that the difference between Keter and Euclid might not be the strength of the contained object. It refers to the difficulty of containment. Because, as a Keter level 10,000 feather angel, the difficulty of containment is obviously much higher than that of the Plague Doctor. However, the difficulty of containment can also represent the strength of a contained object to a certain extent. At least, this 106 is not just about ripping out human organs. The highest city in the world, Tungli. Stephen Strange sat dejectedly on the ground. Next to him stood a tall billboard. Printed on it is the face of a boy with an innocent smile. It makes people want to smoke just by looking at it. Strange looked at the contents on the light screen and smiled bitterly. He is a highly skilled doctor. Since his hands were crippled, he has lost everything. Come to the mysterious Camartage with hope. Climb hard to the highest place in the world. But nothing was found. He has no hope anymore. Now, even if the scary old man came and ripped out his internal organs, he would not resist. Hospital. Tony Stark was lying on a hospital bed with a bandage on his head. He was brought to the hospital after being rescued from the Middle East. He munched on his favorite cheeseburger. Another anomalous containment object has appeared so soon. He took another bite of his burger. But it's definitely not as scary as the 10,000 feathered angels. On the light screen, the text continued to change. Anomaly Containment 106 can cause a corrosive effect on objects it touches. Also, there will be a black mucus-like substance wrapping around the anomalous containment object 106. This substance is very harmful to living organisms and will produce an effect similar to digestion. In addition, anomalous containment item 106 is able to pass through solid objects and disappear into them, entering the space assumed to be a dimensional pocket. Addendum, anomalous containment, 106 is to be evaluated after each containment breach. Due to the events of data expunged, and data expunged. Continuous surveillance and rapid response mechanisms are required. He has another dimension. This is terrifying. He's going to come out from somewhere and rip people's entrails out with his acid-covered hands, is that right? Scary. I got goosebumps. It says there have been numerous containment breaches. Even the Foundation can't keep him. Yeah, he can pass through solid objects, so there's no way he can be locked up. Asgard. Dimensional pocket. It's just some kind of magic. Loki sneered, this Foundation can't even contain a magical creature. I am really disappointed. Corrosive liquid. Dimensional pocket. Ancient One muttered. She realized that 106 was not simple. Ancient One had only seen one creature that could possess an extra-dimensional space. That is the Dark Lord, Dormammu. Thinking of this, Gui took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. Hospital. Tony paused, chewing his burger. He imagined that the scary old man suddenly ran out from under the hospital floor with an evil smile on his face. Then, he stretched out a hand covered in corrosive liquid and thrust it into Tony's body, melting his internal organs. Due to the trauma of the 10,000 feathered angels, Tony suffered from psychological trauma. He shrank into the quilt unconsciously. He glanced around. Fortunately, Rhodes is not here, otherwise he would definitely be laughed at. I can't be so unlucky. Anomalies shouldn't invade the same person. Somewhere in the desert. General Ross stared greedily at the words on the screen. Possessing a piece of an alternate dimension, being able to corrupt the flesh of its enemies, what a beautiful creature. Ross's voice began to tremble and his eyes were full of desire. If I could get his genes, I could create countless elusive soldiers and melt all the enemies into blood. Soon after, a line of text appeared on the light screen. Anomaly containment, 106 has invaded this world. Then the text disappeared. Instead, there is a picture. Suddenly, the audience stared at the screen excitedly. Late at night, Central Park in New York. Countless men and women were dancing and drinking beer around the campfire. Enjoy the good times. He had no idea of the danger coming. Seeing this scene, Nick's heart started beating wildly. He had a bold idea. But at the same time, I was afraid of my own boldness. The place where 106 appeared is in Central Park. The SHIELD ship is very close here. Judging from the speed at which the Foundation arrived in the past. This time, it will definitely not be faster than SHIELD. But Nick Fury became afraid again. Anomalies that even the Foundation cannot fully contain. Can SHIELD do it? What are you afraid of? This is a rare opportunity. Nick took a deep breath and threw away the useless thoughts. As the guardian of the Earth, I can't always be stepped on. Thinking of this, Nick ran to the lower level of the spaceship. Found Captain America, Steve Rogers, practicing boxing. Steve, I have an important task for you now. Are you sober enough now? Nick asked seriously. Steve delivered a powerful straight punch. The sandbag was hit far away. I couldn't be more awake, Chief. He took a deep breath. I've slept for 70 years. I've had enough sleep. Very good. Nick nodded. You and Falcon, go on the mission together. Not long after. On the light screen, Steve and Falcon arrived at Central Park. The bonfire has gone out. Falcon saw through the night vision goggles that the ground was covered with a sticky unknown liquid that emitted a disgusting fishy smell. All the people who were there before disappeared, without even a piece of clothing left. It's very strange. Steve looked serious. He walked to a tree. The tree was corroded into a giant palm shape. It was like a hand covered with corrosive mucus was slapping the tree directly. It seems that what was said on the screen is true. The scary old man is very dangerous. Steve put up his shield and got into combat mode. Hey, Steve. Falcon seemed to have discovered something and waved at him. Steve ran over immediately. Seeing Steve coming, Falcon pointed to the ground not far away. I saw two roads made of black mucus split in the middle and went in different directions. On every road, there were two lines of dark footprints without shoes. Steve squatted down with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, these corrosive mucus and these footprints were left by that monster. He then said, but why are there two roads? Hey, who cares why? There are just two of us. You go that way and I go this way. Whoever catches the scary old man gets it. After saying that, Falcon chose the road on the left and ran over. Hey, Falcon, this is not a joke. Don't act alone. Steve shouted at him. But the falcon had already run away. Steve sighed helplessly and had to choose the other way. He carefully avoided the slime on the ground. To avoid stepping on it. Nick Fury is no fool. Of course he knew that Falcon and Steve alone would have no chance of fighting against the dangerous containment. Therefore, he had already dispatched many fully armed agents to secretly follow Steve and Falcon. The agents also carried large iron boxes made of vibranium. Nick Fury believed that no matter how powerful the acid of this terrifying old man was, it could not melt such hard metal. This way, when Steve and Falcon encounter the scary old man but are unable to fight him, the agents can help. Nick was very proud of his own wit. The reason why the agents are not allowed to go directly is, once S.H.I.E.L.D. takes in the scary old man, Nick can announce it to the public. We contained the anomaly with just two of us, but the Foundation required the full force of its personnel. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D. completely regained its face. Camartage. Ancient One looked at the light screen worriedly. Nick Fury, what are you thinking about? She attached great importance to the collection this time. One reason is that the previous inmates, whether they were the Shy Men, the Plague Doctor, the Angel with 10,000 feathers or the Little Peanut, their strength is based on physical destructiveness. And the scary old man has an alternate dimension. The ability of space is second only to the ability of time. Moreover, the light curtain did not explain what was inside this space. But, Ancient One was sure. It was very scary in there. Hospital. Stark wiped the cheese from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, that thing didn't appear in this hospital. I told you, you can't always be unlucky. He saw Steve and narrowed his eyes. This man, isn't he the 70-year-old frozen old man? Why did Nick Fury send him out? He doesn't think that these two funny guys can fight against the anomalous containment, right? At this time, Nick Fury was watching Steve and Falcon's actions nervously. He didn't know which of them would encounter the scary old man first. But what is certain is that with the secret protection of the agents, their lives will at least not be in danger. At this time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were quietly following Steve and Falcon from a distance. It was a quiet night, pitch black, and the ground was covered with a dangerous, sticky liquid. An extremely dangerous containment object is hiding somewhere. The agents breathed carefully and observed their surroundings intently. At this time, the agent walking at the back accidentally stepped on the liquid on the ground. His anti-corrosion shoes immediately began to melt. He cursed fiercely in his heart. At the same time, he quickly took off his shoes. The next moment, he suddenly felt it. Something is approaching behind me. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his neck. The hairs all over my body stood up. But, there was no time to turn around. He felt a pair of huge and skinny hands poking into his flesh like poking a cake. And, it didn't stop. He felt the hands go through his ribs and grab his lungs. The agent opened his mouth desperately, trying to scream. But, his lungs were already filled with corrosive, dirty fluid. An oily burning sensation spread throughout his body. The ground beneath his feet began to soften. The whole person sank into it quickly. In an instant, it disappeared. It was as if being submerged in the sea, silent and motionless. Under the light curtain. His hand went straight in. Oh my God. Oh my God, this looks too painful. That agent's eyeballs are about to pop out. Wow, this agent must be in agony. But he can't make any sound. Just like the captives of 10,000 feathered angels. I feel like this scary old man is very smart. He first lured those two away, and then secretly killed these agents. I don't know which is stronger, a scary old man or a shy person, but it's obvious which one is scarier. This is simply the hunter slaughtering his prey. Nick Fury's lips trembled and his eyes widened in disbelief. Why? He quickly grabbed the intercom and yelled, "Danger! 106 is near you. Alert immediately." The agents immediately formed a circle and stood guard all around. But the terrifying old man appeared directly from under their feet. The hand covered with corrosive mucus dragged the agents underground one by one. The agents immediately opened fire. But the entrance to the other dimension had been closed, and all the bullets hit the ground. After arresting several agents, the scary old man suddenly appeared on the ground. The agents finally saw his face clearly. A huge head with a rotten and distorted face covered in mucus. Uncoordinatedly slender limbs and huge hands. Before the agents could open fire, the horrible old man shook off the mucus on his body. The dark evil liquid instantly poured over the agents' faces and clothes. Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. Their faces were corroded instantly, leaving only a big hole in their heads. Mucus mixed with blood dripped from the hole onto the ground, continuing to corrode downwards. The few remaining agents were like lambs to be slaughtered. The scary old man walked over slowly. The agent fired bullets and the terrifying old man burrowed into the ground to hide. Then it appeared from behind him, plunged its hands into his flesh and organs, and dragged him underground. One after another. Soon, there was only one survivor left. The scary old man slowly turned his head towards him. The agent trembled and dropped his gun. Ran desperately towards the vibranium prison. Opened the door and slammed it shut. Hopefully this cage will protect him. Then he knelt on the ground in despair and began to pray. He heard the heavy footsteps of the terrifying old man getting closer. The sound of slime dripping on the ground became clearer and clearer. He began to pray louder, trying to drown out the noises. But the footsteps were getting closer. The agent prayed even more desperately. A huge palm shape soon appeared on the vibranium wall. Then, it starts to melt. Black slime mixed with molten metal liquid flowed downwards. A huge, bony hand reached out. Then, the terrifying old man's entire body passed through, as if passing through a sticky metal waterfall. In desperation, the agent began to laugh miserably. The scary old man reached out and stabbed him in the ribs. Then he gripped his spine. Then the ground softened. The agent and the terrifying old man were trapped together. Falcon was stunned at first when he heard the screams and gunshots. Then he realized that something had happened over there. But there was no fear on his face. "Steve, you always surpass me in everything, but this time, I will definitely catch the scary old man before you," he thought to himself. Then he spread his wings. "Fly over there." His intercom started to ring. "Nick Fury, Falcon, Steve, retreat quickly. The danger level of the terrifying old man is beyond our expectations, and the entire agent team has been wiped out." "Falcon, Chief, what are you talking about? The signal is bad." "Hello." He hung up the phone. "Nick, retreat, this is an order." "Hello." "Damn it, fuck." Steve's heart skipped a beat when he heard Nick's words. He realized that the situation was far beyond his expectations. He knew the strength of the SHIELD agents. Such a powerful team was completely wiped out in such a short time. This means that this anomalous containment object is extremely dangerous. Even though he was a warrior, it didn't mean he was going to die. But he saw that the Falcon in the sky was flying towards the accident site regardless of everything. Steve immediately knew what he was going to do. He, who attaches great importance to language etiquette, could not help but curse, "Damn it." For the safety of his comrades, he ran over there quickly. The Falcon saw the scary old man. The terrifying old man also raised his head and looked at the Falcon in the sky. Seeing the rotten face of the terrifying old man, Falcon couldn't help but swallow. But he didn't back down and pulled out his gun. "Aim at the scary old man." "Hey, ugly thing," the Falcon shouted at him, "if you have the guts, fly up and catch me." Then the Falcon opened fire. The terrifying old man quickly fell to the ground, avoiding the dense bullets. Every time the scary old man showed his head, the falcon would shoot at him. For a moment, it seemed that the terrifying old man had no way to deal with him. Falcon suddenly became confident. "Ha, who said I'm not worthy of being Captain America? Just surrender, old man." Suddenly, the scary old man appears from another angle. He threw his slime-covered hands into the air. Large pieces of slime rained down on the falcon in the air. The falcon thought something was wrong and immediately wrapped its body with its wings, resisting the attack of mucus. Sizzle. The falcon's wings were immediately corroded and paralyzed in an instant. He fell straight down from the air and hit the ground with a bang. The slime was still corroding Falcon's wings and had seeped through his clothes. The falcon screamed suddenly. He struggled to remove the wings, but the slime had already corroded his arms and chest. It was drilling into his skin and his blood. Suddenly, blood turned into a light red mist and emerged from the wound. The falcon screamed in pain. He is completely different from his previous heroic self. "Steve, come and save me. Steve. Help." The falcon twisted in agony. Tears and snot flowed freely. He struggled desperately, trying to get away from the terrifying old man who was slowly approaching. But, he could only watch the terrifying old man getting closer and closer. He looked at the terrifying old man so close to him, with despair in his eyes. His body was rigid with fear. At this moment, he actually had an illusion. The scary old man seems to be smiling, as if laughing at this stupid prey. Then he looked at the scary old man and raised his slime-covered hand. "Shoot him quickly." At this moment, the falcon thought that his life was over. But all I heard was a click. A tall and strong man, holding up a shield, blocked the fatal blow. "Steve, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Under the light curtain. "Wow, isn't this Captain America? So handsome." It was so timely, I really thought that person was going to die. This guy with wings is so stupid. So many agents have died, why is he here to join in the fun? Can Captain America beat him? It should be possible. His shield is very strong and will not be corroded. Shield. Nick's heart was beating wildly. When the scary old man's claws slapped him just now, his face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Steve rescued Falcon in time. But Nick Fury still panicked. Can Steve defeat the scary old man? Don't let anything happen to you, Steve. Nick Fury can't do anything right now. He was almost kneeling on the ground to pray. Asgard. Interesting, finally an interesting collection has arrived. Loki smiled. Slowly torture the prey and let it fully feel the fear of death. If he appeared in Asgard, even Thor would be frightened. Thinking of this, Loki looked at the Rainbow Bridge again. The inner thoughts became more firm. Sizzle. Steve watched in amazement. The scary old man pressed his shield in like a pancake. The corrosive slime flowed down along with the molten metal liquid. The shield that blocked countless artillery fire and bullets was so vulnerable in front of the terrifying old man. Steve had no choice but to remove his shield and immediately jumped back. The scary old man glanced at the shield stuck to his hand. "Throw it out." Steve got into a fighting stance. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead. He understood that if the terrifying old man touched him, he would die. But he couldn't retreat. Otherwise, the Falcon will die in pain. Watching the scary old man slowly approaching, Steve yelled and kicked him in the leg. But the terrifying old man seemed to be fine and didn't stagger at all. And, ignoring Steve, he walked straight towards the Falcon. Steve still wants to stop it. The scary old man grabbed his arm and threw him out. Steve hit the tree hard, spitting blood. At this time, Falcon was dying because the mucus had corroded his internal organs. He was now extremely weak, and the burning pain was tormenting every cell in his body. He no longer had the strength to scream. He watched the terrifying old man's big hand reach out to him, insert it into his body. Then the ground softened. The old man fell in with him. Steve endured the severe pain and climbed up. He quickly took off the clothes that had come into contact with the slime. His skin had been burned, but fortunately, there was no further damage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He saw the ground where the falcon and the terrifying old man had just disappeared. A dark thing, like a black hole, stayed there. Presumably, this is the portal leading to the mysterious space of the scary old man. Somehow, it didn't close. Looking at the portal, Steve took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely determined. He looked at the ground, at the shield that had been half corroded. He picked it up. Walked towards the portal. The falcon may be stupid, or it may be his own fault. But Steve's character and the spirit he gained from the war decades ago would never allow him to abandon his comrades. Maybe he is stupid, maybe he is stubborn. But, he is Steve Rogers. Decades ago, he watched Bucky fall into the abyss. This became a lifelong pain for him. He would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. Steve took a deep breath. He jumped into the portal resolutely. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Steve sank to the ground. He kept falling in the darkness. It seems like a long way to go. Eventually, he landed on the ground uninjured. There was no collision as expected. It was as if the damage caused by gravity was forcibly erased. Oh my God, did he really jump? Is it necessary? His shield can't even stop the corrosion. Isn't that just asking for death? The man with wings is dead, right? Is there any need to save him? You don't know him. He wouldn't be Steve if he just ran away like that. What is there to understand about this behavior? Shield. Nick Fury attempts to communicate with Steve. But Steve had already entered the space and the signal was cut off. But Nick understood. Steve wouldn't run away alone anyway. Nick squatted on the ground weakly, covering his face with his hands. A deep feeling of guilt came over me. His recklessness killed an elite team. Moreover, the Falcon is most likely dead. Steve's life also hangs by a thread. This is all because of his arrogance and stupidity. He couldn't help but look at his hands. Asgard. Loki rubbed his chin, interesting. Monkey is not afraid of death for his comrades. Should I say, is this brave or stupid? But if Thor encountered this situation, he would do the same. It seems that this is stupid. General Ross sneered and shook his head. Foolish warrior, he thought to himself. Trying to fight against an anomalous containment object with your flesh and blood. At this moment, his army was advancing towards Central Park at full speed. His goal is not to shelter the scary old man. Just to collect fragments of his skin, or secretions, or something like that. After that, he can create an army of terrifying old men. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Hospital. Tony stared at the screen intently. This old guy is really unexpected. Although your courage is commendable, this is courting death. I bet he'll turn into a puddle of paste in the scary old man's wonderful house. Steve stood up. He looked around. This place seems like a nightmare made of black fog. The strange light seemed like the glowing green light in the deep sea, coming from afar. So that he could barely see the surrounding scenery. Everything. Dilapidated houses, rotten ground, and strange murals. Low ceilings. Everything seemed so dirty and shabby. That light gave Steve a feeling. The scary old man is over there. So he set up his shield and headed over there. The further he went, the stronger Steve felt. I have been here before. This made him very uneasy. So he quickened his pace. Soon, he entered a long and narrow corridor. The floor is bumpy and the ceiling is in disrepair. He continued walking for a long distance. Suddenly, Steve saw something. It was a worn black and white photo. The frame was broken and the photo was half corroded. But Steve recognized it clearly. The person in the photo is Peggy Carter. Steve's lover. The one he owed a dance to. Steve's hands began to shake. Staring at the photo in disbelief. How is this possible? That monster couldn't have seen Carter. He picked up the photo. I touched it and confirmed that this was not an illusion. But he didn't have time to think about it. He must rescue Falcon and all the hostages. He continued walking forward. After a while, faint wailing was heard. Steve quickened his pace. These wailing sounds may come from the people who were captured here by the terrifying old men. Suddenly, the corridor ahead began to twist. A woman, head lowered, walked toward Steve. Steve immediately stepped forward. "Hey, how are you?" The woman looked up. Steve's eyes suddenly widened. That person was Peggy Carter. How is this possible, Peggy?" Steve's voice trembled. "Steve." Peggy's voice was emotionless and her eyes were empty. She held out her hand. "You still owe me a dance." Suddenly, on the ground, a man with long hair climbed up. Steve shook his head in disbelief. "Bucky." Bucky held out his hand as well. "Steve, you are so cruel, throwing me off a cliff and leaving me to die." Steve's eyes turned red. He looked at Paige and Bucky. He clenched his teeth and showed a determined expression. "I'm sorry, Paige, Bucky." Then he rushed over. "Use your shield to knock them to the ground one by one." Paige and Bucky screamed. Their skin wrinkled and melted rapidly. In the end, they turned into two pools of rotten flesh and blood on the ground. The reason why Steve was sure was that they were not living people. Because he smelled a rotten odor. He had smelled this smell countless times 70 years ago. Anger appeared on Steve's face. Now, nothing can stop him. He walked forward with firm steps. Soon, he passed through the corridor. All I saw were countless dilapidated houses standing on the ground or floating in the air. There was sticky liquid all over the ground. Steve ran forward quickly. A piece of oily debris caused his feet to slip and he almost fell to his knees. But Steve didn't stop. His instinct told him. The scary old man is just ahead. After walking for a while, Steve heard the cry of the falcon. He suddenly perked up. The falcon is alive. He quickened his pace. Soon, we arrived at a dim room filled with moss. The scary old man was standing in the middle of the room. Under his feet was a pool of slime that was higher than his knees. The scary old man slowly turned his body towards Steve, his body shaking continuously. The strange crying sound came from the thing in his hand. Steve looked closely and saw that it was the torso and head of the falcon. "I don't know where my limbs are." Something like barbed wire wrapped around him and drilled in and out of his body. His head was already twisted and the ball of thread was tearing his flesh all the time. The falcon's expression was full of pain, and a twisted ball of thread could be seen in its open mouth. Steve clenched his shield. "Asshole." He rushed forward regardless of everything. To his surprise, the scary old man didn't do anything, just looked at him. Just as Steve was about to attack the scary old man, the scary old man suddenly threw the remains of the falcon at Steve. Steve caught it immediately. Then the scary old man stretched out his hand. It seemed like a terrifying smile was revealed. Then he walked towards Steve with slow steps. Steve glanced at the falcon. Although he didn't know why the scary old man threw the falcon over. But, Steve must first ensure his survival. So, instead of attacking the terrifying old man, he ran towards the direction of the entrance. The scary old man chased after them leisurely. Suddenly, Steve stumbled. The ground seemed to have turned into soft gel and he sank into it. The next moment, Steve fell from the portal. Fell to the ground in the real world. The scary old man also crawled out of the portal. "Keep chasing Steve." Steve ran forward desperately. He must send the falcon away. But I don't know why. The scary old man seemed to be moving slowly, but was getting closer and closer to him. After a while, it was already within reach. The scary old man stretched out his slime-covered hand. "Just grab Steve." Steve immediately blocked with his shield. But it was of no use. Steve's shield and arms melted together in the slime like cream. The pain from the intense burning made Steve dizzy. He couldn't help but kneel down. The scary old man raised his hand again, grabbing towards Steve's head. At this critical moment, accompanied by the roar of the engine, a large vehicle with the Foundation logo on it drove over. Huh? Why is Captain America here? Look in the distance. That must be the Foundation's car. Can they really find a way to contain the terrifying old man this time? The cell can't hold him at all. Yes, it was said on the screen before that the scary old man escaped. I think the result will be the same this time. Asgard. Looking at the scary old man getting closer and closer to Steve in the light curtain, Loki shook his head. Courage is meaningless after all. Humans have their limits after all. It seems that monkeys are still monkeys. Hospital. Stark saw the Foundation logo. He couldn't help but become very interested. Previously, this was the method used by the Foundation to contain the 10,000 feathered angels. Stark was very unforgettable. This time, what methods will they use to contain this horrible thing? Above the light curtain at this moment, the scary old man's big hand was very close to Steve's head. Nick Fury's eyes were also filled with despair. But, the Foundation's vehicle arrived in time. At this critical moment, with a buzzing sound, the headlights in front of all the vehicles shot bright lights towards the terrifying old man. Suddenly, the terrifying old man stopped moving. He began to cover his face with his hands. It seems that he is very disgusted with these lights. Steve gasped and immediately took the remains of Falcon away from the terrifying old man. Then, several agents carried some huge instruments. In front of the instrument is a huge light bulb. They aimed it at the scary old man. Then, the instrument emitted an extremely dazzling light. In an instant, night turned into day. The terrifying old man kept backing away and making terrifying screams. The agents drove him like this, until he was driven into a huge lead box. Then the agent slammed the door shut. Steve said to the agents, "Hey, be careful, this thing can't hold him." The captain of the special agent said to him, "Don't worry, this box is made of lead. The scary old man is very afraid of this thing, and he can't get out for the time being." In this way, the terrifying old man was successfully taken in. The agent captain glanced at Falcon. He took another look at a piece of railroad track on the ground that was covered with black slime. "What a black track," he said meaningfully. "Wow, another easy containment. The Foundation is too powerful, isn't it? They can take in such a terrifying monster. Is it really safe? Didn't the previous information say that the containment of the terrifying old man had failed? What if he escapes again? What if he shows up in my house? I don't want to be corrupted. I'm so scared. Just because I failed before doesn't mean I will fail this time. Anyway, I have faith in the Foundation. If it weren't for them, the shy people before would have ruined New York long ago. Yes, we can only trust the Foundation." An inventory of the top 10 objects in storage. This is only the fourth one, right? How terrifying will the ones that follow be? I dare not even imagine. Shield. Nick let out a breath. Fortunately, Steve is okay. He is now full of awe for the Foundation. And, there was no longer any thought about the containment. These things are not something S.H.I.E.L.D. can touch. Camartage. Ancient One savored the scene in the other dimension. The things there seem to change according to the scary old man's thoughts. It looks very similar to Dormammu's dark space. If there are more abnormal containment objects invading this world, will there be an anomaly as powerful as Dormammu? Even more powerful than Dormammu? In that case, can the Foundation still contain it easily? Cassius, hiding in the training room, had a fiery look in his eyes. He also saw Dormammu's shadow in the terrifying old man's other dimension. It seems that, for him, the scary old man can be exploited. Lock the scary old man in the mirror space, and then lure Ancient One in. Thinking of this, Cassius gave a sinister smile. Asgard. Yes, yes. This Foundation again. Loki smiled. He stepped out of the invisible space. It seems that I really need to go to the atrium world to have some fun. I want to bring back an anomaly and use it as my pet. Foundation. He, I want to see if you have the ability to stop me. Loki smiled slightly and walked towards the rainbow bridge. But, what he didn't notice was Thor, the god of thunder, was following him quietly. A serious face. The light curtain is temporarily closed. Steve looked at the remains of the falcon. He wasn't even sure if the falcon was still alive. The only thing that was certain was that he looked miserable. The lines running through his body were still tearing at his flesh. The Foundation has taken in a terrifying old man. The captain of the Secret Service saluted Steve. My condolences, Captain. Then the agents got in the car. Left this place. Steve held Falcon in his arms and sighed. He sat down weakly. It seems that he still failed to save the Falcon. But, looking at the Falcon that seemed to be still breathing, he didn't want to give up. Is there really no hope? Captain, why are you so dejected? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded from behind. Steve turned around suddenly. He saw a handsome young man walking towards him. Steve immediately became alert. Who are you? The boy looked harmless. But he appeared in such a dangerous place alone and was not hurt at all. It's hard not to be suspicious. Don't be nervous, Captain. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu smiled brightly. What I want to say is that your friend is not dead. He just needs a little help. Chin-Yu took out a pill from his pocket. At this time, the sound of the engine was heard. The shield plane arrived. Just in time. Chin-Yu looked at them. I was just thinking about meeting the great Nick Fury. Who are you? What do you mean when you say he is not dead? Chin-Yu smiled slightly. It doesn't matter who I am. You don't think you have escaped from the terrifying old man's space, Captain? He has already had enough killing, so he let you go. He went on to say, after satisfying his desires, the scary old man will make the living prey into toys. Just like your friend. So, he is still alive, but in great pain. Can you save him? Steve didn't believe Chin-Yu's words, but he really didn't want Falcon to die. The shield plane landed. Medical staff placed Falcon on a stretcher and pushed him back into the plane. Modern medicine can't save him, Captain. I need to see your director, and then, I will save your comrade. Why should I trust you? What is your purpose? My purpose is not important. I can still tell you a secret, Steve. Bucky is still alive. What? Steve was stunned. Scenes from the past came back to his mind one after another. That's impossible. I saw Bucky fall off the cliff with my own eyes. How could he? Chin-Yu stretched out his index finger and waved it in front of Steve's eyes. No, Steve. Is what you see necessarily the truth? Think about it for a moment. Chin-Yu continued, are you really the first test subject of the super serum? Did the military really choose you because of your character? Steve was stunned. Looking at Steve's expression, Chin-Yu secretly laughed in his heart. The plan went smoothly. Please tell Nick Fury. Chin-Yu put his hands in his trouser pockets. I can tell him a lot of secrets he wants to know. About the Foundation, and the traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D. that he hates so much. No need to tell him. Nick Fury walked over with heavy steps. Boy, can you really save Falcon? Of course, Chief. But I have one condition. What conditions? The Anomalous Containment Foundation is trying to capture me. So, I need the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chin-Yu smiled meaningfully. Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds. Seems like they are brainstorming. As long as we can save the Falcon, everything will be fine. Come with me. Nick Fury has been monitoring Chin-Yu since just now. He realized that no matter who Chin-Yu was, his identity must be extraordinary. As for whether he is dangerous or not. What kind of people has S.H.I.E.L.D. not encountered? As long as it's not abnormal, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just like that, Chin-Yu arrived on the S.H.I.E.L.D. spaceship. The first thing he saw was Natasha. Natasha saw him too. I was stunned for a moment. She had a feeling. It seemed that I had seen Chinyu somewhere. Chinyu smiled slightly. Miss Natasha, I'm sure your experience with the plague doctor must be very unforgettable for you. Suddenly, Natasha recalled things she didn't want to remember. My stomach started to churn. Okay. Nick Fury said impatiently, you said you could bring Falcon back to life. Now, let's see for ourselves. You are really anxious, Chief. Chinyu took out a pill from his pocket. What is this? Nick asked. Anomaly Containment 500, Panacea. Anomalous Containment Object. Nick was stunned. Falcon and Chinyu were in a secure secret room. In this way, if there are any abnormal changes in the Falcon, it will not get out of control. Chinyu stuffed the pill into the Falcon's mouth. After he swallowed it, he immediately began to scream in pain. Then, the vines wrapped around him began to shrink and disappear rapidly. Then, the wounds on his body began to heal. Even the broken limbs began to grow back. Nick Fury's eyes outside the window grew wider and wider. Soon, the Falcon was restored to its original state. He jumped off the bed, gasping, and looked at his hands in disbelief. I am still alive. Was this all a dream? Nick Fury and others outside the window were stunned. A tiny pill can bring him back to life. Even restore his severed limbs in a matter of seconds. Nick shook his head in disbelief, feeling nothing but shock. Is this the power of the anomaly? It can actually ignore the laws of physics. Anyone who sees the performance of the abnormal containment objects on the light screen will be shocked. But that feeling cannot compare to the shock brought by seeing it with your own eyes in reality. Natasha couldn't help but cover her mouth. Could it be that magic is real, she thought to herself. Steve was also stunned. One can imagine the shock this thing brought to this old man from the last century. Chinyu walked out of the room. As you can see, Chief. Nick Fury's Adam's apple moved. This pill, do you still have it? Of course not, Chief. This is the piece I stole from the Foundation at the risk of my life. Stolen? What do you mean? Natasha asked. I told you, the Foundation is after me. Chinyu fabricated an identity. He is a scientist at the Foundation. He was sentenced to execution for causing the failure of an anomalous containment object. But he escaped and brought the pill with him. Nick believed at least half of what he said. After all, he had just witnessed how powerful the panacea was. The person who can bring it must be an extraordinary person. That's all. Chinyu integrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. It's conceivable that Nick Fury would know. Chinyu's real identity is the boss of the Anomalous Containment Foundation. What kind of expression would it be? Not long after, Nick Fury saw an opportunity. Chinyu was called into a room alone. Didn't you say you knew who the traitor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was? Tell me. Chinyu crossed his legs and smiled. Director, I can only tell you one clue, you have to check it yourself. Nick frowned. Why? Because the truth is too outrageous. If I tell you directly, you won't believe it. Of course Chinyu would not tell Nick that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Just like the distillery, everyone is a traitor except Jin himself. You should check your boss, Pierce, carefully. The secrets he holds will surely surprise you. Asgard. Next to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall stood there, holding a great sword. Like a solemn statue. Suddenly, Odin appeared before him. Heimdall immediately opened his eyes and knelt on one knee respectfully. Great Father of the Nine Realms, God King Odin, what do you want? Heimdall, come to me now. Don't bring anything, including your sword. Heimdall was stunned. Great King, I have sworn to protect the Rainbow Bridge for my entire life and never leave it. Odin narrowed his eyes. Why, are you going to disobey my order? Come here immediately and don't say anything. Remember, don't bring your sword. Heimdall immediately lowered his head. Yes, sir. Then he left behind his sword, which was the key to open the Rainbow Bridge. Ran to find Odin. After Heimdall walked away, Loki came out from the darkness, secretly delighted. Just now, it was he who created the illusion of Odin. I didn't expect that Heimdall could be tricked so easily. He walked over immediately. Grab Heimdall's sword and stab him. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped Loki's wrist. It made him unable to move at all. Loki broke out in a cold sweat. Turn around and take a look. Thor was looking at him with a serious look. Brother. What are you doing here? Loki said calmly. Thor slapped the sword out of Loki's hand. Loki's hand felt a pain. Loki, you disappoint me so much. Don't you know that my father has expressly forbidden anyone from using the Rainbow Bridge privately? You dare to deceive Heimdall, adding crime to crime. Come back with me immediately, and wait for my father to wake up, then apologize to him. After saying that, Thor grabbed Loki's hand. Loki immediately shook it off. Thor. Don't act like a good and obedient child. Do you think I don't know that you yearn for the outside world? Loki said excitedly. Thor was stunned for a moment. Seeing that his words had an effect, Loki continued, when you were little, you told me that the place you wanted to go most was the Midgard world. Have you forgotten? You also said that you wanted to have your own mount like your father, King Ao. Have you forgotten? Now, all of these can come true. Thor's Adam's apple moved. But he still shook his head. Father said. Let me show you something. Loki used magic. He showed Thor all the content played on the screen. Looking at Thor's shocked expression, Loki knew that something was going to happen. He was secretly delighted. It's not bad to have this muscular but simple-minded brother as your bodyguard. Thor took a deep breath and said, Are we really going to do this, Loki? Loki, what are you waiting for? Once all the objects in storage are seized by the Foundation, you will have no mount. Don't you want to ride a cool monster and make Sif and the others look envious? Thor nodded resolutely. Okay, Loki. That's all. Thor swung the great sword himself. The Rainbow Bridge shines brightly. Send them to the Atrium world. At the same time, subtitles appear on the screen. Anomaly Containment Inventory, number 5, starting again. But I did have some free time this time. Yes, it was basically seamless before. This time I can finally take a breath. I'm getting scared again. I'm so worried that the containment will appear downstairs in my house. I wish I could see the containment in person. The scary old man is awesome, Shashasha. The one upstairs, you are scarier than the anomalous containment. XP is free, but I still recommend you see a doctor. Shield. Nick, Natasha, and others all looked at Chin-Yu at the same time. Chin-Yu spread his hands and said, The appearance of abnormalities is very random. I don't know which one will appear first and when. While speaking, Chin-Yu was manipulating the words on the light screen in his mind. He no longer needs to operate manually, he just needs to communicate with the system in his mind. Natasha folded her arms, and the mountains seemed even more vast. So, the objects that are contained later will be stronger one by one. Maybe. But I'm sure they'll be weirder than each other. Nick sighed secretly, don't you know even a little bit of information? Like where it might appear. The extent of the damage caused. I'm just an ordinary doctor in the Foundation. How could I know information that even the boss of the Foundation doesn't know? Chin-Yu showed a regretful expression. Anomaly Containment Inventory, 5th place. 076, Able. Object Class, Keter. Description, Anomalous Containment, 076 consists of 2 parts. A rock cube, Anomaly Containment, 076-1. And the humanoid entity that exists in it, Anomaly Containment, 076-2. Anomaly Containment, 076-1 is 3 meters long, with patterns of unknown civilization carved on both the inside and outside. According to radioisotope analysis, the object is 10,000 years old. The cube is locked tightly, and the key has not been found yet. Abnormal Containment, 076-2, nearly 30 years old, olive skin, 1.96 meters tall. Mysterious tattoos all over the body. While it was in anomalous containment, 076-1, it was technically dead. An 8-meter-long cube. Isn't this a coffin? And a dead one. Is the subject this time a vampire? Not a vampire. Could this Abel be the same Abel from the Bible? The one killed by Cain? Wow, if that's true, that would be so exciting. First the angels, then Abel. Will Jesus and God follow? Shield. Chinyu smiled slightly as he looked at the comments, thinking, God will exist in the future, but Jesus already exists. At this time, Natasha asked, Keter, what does it mean? Difficulty of containment. Simply put, Euclid is easy and Keter is difficult. Chinyu said slowly. Nick, difficult. The Foundation didn't seem to have much trouble containing the 10,000 feathered angels and the terrible old men. Director, this effortless is a valuable experience gained by the Foundation at the cost of the lives of countless agents and staff. Chinyu said with a hint of indifference. Nick was silent. Somewhere in the suburbs, Jean Grey and Scott walked together. Scott looked excited. Jean, no kidding, I really want to give you a surprise this time. He pointed to something covered with gray canvas not far away, which looked like a car. Look. This is a gift for you. The words haven't finished yet. The sky suddenly darkened. Then, a blinding beam of light with rainbow colors blasted toward the ground. Boom. What a coincidence, it hit the gray canvas exactly. Scott's surprise exploded instantly. Several burnt tires popped out, looking quite funny. The beam of light dissipated, leaving obscure patterns on the ground. Loki looked around and said, This is the Midgard world, there is no mistake. But you don't seem to be very proficient in using the Rainbow Bridge, Thor. Yeah, it's the first time after all. Sorry for breaking your, whatever it was. Thor said to Scott and Jean. Then, he strode forward, let's go find the containment, Loki. Scott looked at Thor and Loki walking away. A muscle in his face twitched. He was angry but dared not speak out. The moment the light screen appeared, General Ross ordered his men to search quickly. Report any traces of anomalous containment objects anywhere to him immediately. He had wanted to collect the slime from the scary old man before. However, any material will be easily corroded by it, and not even a drop can be collected. This made him very unhappy. Suddenly, one of his men called him. The voice was very excited, General Ross. We dug out a huge coffin from underground. It matches the information on the light screen completely. This must be an anomalous containment object. Ross was ecstatic, report your location to me immediately. Also, bring the abomination here. We must take down this Abel. Oh. Chinyu looked at the scene in his mind and smiled slightly. It looks like the show is about to begin. I'm really curious about who will win between Abomination and Abel. The subtitles on the screen were updated again. Anomaly Containment 076-2 occasionally resurrects. Afterwards, he will leave Anomalous Containment 076-1. He fell into a trance and looked for the nearest human being. After coming into contact with a human, Anomaly Containment 076-2 will go into a violent state until it kills the other person. Anomaly 076-2 possesses superhuman strength and speed, though is not invulnerable. Its most unusual ability is the ability to materialize bladed weapons out of thin air. If Anomaly Containment 076-2 dies, its remains will quickly decay and turn into dust. Afterwards, it will be reassembled in Anomalous Containment 076-1. Currently, all attempts to destroy Anomalous Containment 072-1 have failed. What does that mean? Basically invincible, and infinitely resurrectable. He was resurrected in that coffin, right? And the coffin can't be destroyed. Doesn't that mean the Earth will suffer every once in a while? This reminds me of Zoda. I think, at least he's not a tyrant. People like the shy ones are really hopeless. This Abel can at least be killed. It's worse than a shy person. This thing will come back to life. Who can stand it over and over again? Shy people are no longer a threat if they are locked up. Shield. Nick hurriedly asked Chinyu, how is it? Is this thing a serious threat? Is there any way to eliminate it? Chinyu pretended to think for a moment, according to the limited information provided by the Foundation, his physical fitness is comparable to that of the Hulk, and his ability to transform weapons is extremely terrifying. What would happen if it appeared in the center of the city? Natasha frowned. Oh, it's simple. The moment Abel appears, he will start slaughtering people and he won't stop until he dies. So, you can start praying. Chinyu couldn't help but recall. After he took in the scary old man. The reward obtained is anomalous containment 073, Cain. That is Abel's brother. Cain's abnormal effect is that he is extremely tough and can rebound all attacks. Coincidentally, the person listed after the scary old man is Abel. If Chinyu let these two enemies meet, I wonder what interesting things will happen. Stark Tower. Tony is welding a bulky steel armor. This is the Mark generation. After escaping death in the Middle East, Tony did not give up the idea of making armor. But it takes practice. Even characters from the Bible are here. Tony muttered to himself while busying himself. It seems that it is still necessary to make a set of armor. Camartage. Ancient One seemed to be thinking, the previous Supreme Sorcerer once said that the characters in the Bible all exist on Earth. They are ancient, mysterious, and powerful. I didn't expect that I could see them today. If Abel existed, then his brother Cain must have existed. If these two met, I don't know what would happen. In the Bible story, Cain and Abel were the children of Adam and Eve. Cain killed Abel cruelly out of jealousy. In the secret room, Cassius' eyes exuded fanaticism. Abel actually exists. He knew that anyone who had anything to do with mythology was extremely powerful. He didn't want to wait any longer. This was his chance. This Abel is full of rage, and the dark magic must have bewitched him. In this way, Abel will also become a loyal follower of Dormammu. The end of Ancient One has arrived. Kill her and Dormammu will come. By then, the Foundation will not be able to stop it. Think of this. Cassius stroked the hanging ring in his hand. When the light screen shows Abel's position, he and his men will take action. Images began to play on the light screen. In the desert. Next to a giant sarcophagus about 8 meters long. Several soldiers were trying to unlock it. It looks like they have been trying for a long time. No, General, these locks can't be opened at all. A soldier reported to Ross helplessly. At this time, Ross was hiding in a tank in the distance. Can't open it. Then use a gun. Ross looked very impatient and fanatical. Under his command, the soldiers began shooting at the locks. Dense bullets were fired as if they were free. Jingle on the lock. But the soldiers had run out of bullets. The locks still don't have a scratch on them. Ross's teeth were chattering. Bombard me. Shield. Nick watched this scene and shouted in horror, Ross, this lunatic. What is he doing? He immediately grabbed the communicator and called Ross. Natasha looked at Chinyu anxiously. They shouldn't be able to open this sarcophagus, right? Maybe. It seems that all organizations are very interested in these anomalies. But, can they really grasp them? Chinyu sneered. Natasha bit her lip and said, this sarcophagus is in the desert. Even if the things inside are released, it shouldn't cause too many casualties, right? Oh, it doesn't take Abel too long to run from the desert to the city. If he wants to, it's easy for him to run to this spaceship. Hearing this, Natasha shuddered secretly. Chinyu secretly controlled the camera. Natasha, you should still hope that those people can't open the sarcophagus. Nick, who was standing by, couldn't get through to Ross on the phone. Fuck, damn it. The special agent team must be dispatched immediately. To the desert. Round after round of explosions bombarded the sarcophagus. Wait until the smoke clears. The sarcophagus was intact. The locks were still not opened. Keep bombing. Use rockets, tanks, and mortars. I don't believe this thing can't be opened. Ross roared. Another round of artillery fire roared. But, when the smoke cleared, there was still no effect. Ross was about to clench his fists and break them. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Is this thing from outer space? Just at this moment, I don't know if it was the intense artillery fire that woke up the people in the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus suddenly began to shake violently. The soldiers nearby were so frightened that they ran away. Ross stood up suddenly, his eyes full of excitement. It finally worked. Come on, let me see what you are made of. All the locks popped open with a bang. The lid of the sarcophagus slowly opened. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated. A tall and slender figure slowly appeared. A man with olive skin and obscure and mysterious patterns tattooed all over his body appeared in front of everyone. Huh. He sighed. It appears, it's Abel. He's so handsome. Is this the Abel in the Bible? It's nothing like what I imagined. It feels full of evil. The light screen says that Abel is not invulnerable, so these troops might really be able to kill him. That's impossible. The light screen said that Abel has super strength and super speed. And he can also conjure blades out of thin air. I laughed. Can a blade be compared with a machine gun or a cannon? Just wait and see. Abel will definitely be the first one to show the abnormality in the instant trend. Shield. Damn it, Ross, that bastard. Seeing Abel really run out, Nick was almost scared to death. Chin-Yu, can the army's firepower deal with him? Chin-Yu pretended to think for a moment and said, I'm afraid not. Their firepower is still too small. If the support from S.H.I.E.L.D. can arrive in time, maybe it will be possible. Chin-Yu seemed to have thought of something. Doesn't Ross have a monster called Abomination? Maybe it can deal with Abel. The abomination that almost destroyed a city. Nick was stunned. Oh, damn, forget it. Ross wouldn't really want to do this. Abel gasped. There was coldness in his eyes. He was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He scanned his surroundings. He saw dozens of soldiers pointing guns at him. He had been sleeping for a long, long time and had no idea what those guns were. He walked towards the nearest soldier. Abel is nearly 2 meters tall, and he looks quite oppressive. The soldier began to tremble all over. Hey, don't come over here. He pulled the trigger subconsciously. Bang. Abel instantly waved his arms. In an instant, he caught the fired bullet. Under the soldier's terrified gaze, Abel carefully observed the bullet. Then he threw it aside. His eyes were filled with anger. Ross's eyes were full of fanaticism, and his voice trembled. It can even catch bullets. What a powerful creature. Abel rushed forward in an instant. It was so fast that the soldier had no time to react. He grabbed the soldier by the neck and lifted him up. Asshole. His voice was very low, like the whisper of an ancient god. Suddenly, he seemed to be struck by an electric current. His eyes widened in anger instantly. All the grief and anger from the past flooded into his mind. He roared. In an instant, the soldier's head was pulled off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It seemed as if there was a bloody rain in the sky. The soldiers around were terrified. He ignored Ross's orders and fired without authorization. The bullet hit Abel's body. It only causes scratches. Abel braved the hail of bullets and tore the soldiers in half one by one. The battlefield was dyed red with blood, like a red ocean. At this time, a soldier raised a rocket launcher. Shot towards Abel. Abel caught it immediately. Gave it back to him. A loud explosion sounded. The resulting shock wave nearly overturned the tank Ross was riding in. Ross realized something was wrong. If this continues, I might also suffer. It seems that the only thing I can do is release hatred. He didn't want to do that, because Abomination was a flawed piece of work. He often loses control, like when he fights the Hulk. Ross pressed a red button. Rear. The Abomination in the darkness opened its eyes. He roared. In an instant, he broke open the iron door that imprisoned him. He saw Abel, who was killing people. He gave a terrifying smile. Ah, a powerful opponent. Under the light curtain, people immediately recognized the identity of the Abomination. This monster, isn't it an abomination? I thought he was dead. Is this the monster who almost destroyed New York? Even Hulk was almost killed by him. Is he going to fight Abel? I'm actually looking forward to it. I feel like Abel will win. He's a character from the Bible after all. I'm betting on the abomination. Previously, we used artillery fire to attack the containment objects, but this time it's different. The abomination almost killed the Hulk. Shield. Damn it, he really released the abomination. Nick's voice trembled. It's hard to deal with one monster, and here comes another one. This is going to be difficult. Isn't this a good thing, Director? If the two of them fight to a draw, S.H.I.E.L.D. can take them in before the Foundation does. Chin-Yu said calmly. Sheltering that kind of thing. Nick couldn't even imagine it. The scary old man left a deep shadow on Nick. It was difficult for him to have any more illusions about the inmates. In the light curtain, Abomination charged forward greedily. Crashed all the cars and tanks on the road. Go straight to Abel. Abel also noticed the abomination. He stopped killing immediately. The size of the abomination is 3 times larger than that of Abel. The ground seemed to tremble with every step he took. The abomination lunged at Abel. Abel was not ambiguous either. A punch hit the disgusting abdomen. Abomination suddenly felt a sharp pain. It was as if high-voltage electricity surged into his body. Then, his eyes were filled with green bloodshot. Green blood spurted out of his mouth. He flew backwards more than 10 meters and finally fell heavily to the ground. Abomination tried to get up. But, I couldn't move at all. Like a lifeless corpse. Under the light curtain, everyone was shocked. No way, it's over with just one punch. Is this the power of an anomalous containment object? It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Oh my god. As expected of Abel. Nick secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, there was only one monster left. When the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrive, they might be able to deal with Abel. It seems that the Foundation does not need to take action this time. Loki and Thor sensed the abnormality here very early. They had arrived long ago. At this moment, I am watching the battle from a distance. Thor, is this human, called Abel? I heard from my father that he is one of the gods of Midgard. He is indeed very powerful. The god of Midgard. Loki sneered, he is just a stronger monkey. This is very rude, Loki. We should respect other civilizations. Thor said dissatisfiedly. He watched Abel slowly walk towards the fallen abomination and said, it seems that my mount is currently unavailable. I can't ride the god of Midgard back to Asgard. Don't worry, Thor. Loki showed a meaningful smile, there are still a lot of collection items in the back. You will definitely find a mount that satisfies you. Ross looked at the abomination who had fallen to the ground and frowned deeply. I didn't expect that this Abel was so powerful that he could injure the abomination like this with just one punch. It seems that abomination has to use that form. I have transformed him since his defeat by Hulk. However, abomination in that form will completely lose his mind. Ross thought so. At the same time, abomination suddenly opened his eyes. Blue light poured out from it. He roared and stood up. The body began to swell rapidly. His muscles swelled so much that they tore through his skin, exposing his blue-green flesh. His bones also began to crackle. Huge and sharp bones were constantly pouring out of his fists, head, joints and back. The abomination has completely transformed into a monster. There is only killing in his eyes now. He roared and rushed towards Abel. Abel was not afraid at all and rushed forward. The two men's fists collided. With a bang. The air hummed. The sand and dust were blown up like a tsunami. The two began to fight each other. Soon, Abel's face was hit so hard that his bones were exposed. The abomination's jaw was also completely shattered. Abomination roared. The fist was like a meteor hammer, hitting Abel from bottom to top and sending him flying. Abel flew more than 10 meters in the air. Landed smoothly. He stretched out his hand. It seems to be holding something. I saw a huge sickle being pulled out from the void by Abel. Abel held a scythe in his hand, like the god of death, and faced the hatred rushing towards him without fear. Abomination punched out. Abel dodged. The sickle slashed down. In an instant, the hateful arm was cut off. Blood gushed out of the abominable severed limb and he screamed in pain. The other hand tried to grab Abel's arm. Abel dodged and slammed his scythe into the abomination's chest. Abomination wailed. He grasped the blade of the sickle in one go and broke it. Abel immediately reached his hand into the void. This time, he drew out an extremely huge sword. The blade was replaced by saw teeth and rotated at high speed. With Abel's waving, the chainsword flew into a shower of sparks. He rushed towards the abomination. The chainsword chopped down. The teeth sliced through the abominable flesh with ease. Blue-green blood gushed out like a waterfall. In an instant, the abomination's right arm was also cut off. Then Abel leaned down and slashed horizontally. The disgusting legs were cut off neatly. The remains of the abomination fell to the ground. All he could do was wail. Abel walked towards him slowly. Stepped on him. Then he raised the chainsword and chopped down. Start sawing downwards from the abomination's head. In an instant, sparks, blood, and brain matter merged into one and splashed wildly. The scene was extremely shocking. Soon, the remains of the abomination were also sawed in half. It's no use changing the form, it's still a dimensionality reduction attack. Wow, where did he get his weapon from? That chainsword is so cool. As expected of Abel. I will never underestimate any anomalous containment again. I suddenly remembered. In the story in the Bible, his brother Cain killed him. Now I am very curious, how terrifying must the person who could kill Abel be? Aren't you afraid? No one can stop Abel now. We will be his next target. Foundation, come and rescue us. What method will the Foundation use this time? Shield. Nick's eyes were dazed, and he was already stuttering with shock. What should I do next? Even Abomination has been beaten like this. Next, he's going to massacre the city, right? Natasha also stared at the light screen in a daze. Is there anyone else who can stop him? Ross's soldiers had long since died in the aftermath of the battle. At this time, he was hiding inside the tank. Looking at Abel, he exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, "What a beautiful creature! How powerful! Simply invincible!" Suddenly, Abel turned his head. Across the tank, he made eye contact with Ross. Ross suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Abel walked toward him, his chainsword dragging along the ground, emitting brilliant sparks. Ross finally got scared. He began to tremble all over. But Abel felt a huge sense of oppression, which made him unable to move. Right now. Around Abel. Sparks burst into the air. Then, 5 portals opened. Cassius and his men walked out. They simultaneously threw magic chains at Abel. In an instant, Abel's body was tightly tied up with chains. He roared and struggled desperately. The enormous force almost broke the chains. It seemed that Cassius and others were about to give up. 5 more portals opened. 5 more chains wrapped Abel almost like a dumpling. Cassius fired a fireball, knocking the chainsword out of Abel's hand. This way, he would have no room to resist. That's it. Quick, perform the ceremony. Cassius shouted excitedly. Several magicians ran out of the portal. They sat around Abel, holding books of strange styles. After casting a spell, a huge magic circle appeared under Abel's feet. Connect him to those mages. Suddenly, a black and purple light enveloped the entire magic circle. Once the spell is complete, Abel will also become a follower of Dormammu. Camartage. Gui looked at the scene in the light curtain and sighed. She had known about Cassius' betrayal for a long time. However, he couldn't bear it and destroyed it with his own hands. It seems that we have to take action now. If Ancient One uses his power, Dormammu will arrive faster. But, there is no other choice. She held out her white hand. The magical energy began to surge. Her whole body began to radiate a divine glow. This is the state in which she mobilizes all the strength in her body. She hasn't been like this in a long time. At the same time, Dormammu's rune appeared on her forehead. Abel had a bad feeling. He felt that his soul was growing weak. He knew he had to do something. He stretched out his hand. Several flying knives were taken out from the void. The blades flew out quickly. It hit the mages' heads instantly. Puff. The mages were killed instantly before they could react. Blood gushed out like a fountain. As the magic circle was interrupted, the black and purple energy began to backfire. Boom. The huge explosion blew the bodies of the mages into pieces. And the chains that bound Abel were blown to pieces. Half of Abel's face was covered with smoke from the remnants of magic. Only bones are left. Half of the ribs were also exposed. Like an evil ghost. He is now furious. Reach your hands into the void. Draw out 2 chain swords. The saw blade spun rapidly, and the high temperature turned it white. He rushed towards a mage. The wizard summoned a magic shield in horror. Abel chopped. He was sawed in half, shield and body. The body parts flew far away. Cassius watched the scene in disbelief. It's about to succeed, why? Almost there. Even just 5 more seconds. Abel will become Dormammu's slave. Hateful. Counterattack. Counterattack. Cassius yelled. The mages threw out the chains again, trying to tie up Abel. Abel didn't back down at all. Waving the greatsword, he rushed towards them. Countless chains were swung over, but were all chopped into pieces by the greatsword. It turned into sparks and disappeared into the air. Abel cut the wizards into pieces one by one as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. Whatever spells they used, they had no effect. Fear appeared in Cassius' eyes. He kept backing away. No, it's impossible. He didn't believe that there was anything in this world that was invincible. He opened his arms. You know what magic is. Damn containment. Suddenly, the space around him began to distort. The ground folded up and turned over. It forms a vertical hollow cube. The sand turned into bridges one by one. Connect the 4 faces of the cube. This scene is so magical, like a dream. Cassius leaps upwards. He laughed crazily, ha 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 ha. Damn containment. Did you see that? This is the mirror space. My domain. Get ready to die. Abel doesn't care about mirror space. Rushed towards Cassius. Cassius gave a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand. The mirror space suddenly began to shatter. He picked up a fragment from it. The sharp edge is like a blade, and it is very dazzling under the light. Under the light curtain. What is this? An alternate dimension. Is this person a magician? This time, Abel is doomed. Impossible. Abel is unstoppable. The wizard will just die later. Abel is too strong. It seems like nothing can stop him. I unilaterally declare that Abel is the strongest of the containment objects that have appeared so far. His chainsword is so cool. From Thor's perspective, Abel and Cassius disappeared in an instant. He asked in confusion, Loki, did you see that? How come they disappeared all of a sudden? Loki smiled. As the #1 magician in the 9 realms. There is no way he knows nothing about the mirror space. This is a very strange magic, quite interesting. I didn't expect that the wizards of the Atrium world could use magic of this level. Camartage. A fragment of the mirror space. Ancient One murmured, you are indeed very talented, Cassius. Her hands stretched out, forming a triangle. Aiming at the position of Cassius and Abel in the light curtain. At the same time, her eyes turned white as they were filled with energy. The fluctuations generated by the energy ruffled her hair. Shield. Nick stared at the screen nervously. What are these people doing? Are they magicians? Why would anyone want to mess with the inmates? Natasha, If this wizard is defeated, is there anything that can stop Abel? It's probably not a good thing that this wizard won. Chinyu said slowly, the magic circle they just used is probably to summon something. There are many terrifying things in this universe that are beyond our imagination. Natasha said in disbelief, could there be a monster more powerful than Abel? Who knows? I'm just an ordinary doctor. Chinyu smiled slightly, you should ask the boss of the Foundation about these secrets. Notify the special agent team not to go any further and return immediately. Nick sighed. He understood that no matter who won, neither of them would be able to be dealt with by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no need to die. Cassius held a fragment in one hand, his chest heaving violently and his eyes widened. Come on, come on. Damn containment. Abel rushed forward. Although he was mentally prepared, Cassius was still surprised by the speed. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Jump up immediately. At the same time, it drives the terrain changes in the mirror space. Try your best to stop Abel's progress. At the same time, he threw the fragments in his hand towards Abel. It pierced into Abel's body in an instant. Cassius was delighted to see the effect. He kept dodging upwards. The bridges made of yellow sand are constantly collapsing and reorganizing. Space is constantly flipping and twisting. Cassius used this to slow down Abel. Abel kept chasing. Cassius continued to attack Abel with fragments. Soon, Abel's body and head were covered with fragments. But still, he moved forward. It seems that there is no pain at all. Cassius was really anxious. He roared. A huge magic circle unfolds. With a bang, dozens of fireballs flew towards Abel. Abel swung his chain sword and cut them off with ease. The fireballs all exploded before they hit Abel. Cassius summoned several more clones. Red silk appeared from their hands and tried to tie up Abel. But, the chainsaw sword cut them into pieces in one go. Then Abel threw the knife. Kill all the clones. Cassius was almost in despair and wanted to run away immediately. Just at this moment, Abel reached his hand into the void. A 200-meter-long whip knife was pulled out from inside. He threw it out with force. In an instant, Cassius was tied up. Then Abel pulled him over. Cassius' eyes were filled with despair and fear. He has been a genius since he was young and has never lost to anyone in anything. This is the first time he has been so embarrassed. No matter what method is used, whether conspiracy or frontal attack, the opponent cannot be defeated. What on earth are you? Ugh. Before he could finish his words, Abel grabbed him by the neck. His head was full of fragments of the mirror space. The look in his eyes was like that of a man-eating evil spirit. With Abel's effort, Cassius' face turned purple in an instant. Veins popped out on his neck. The mirror space also began to shatter. It broke into pieces like glass and eventually disappeared. Even the fragments on Abel's body disappeared. Cassius' eyes were full of stars. He couldn't breathe, was in great pain, and began to feel dazed. Even the brain starts to go in circles. It's over. This wizard can't do anything to Abel. He is just too strong. Nothing I do works. It's really despairing. What should we do next? Can the Foundation really contain Abel this time? Cassius was close to death. Just at this moment, a dark-skinned man dressed in classical clothes walked over. Abel, the man said. The voice was like that of a wise man, full of magnetism and apology. Hear this sound. Abel was stunned. He would never forget that voice. Whether hundreds or thousands of years have passed. His eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot hatred. Then he dropped Cassius. Turned around. His hand reached out to the void. Cain. Abel pulled out the chainsaw sword from the void. His only remaining eye was filled with rage, as if it wanted to burn Cain to death. I'm sorry, Abel. Cain's face was full of sadness and guilt. Abel said this guy was Cain. He really is a guy from the Bible. That's 100% right. The names match, and Abel hates Cain, while Cain feels guilty towards Abel. It matches the image in the Bible exactly. Does it depend on Cain to take care of Abel? But he looks harmless, what superpowers does he have? How dare Cain come here? Abel can kill him in a minute. Shield. Why is there another person? Nick gasped, wait a minute, Abel said he was Cain. What does that mean? Is he really a mythical figure? He just walked towards Abel, without realizing the danger at all. Natasha stared at the light screen nervously. Is this Cain also an abnormal containment object? Nick was stunned when he heard what Natasha said. Yes, if Abel is an anomalous containment object, his brother must be one too. It really never ends. First it was hatred, then the wizard who came from nowhere, and now his brother is here too. Nick's expression was very painful. Maybe it's a good thing. Cain seems very friendly. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. can communicate with him. Forget it. Nick Fury shook his head quickly. It would be best if they both died together. Cain walked slowly toward Abel. For thousands of years, I have constantly regretted what I have done, and I have never begged for your forgiveness. Cain did not show any fear. Abel's chainsaw sword glowed white due to the high temperature. Kill you, Cain, I will kill you. Abel growled. Raised the chainsword. Cain closed his eyes. Kill me if you want, brother. Abel exerted all his strength. The chainsaw sword drew a graceful arc. And it struck Cain on the head. Sizzle. A strange scene happened. Abel's body was sawed in half out of thin air. They fell on the left and right sides respectively. But Cain was unharmed. Abel's body began to decay rapidly. And Cain coughed. He covered his head, as if he was feeling pain. He looked at the rotting flesh of Abel on the ground. Sigh to oneself. After a while, a researcher in Foundation uniform came over. He looked at Abel's body. Then, he said to Cain, "Thank you, senior researcher, Cain." Under the light curtain, everyone's jaw dropped. Abel, who would kill gods and Buddhas, is gone just like that. So Cain's superpower is to reflect damage. Doesn't that make him invincible? Cain is a senior researcher at the Foundation. My God, they actually let people from the Bible come to work here. Can this Foundation dare to be even more perverted? I suddenly feel a little sorry for Abel. He killed so many enemies, but in the end he was killed by his own brother. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was incredulous. He died in an instant. This Cain is so strong. And he's a researcher at the Foundation. How many secrets does this Foundation still hide? Natasha lowered her head and thought, the researchers of the Foundation are so mysterious and powerful, then what kind of person would the boss of the Foundation be? Chin Yu on the side smiled but said nothing. Kamartaj. Gu Yi finally put his hand down. It seems that there is no need to take action. The energy around her dimmed. The rune on the forehead also disappeared. He noticed that Cassius had disappeared. This Foundation is even more mysterious than I thought. Ancient One sighed. She originally thought that she had mastered most of the knowledge in the universe. Now it seems that it is not even the surface. At this time, Stephen Strange had been taken to Kamartaj. He is learning the basic skills of a mage under the guidance of Wong. And Mordo was looking up information in the library at this time. In fact, he has worked hard for many years to become an excellent wizard. But, compared to talent, it is still not worth mentioning. Stephen Strange's talent was personally recognized by the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo was not jealous, he just felt a little emotional. Yes, that's right. Ancient One doesn't see your value at all. You should be the next Sorcerer Supreme. When Modu heard the voice, he was stunned at first. This voice gave Modu an inexplicable impulse. It seems to be full of charm. Then, he stood up quickly. Who is it? He walked towards the voice. I saw a mask with a strange face lying in the corner. Those empty eyes were filled with endless greed and corruption. In the light curtain. The data starts updating. Anomaly Containment Inventory, 5th place, Anomaly Containment, 035, Occupying Mask. Object Class, Keter. Nick immediately gasped. We just finished, why are we taking inventory again? Another Keter. The shock that Abel left him with had not yet subsided. New collections are coming. This terrified Nick fury. It was hard for him to imagine any containment being stronger than Abel. Oh, that's it. Chinyu looked at the light screen and said casually. Natasha immediately asked, why? Is this thing more terrifying than Abel? I don't know the details, but I can be sure of this. Chinyu showed a mysterious smile. This possession mask, its anomalous effects, and the previously inventoried containment objects are not in the same dimension at all. Fear appeared in Natasha's beautiful eyes, not in the same dimension. Nick Fury was also stunned. What do you mean? For details, you'll know after looking at the inventory. Chinyu secretly manipulated the light curtain. On the light screen, the subtitles continued to update. Anomaly Containment, 035 appears as a white porcelain comedy mask, which in some cases becomes a tragedy mask. Anomaly Containment, 035's eyes and mouth continuously ooze out a highly corrosive and degenerative mucus, and any object that comes into contact with it will slowly decay. Until it becomes a substance exactly the same as the corrosive liquid. So soon, there's a new containment object. This time it's an object. It doesn't seem so scary. Don't have any illusions. The objects in the collections are bound to be more terrifying than the last one. Oh my god. I have to write a suicide note quickly. It secretes corrosive mucus. It reminds me of the scary old man. Does this information mean that anyone who brings him along will be corrupted? It seems okay, and it will be fine if we don't touch it. Shield. Nick frowned. It's corrosive slime again. Are you sure it has nothing to do with the scary old man? The scary old man left a deep shadow on Nick. Every time he had a nightmare, those corrupted agents would come to seek revenge on him. At the moment, it seems that turning people into corrosive creatures is not that scary. I hope so. Over Stark Tower. A silver, very bulky robot was flying in the air. The person inside was Tony. He has successfully developed Mark I. A test flight is underway. He was in the air and could see the light curtain very clearly. Occupy mask. He pondered, why is it called Occupy? Keter level containment is definitely not that simple. The information continues to be updated. People who are at a certain distance from or have visual contact with anomaly containment, 035 will have a strong urge to wear it on their face. Afterwards, anomalous containment, 035 will release brain waves, and the person wearing it will immediately suffer brain death. And possesses the inherent consciousness of anomalous containment, 035. After that, the possessed body will decay rapidly, and eventually become like a mummified body. A body that has decayed to the point of being unable to move, anomalous containment, 035 will also give it a high degree of movement ability. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. When you see him, you want to put it on. You will instantly become brain dead and turn into a mummy. Isn't this too scary? Oh my god, isn't this just killing yourself? I would rather be killed by Abel, at least I know how he died. Mind control. My god, why are these anomalous containment objects more perverted than the last? Shield. Nick was suddenly shocked. You want to wear it when you see him. Isn't this a cognitive hazard? No wonder it is rated Keter. This alone is already terrifying. The previous inmates did not have any spiritual abilities. This one occupies the mask. It might really be the most terrifying containment so far. Imagine a superpowered being who can destroy cities. Or a mage. Bewitched by the mask, put it on, and be controlled by it. That would definitely be a disaster. Unless the mask has no ill will towards humans. But this is impossible. He immediately ordered his agents to keep a close eye on the situation around the world. Report immediately if you hear of someone occupying the mask. After all, if it occupied an ordinary person's body, it could still be controlled. Loki looked at the contents on the screen and smiled slightly, a mask that can bewitch people. Interesting. I think it suits you very well, Thor. Go to hell. As a god of Asgard, I won't be bewitched by a mere mask. Thor wiped his beloved hammer. Oh, really? You can't even resist the temptation of good wine. Loki said. Just wait and see. If we encounter this mask, I will definitely smash it with my own hands. Such an evil thing should not exist in the 9 realms. Camartage. It can deceive people's minds and take over their bodies. Her brows were furrowed. These anomalous containment objects are truly more terrifying than each other. If it possesses someone with powerful abilities. I can't imagine it. She had fought against dark creatures of the mind-polluting variety. Countless mages were bewitched by it and turned to attack their own people. Therefore, she was well aware of the terrifying power of this ability. Camartage, library. Mordo unconsciously walked slowly towards the mask. He didn't even understand whether it was his own idea or the mask that bewitched him into doing so. What are you? Mordo's voice trembled a little. Oh, great Mordo. The smiling face occupying the mask seemed to have a kind of beautiful weirdness. I am just a mask, and you will be the greatest magician in the world. Suddenly, Mordo had a strong urge. He really wanted to wear this mask on his head. But his reason told him that this mask was very dangerous. So, he summoned the magic circle. You are an evil thing. I will destroy you. Oh, great Master Mordo, are you willing to let your talent be buried forever? The mask's words continued to attack Mordo's sanity. The great temptation is like a naked beauty posing in front of you. Shut up. Mordo kept shaking his head. His mind told him that it was time to destroy the mask. But, in his heart, he believed that what the mask said was right. The mask continued, that damn Stephen Strange, an ordinary person who is nothing, came to Camartage and took the place that should have belonged to you. Come, wear me. Wear me and you will have unrivaled power. Strange, Ancient One, will all be defeated by you. Shut up. Mordo pointed the magic circle at the mask. Ancient One must be right. She has her reasons for choosing Strange. I am not qualified. Not qualified. You are really loyal to the Ancient One, but is the Ancient One loyal to you and Camartage? Think about it carefully. Why can the Ancient One live so long? Mordo was stunned. He had long doubted Guyi's lifespan. But out of respect for her, I never investigated or even suspected it. The mask took the opportunity to say, she absorbed the power of the dark space. She betrayed Camartage. She threw herself into the arms of Dormammu. Mordo shook his head absent-mindedly. Impossible, impossible, how could Ancient One? Don't lie to yourself, Mordo. What you should believe in is yourself. Wear me, and you can get everything, know everything, and fear nothing. Finally. The last line of defense in Mordo's heart collapsed. He grabbed the mask and put it on. Suddenly, Mordo's body began to tremble violently. His brain is completely dead. A stream of black mucus began to corrode Mordo's body. The consciousness occupying the mask has completely taken over this body. Ah. Mordo looked at his hands. A mage's body is different from that of a human. Even though it doesn't have much talent, it's enough for a while. He looked inside the library. Now, Ancient One, I will give you a big surprise. He he he. Mordo's laughter is very creepy. Not long after. Images began to play on the screen. Cassius was seen crawling into a dilapidated wooden house. He looked badly injured. Damn it. Damn Ancient One, damn Abel, just wait. Wait until the great Dormammu comes, and you will all. Suddenly. Sparks appeared in the air. Then, the portal opened. Cassius shuddered. He thought that Ancient One had found this place. I was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that the person who came out was a rotten person? There was a strange mask on his face. It appears. This is the mask that occupies the body, right? The person's body has been corroded. Isn't this white-haired man the one who was beaten up by Abel? I thought he was dead. Is this person a wizard? He can actually use a portal. It's over. The occupation mask has possessed a wizard. Shield. Seeing Mordo, Nick Fury was shocked. Damn it, how did he possess the magician? This is going to be difficult. If it were an ordinary person, it would be easy to deal with. But a wizard with a portal. It's definitely hell difficulty. In Abel's inventory video, everyone saw how terrifying the wizard was. If he teleports to the Black Palace and kills the president, no one can stop him. Nick covered his forehead and said, "Quick, check for me where this damn mask is now." At this moment, Natasha seemed to have thought of something and said to Chinyu, "Does your foundation have anyone similar to a mage?" If you mean regular researchers or agents, no. If you mean anomalies, there are quite a few, but most of them are not very friendly. Camartage. Ancient One's eyes widened. Occupying the mask, he actually found Cassius. Gu-Yi understood Cassius' talent. If he combines with the mask, enhanced physical abilities, plus Cassius magic, it was an absolute disaster. She stretched out her finger, ready to open the portal. This time, we must take action. Because this is within her scope of responsibility. The Ancient One used magic. But she was surprised to find out the portal cannot be opened. There is only one possible reason for this situation. It is an ancient forbidden magic that can block the wizard's portal. This magic is extremely difficult to master. Even if Ancient One wants to use it, he has to pay a certain price. This must have been the work of the occupation mask. This mask, how did it learn this magic? Ah, Cassius. Mordo walked slowly towards him. I've heard of your name a long time ago. What kind of monster are you? Mordo's rotten body made Cassius, who killed people without blinking an eye, feel a chill. Everyone asks me that question. It doesn't matter who I am, Cassius. It's about what you want. A strong temptation entered Cassius' ears along with Mordo's words. The latter was stunned. Shield. Nick suddenly felt a great fear. Because, if he occupied the mask, he had a deep attraction to it. He even had the urge to put on the mask. This is still through the screen. If the mask was in front of his eyes, he certainly put it on without hesitation. Beads of sweat rolled down Nick's forehead. The horror of the mask was beyond his imagination. Natasha and Hill felt the same way. But Chinyu gained resistance to abnormal effects, so he was not affected. Loki stared at the screen and suddenly had a feeling. He was actually deeply attracted by the words of the mask. It seems that it has a special charm. This must be an illusion. How is it possible? Loki shook his head in disbelief. Thor said seriously, "Do you feel it too, Loki?" "I actually have a feeling that I want to put on that mask." "Even you?" Loki's eyes widened. Impossible, this must be an illusion. How could a dignified Asgardian god be tempted by a mask? Thor sighed. It seems that we underestimated these abnormal containment objects. Stark Tower. The moment Tony heard Mordo speak, suddenly my mind went blank. He lost control of the mech. He fell to the ground instantly and landed heavily on the ground. It made a hole. Ugh, damn, what's wrong with me? Tony removed his armor. Walked out. Fortunately, he designed an excellent shock absorption system and only suffered minor scratches. He stared at the light screen in disbelief. This occupation mask is really weird. At this time, Pepper Potts, wearing high heels, trotted over quickly. "Tony, are you okay?" In the light curtain. "Impossible, you can't give me what I want." Cassius shook his head. "Damn it, who the hell are you? Why are you using our magic?" "Can use it." "You're wrong. I have learned all your magic. Both forbidden and ancient. Come on, wear me, Cassius. You can get whatever you want." Mordo stretched out his arms. "You will be more powerful than the Ancient One. You will rule this planet. You will turn all the people on Earth into your slaves. You will welcome the great Dormammu." At this moment, Cassius suddenly remembered something. This mask must be an anomalous containment object. Thinking of this, his voice trembled. "Damn monster, stay away from me." He stretched out his palm and activated the rune shield. The magic light was emitted. Cassius shot out a magic light. Mordo simply stretched out his hand and flicked it away. There was fear in Cassius' eyes. Even if it was Ancient One, he might not be able to deflect his attack so easily. It's amazing, you have a very strong will, Cassius. Mordo's smile became even more weird. Don't resist. I'm here to help you. As the greatest genius in the history of Camartage, are you really willing to be trampled under the feet of the Ancient One forever? Cassius' brain suddenly became confused. He could hardly control his impulse. He wanted to take off the mask and put it on his head right now. Liar, you monster, you must be a, damn, internment, just like, damn Abel. Cassius covered his head and roared in despair. Don't you want to kill Ancient One? Wear me, and you can crush her. That Abel killed all your men, don't you hate him? Wear me, and you will have unrivaled power to seek revenge on him. Crush him. Stop. Cassius was about to speak. Mordo grabbed his cheek and lifted him up. Cassius was surprised by this huge force. The mucus on his hands began to corrode Cassius' head. I don't know if it was because of the temptation, but Cassius didn't feel any pain. Cassius looked on in horror at the possession mask. Its bottomless eyes, like the abyss, stared at him. Don't resist, Cassius. Finally, Cassius slowly reached for the mask. Take it down. Mordo's body instantly turned into a pool of pus, emitting dark and foul-smelling smoke. Cassius lands. Then he put the mask on his head. Suddenly, he trembled all over. The brain dies in an instant. Dark slime corroded his body. The consciousness of the mask has completely taken over Cassius. Ah. Cassius moved his cervical vertebrae and shoulders. This body is perfect. Cassius looked at his hands. Now, no one can stop me. Damn Foundation, prepare to die. Oh my God. Is this person possessed like this? Ah, his head is rotten. How scary. Does anyone remember the magic he used to beat Abel? He can go wherever he wants now, and no one can stop him. Oh my God, I actually have the urge to wear it on my head. And I don't feel disgusted or scared at all. Me too. Its abnormal effect is too strong. It's so scary, this occupation mask. Can the Foundation stop it? This is a wizard. Even Cain can't do anything to him. Yeah, even if Abel fights him again, he may not win. Shield. Damn it. Nick was horrified, he took over this white-haired guy. Nick is well aware of the power of the mage. Moreover, the person occupying the mask is extremely cunning. He would never be as reckless as Abel. Therefore, he is now a wizard who can attack everything with dimensionality reduction. At least that's what Nick thought. Natasha pursed her lips and paced back and forth, looking very anxious. Qin Yu. Foundation, is there any way to stop it? It seems that you have lost confidence in S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Magicians are indeed difficult to deal with, not to mention that they are possessed by the mask. At least I can't think of any way the Foundation can do it. Hearing this, Natasha was stunned. Even the Foundation has no solution. Just when Cassius was feeling proud. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. Cassius felt a powerful magical energy and immediately looked over there. I saw a woman with stunning beauty and extraordinary temperament slowly falling from the sky. Here comes the helper. It's a goddess. She can definitely take down this mask. She's a magician too. Great. Let the magicians handle their own affairs. Come on, goddess, kill this damn mask. Just now, Ancient One used the portal to reach outside the range of the spell. Then, use the haste spell and rush over desperately. Unfortunately, I was still a step too late. Cassius gave a sinister smile. It seems that he is not surprised by the arrival of Ancient One. Ancient One, are you deeply afraid of Dormammu? Do you want to destroy it? Wear me, and you will gain unrivaled power. If you take over the mask, you can obtain Ancient One's body. I'm afraid no one can stop it anymore. Gu Yi's eyes suddenly widened. This mask could actually know what she desired in her heart. Moreover, his words are extremely tempting. Gui actually had the urge to put on the mask. But, she is the supreme sorcerer after all. It's not like Cassius and Madro who just lost their minds. Why do you want to kill Mordo? Ancient One stared at his face. Why? Because I can. Cassius chuckled, I love helping others and fulfilling their inner desires, including you, Ancient One. You really don't want to. Gui instantly summoned a huge magic disc. The red-orange magical energy instantly rushed towards Cassius. This is one of Ancient One's killer weapons. Without any warning, it fired instantly. Countless dark creatures were turned into ashes by this move. She spoke to the mask in order to distract its attention and destroy it in an instant. Possessing the mask was dangerous in itself, and taking over Cassius' body as well. If it is not eliminated early, there will be endless troubles. At this time, there is no need to talk about martial ethics. Oh, haha, Cassius smiled. He had never expected to bewitch a supreme mage with words alone. As expected of a supreme mage, you have a lot of combat experience. But, Cassius held out his hand. Grab that beam of energy directly. Then, all the energy was sucked into his hands. It emitted a dazzling light. Is this all you have? He released the energy instantly. Using the same trick, it was returned to Ancient One. Ancient One summoned a magic shield to deflect the beam. With a loud bang, the beam of light flew in other directions. A large area of forest was destroyed in one go. Ancient One also took a few steps back due to the impact force 3. Her expression grew serious. She hadn't expected the mask to become so powerful. Cassius elegantly put his hands behind his back. Are you surprised, Ancient One? I can tell you. I have learned all the magic in the Camartage library. In addition, with Cassius's understanding, you are no match for me now. Don't resist, wear me, and you will get everything you want. All the magic. Ancient One was secretly shocked. Even she didn't do that. She recalled what was said in the light curtain, that the occupant mask had an extremely strong memory. This must have helped him. Coupled with Cassius' talent, he has mastered magic to perfection. Fiorucci stood up straight, threw back his sleeves, and extended his white fingers. The blue light converges. Then, it split into 8 balls of light and blasted towards Cassius. Cassius chuckled and used the same move to hit Ancient One back. Balls of light exploded in the air. It's useless, Ancient One. I know all the moves you know, and I also know the moves you don't know. Ancient One used only one hand, waving it up and down. Looks extremely elegant. The magical light is continuously released. Cassius was not to be outdone. Respond with the same move. The explosion of magic has destroyed all the houses and trees nearby. There were also large holes on the ground. This shocking scene dazzled the people under the light curtain. They all cheered for Ancient One. This is the battle between mages. A true wizard would not chop each other with 2 large fans with 5-cent special effects. Stark Tower. Tony looked at the scene in amazement. Is this the power of a magician? He understood that if he was dragged into this battle wearing Mark I, there would be no chance of survival. It seems that we need to upgrade our armor as soon as possible. Gui began to attack more frequently. But Cassius was able to imitate it and give it back to Gui. Gui knew that this couldn't go on. So she clasped her hands together. Then unfold. Everything around is covered in mirrors. Suddenly, everything began to become distorted and dreamy. Ancient One waved his hand upward. The ground rises up like a pillar reaching straight to the sky. The ground began to collapse. Cassius also fell down. Not bad, mirror space. Cassius smiled, but unfortunately, my mirror space is above yours. Shield. Except for Nick Fury. All the agents were deeply shocked by the magnificent magical confrontation. The moment the mirror space emerged, there was an exclamation of surprise. Each of them has faced many abnormal events. But compared to this scene, it's not even children playing house. Nick Fury was very worried. If even this turbulent female mage can't handle the mask of occupation, then no one can stop it anymore. This mask shows its power at this moment. It is definitely more powerful than any previous containment. The most terrifying thing is that it has a very high intelligence. Please, no matter who you are, you must not lose. Camartage. Even the apprentices who practiced magic every day were deeply shocked by the scene on the screen. They had never seen such a scene before. Ancient One rarely takes action, perhaps not even once in 100 years. Today, the apprentices saw Ancient One use his full strength. It can be said that I am lucky. Strange was even more stunned. Is this the true power of a magician? Think about yourself, you can't even learn how to use a portal. Suddenly, a feeling of frustration came over me. College. Charles looked at the scene on the light screen in surprise. Is this a battle between wizards? He couldn't help but think of it. Eric has a daughter who has a high talent for magic. I don't know if I will grow up to be a female mage in the future. There is one more person. Jean Grey. There is also terrifying potential in her body. If it is fully developed, I wonder if it can be compared with these mages. The other side of the academy. Logan smoked a cigar and looked at the light curtain. He was deeply attracted. In all his years of life, he had never seen anything so cool. Scott on the side joked, "Logan, if you get hit by them, you will definitely be left with only a metal skeleton. At that time, you will not be able to recover." Compared to this, Logan glanced at him. The wizards know so many magics, they must know the penis extension spell. Go find them, you really need this, Scott. Scott complained, "Logan, since you broke my motorcycle, can't you please not make fun of my, what? I was just kidding." Jean, who was standing behind them, was trying hard to hold back her laughter. In the light curtain. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Ancient One." Cassius stretched out his hand, grasping, "You're not the only one who can mirror space." Cassius' hands began to twist and clench. Suddenly, the space began to distort. The dirt and buildings swirled towards Ancient One. Gui was startled for a moment. I didn't expect that occupying the mask could achieve this level. Gui is absolutely confident in the use of mirror space, because she has been practicing continuously for hundreds of years. And occupying the mask, just looking at the collection of books. Is it possible to achieve this extent? Ancient One also controlled the mirror space and began to wrestle. The buildings and trees took on twisted shapes, spinning and shifting wildly around their point of contention. This scene is gorgeous and magical. The people under the light curtain couldn't even utter an exclamation. Compared to the bloody and violent massacre, the duel between mages is truly an elegant shock. Gui knew that this would lead to no results. So she waved her arms vigorously. The vortex rotates in the opposite direction. Shocked Cassius away. Then, Ancient One mobilized all his strength. Her body was filled with golden light. This move was the same one she wanted to use against Abel before. Ancient One raised his arms high. Suddenly, a holy sword hundreds of meters long appeared in her hand. In an instant, danger signals sounded in Cassius' body. If he were to take this attack head-on, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. The holy sword made of light slashed down towards Cassius. He, a dark purple light appeared in Cassius' eyes, the holy sword of Vishanti. "But if I use this trick, how will you respond?" Cassius roared. A large sword with black and purple light appeared in his hand. From bottom to top, he chopped towards Ancient One. Ancient One immediately recognized that it was Dormammu's power. Unexpectedly, the mask combined with the power of Dormammu in Cassius developed a new trick. It's really scary. The holy sword and the dark sword, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. Amid the exclamations of the crowd under the light curtain. With a bang, they collided with each other. The two energies devour and annihilate each other. The black, purple and golden energies complement each other. The mirror space suddenly began to crack. Everything around me began to distort. Finally, there was a bang. The mirror space was completely shattered. The fragments flew everywhere like glass. Ancient One and Cassius both fell heavily to the ground due to the impact of the magic explosion. Of course, even a mage's physical strength is much higher than that of an ordinary person. What's more, there is magical protection. So, he wasn't seriously injured. The two of them climbed up almost at the same time. Guyi's fair face was covered with dirt. The clothes were also a bit torn. Fortunately, it was a specially made magic costume, otherwise, it would have turned into rags long ago. Ahahaha. As expected of the Supreme Sorcerer, I underestimated you. But, are you tired? A blue light appeared on Cassius. Then, his energy returned directly to its peak. Ancient One sighed. I didn't expect that I would have to use that thing in the end. She held out her hands in a triangle shape. Then expand. On her chest, the Eye of Agamotto appeared. Seeing this, Cassius immediately showed a look of fear. He took a few steps back unconsciously, his voice trembling. How could you have? Damn it, you cheated. Shield. See Ancient One about to use the Eye of Agamotto. Chinyu frowned. He knew that this would bring Dormammu to Earth very quickly. With the current state of the Foundation, it would be difficult to deal with it if it encountered it. It seems that it is time to activate Plan B. In Chinyu's mind, the room where the detainees were held appeared. If he wanted, he could send them to the battlefield at any time. Wait. Ancient One, listen to me. Caecilius waved his hands in panic. If you turn it on, Dormammu will come to Earth. The Earth will be doomed. You have to think it through. This sentence made Guyi hesitate for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation. Cassius immediately opened the portal. Then he pounced in. The portal closed immediately. Cassius, who survived the disaster, was gasping for breath. Damn. Ancient One, this madman, how could he have the time stone? Seeing Cassius disappear, Guyi frowned. We must not let the one occupying the mask escape. Otherwise, a major disaster may happen at any time. Under the light curtain. It's over. We were fighting fine, why did he run away? Oh no. If it shows up in the city, we'll all die. I seem to see it. The goddess just took out something, and then the mask was scared away. Please, Goddess Mage, go after it. Foundation, please do something. You always save the day. Everyone was very afraid of a terrifying wizard who could appear anywhere. College. Charles resolutely entered the EEG room. He was going to do something. The machine starts. Under numerous red and blue light spots. Professor X quickly located Cassius's position. At the same time, he used his ability to send a message to Ancient One and told her the location. When Guyi heard the voice, he immediately understood. This is Professor X's ability. So she opened the portal. The other side. Cassius was shocked when he saw the portal. How the hell did she find me? So he ran away again. And so, the cycle repeats itself. But every time, Ancient One was able to find him immediately. A desolate wilderness. Full of dilapidated buildings. Just as Cassius rushed out of the portal desperately, he suddenly saw. On the ground, a doctor was waving at him with a smile. He was wearing a strange mask on his face. He was stunned. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? That's perfect, we can take him as a hostage. In this way, Ancient One will not dare to activate the time stone. Thinking like this, Cassius lunged towards the doctor. But suddenly, the sky was clear just now. I don't know why, but it suddenly became very dark. Cassius was stunned. He can feel it. This is Ancient One's magic. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that Ancient One could successfully cast spells at such a long distance. But he could still feel it. That doctor is in the darkness. Now, he had no choice. He had no chance to fight against Ancient One again. Otherwise, Ancient One will definitely activate the time stone. He tried his best. Rushed towards the doctor. And that Dr. standing there motionless. He had his hands behind his back. The face beneath the mask. He showed a shrewd smile. And at this time, Cassius' hand. And about to touch the doctor's neck. Cassius was overjoyed. But in this moment of less than 0.01 seconds, Cassius instinctively felt the danger. He suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He felt it. Something is approaching at high speed. The next moment, Cassius had no time to react. Crack. Only a crisp sound was heard. Cassius' head was twisted off by a pair of statue's hands. Cassius' head rolled down. The masked face suddenly turned into a crying face. See this scene. Ancient One let out a long breath. She dropped her hand that was casting the spell. Just now, a mysterious person talks to her. Let her create a space to isolate herself from the outside world. Ancient One guessed. That person must be from the Foundation. Was this done by someone from the Foundation? The boss of the Foundation is such a genius. He actually thought of using sculpture peanuts to deal with the occupation mask. That's amazing. Why didn't I think of that? How clever. Let the witch create a space so that the mask can't escape. Then Peanut can twist his head off. By the way, Peanut is really underestimated. I originally thought that his limit was to twist off the mutant's head. I didn't expect that such a terrifying containment creature could only be killed by him in seconds. Shield. When Nick Fury saw Peanut's weird face, he shuddered. He didn't expect that the boss of the Foundation was so brave. How dare you use a dangerous containment object to deal with another containment object? He suddenly began to get scared. Is it true that nothing unexpected will happen if one dangerous object is used to deal with another dangerous object? Fortunately, it was peanuts. If 096 is released, wouldn't that be the end of the world? Natasha also widened her eyes in surprise. This must be a solution that the leader of the Foundation can come up with. Should I say, he is a genius? Qin Yu, who was standing by, coughed inadvertently. He looked at Dr. Bright on the screen. Not long ago, when Qin Yu first came up with this idea, Dr. Bright volunteered. He said there was no one better suited to do this than him. Qin Yu also agreed. To prevent him from getting bored and causing trouble in the base. In the light curtain, the occupation mask rolled to the ground. Watched with your own eyes. The sculpture Peanut stood right in front of him. His arms were covered in corrosive black slime, but he was not affected at all. The mask is both angry and unwilling. He has always been proud of his cunning and wisdom. But I didn't expect it. Fell into the hands of someone more cunning. Seeing this scene, Gu-E couldn't help but smile. She hadn't been like this for hundreds of years. The leaders of this Foundation really keep surprising people. The Foundation agents who had arrived earlier immediately and skillfully pushed the containment room over. Soon, 173 was successfully contained again. At this point, Dr. Bright removed his mask. He walked towards the mask lying on the ground with a smile. How's it going, 035? Are you getting along well with 173? I'll fuck you old, I Bright. The masked man roared angrily. Have lost my mind. Started speaking Tibetan. 035 will try to trick people into wearing it in almost any situation. It is very rare for him to lose his mind. Bright sighed. How rude. He then grabbed the occupation mask with his bare hands and put it into the sack. Looking at the corroded palm, Bright didn't care. Took a panacea. The wound healed immediately. Qin Yu frowned when he saw this scene. He immediately added 2 new regulations to the Foundation. 1. Bright is forbidden to grab any containment objects with his bare hands, not even D-class personnel. 2. Bright is forbidden to put any Foundation items into the sack, including D-class personnel and other doctors. College. Logan's face was full of surprise. He hadn't expected it at all. How dare the Foundation use Peanut to deal with the Occupy mask? He had never expected it. How could Peanut be so strong? A battle between the mask and the mage. This is beyond Logan's understanding. Result. This mask can only be killed instantly by Peanut. Logan guessed. On this little Peanut. There must be more shocking secrets hidden. Thor was still immersed in disbelief. This statue gave him an extremely strange feeling. At the beginning, Saul thought, this statue is only capable of breaking the neck of an ordinary person. It's just a weird but not powerful monster. But it can kill such a powerful wizard instantly. Loki touched his neck involuntarily. Thor, what are you thinking about? Are you afraid of this sculpture? What am I afraid of? Can it break the necks of the Asgardian gods? This containment is somewhat interesting, but I'm still not interested. I think this thing is very suitable to be placed in your room as a decoration. Loki smiled slightly. Thor, since you like it so much, when I get it, I will definitely put it next to your bed. See if your neck is strong enough. With containment of the occupation mask complete. Above the light curtain, a new inventory began to appear. Anomaly Containment Inventory, 4th place. Anomaly Containment, 999, Itch Monster. Object Class _Safe. Shield. Nick's eyes suddenly fixed, damn it, seamless connection. This one just ended and another one came. Not even 10 seconds. Natasha seemed to notice something, a new object class has appeared, safe. Does it mean safe? Nick said in disbelief, safe? How is that possible? If it were really safe, it wouldn't be called an anomalous containment object. The trauma left by the previous anomalous containments made it impossible for him to believe that there were any kind containments. Suddenly, an agent came running over in a hurry. Oh no, Chief, the Hulk has appeared. And he's wreaking havoc. What? Hulk? Nick gasped. He hasn't appeared for a long time. Why did he show up at this time? Fuck it. This is adding insult to injury. On the light screen, the text continued to update. Abnormal Containment Object, 999 is a huge, irregular, sticky orange-yellow translucent, viscous object. Its size varies frequently, but most of the time it is 2 meters wide and 1 meter high. The surface of Abnormal Containment Object, 999 has high elasticity. Anomalous Containment, 999 has a temperament similar to that of a dog. When it approaches humans, it becomes extremely cheerful, hugging them with 2 of its tentacles and rubbing their faces with its 3rd. Touching the surface of the Abnormal Containment Object, 999 will make people feel a kind of spiritual pleasure, which will last for a long time after separation. The target will approach anyone, but is more interested in those who are unhappy or hurt. Under the light curtain, people were dumbfounded. Ah, is this true? This containment object doesn't seem to be dangerous at all. Its object class is safe. Does that mean it's really safe? I can't believe it. After all those scary things in containment, here comes a cute one. Isn't this a good thing? It seems that not all the inmates are cruel and dangerous. There are still kind ones. I actually kind of want to meet him. Depression has troubled me for a long time. I wonder if it can be cured. Kamartaj. Gui was also surprised about 999. The shock she had felt from the cunning and terrifying strength of the men who possessed the mask was far from over. Who would have thought that the next abnormal containment object would be such a heartwarming creature? It can bring spiritual pleasure to humans. So, can it calm dangerous creatures? For example, the Hulk when he's angry. Ancient One wasn't sure. If that were really possible. The value of 999 is far beyond imagination. Loki and Thor were also staring at the light curtain. Thor shook his head. Unfortunately, this containment is not what I want. What I want is a tall and mighty mount. Loki smiled slightly. I do want this thing. There is no creature without bones in Asgard, so it will be very novel there and will definitely surprise Sif. It would be nice to take it back as a pet. Loki stood up. He stretched out his finger. When the wizard and the mask fought, I learned one of their magics, which is the portal. Now, I can go anywhere. So, as long as the position 999 appears on the light curtain, I will rush over and take it down. Whatever you say, Loki, I'm not interested anyway. But you do have a talent for magic. Thor raised his wooden cup and drank beer in one gulp. He bought the beer in exchange for the Asgard gold he carried with him. He was very surprised at the time why these worthless pieces of iron could make people so excited. They are everywhere in the palace of Asgard. A military base somewhere. General Ross had bandages on his arms and head. The last defeat filled him with anger and resentment. Apprehension was so close to taking down Abel. What's even more infuriating is Ross's men got Abel's blood. But when we took it back for testing, we found that it was exactly the same as human blood. In other words, it was all in vain again. This almost made him spit out blood. It seems that this containment is just a useless slime. Ross looked at the light curtain and snorted coldly. Then there is no need to get it. After this is over, there will be 3 more objects to be collected. Among them, there must be something I want. Ross showed a greedy and vicious look. He believed that after the experience of failure, his next action would definitely be successful. Stark Tower. Tony had just finished modifying his armor. He upgraded the propulsion system and armor strength. It's actually a heartwarming containment object. What a surprise. Tony took a big sip of Coke. It's the same ball, but compared to the 10,000 feathered angels, 999 is much cuter. I actually kind of want to encounter it. At this moment, the picture started playing on the screen. In the city, a huge green guy is wreaking havoc crazily. His eyes were bloodshot green. The muscles all over his body showed his terrifying strength. Hulk has completely lost his mind. He frantically smashed everything within his sight. People screamed and ran away from the Hulk. The building collapsed. Smoke, flames, a burning smell. What a picture of hell. Loki's eyes lit up. Here it comes. He immediately drew circles with his fingers. Sparks burst into the air and a portal appeared. Loki walked in. He didn't want to waste any time. Because he wanted to find 999 and get it before the Foundation did. Moreover, this green monster is only scary to humans. As a god of Asgard and the greatest wizard of the 9 realms, Loki is confident that he can control it severely. Thor waved his hand. Good luck, buddy. I won't go in with you. He burped. Loki closed the portal. He saw the Hulk destroying things from a distance. Frightened people kept running past Loki. The creatures of Midgard are really cowardly. Loki sneered, let me see where 999 is. Suddenly, Hulk saw Loki at a glance. For some reason, he just didn't like the men in the green cloak. He roared and rushed towards Loki. Loki saw the angry Hulk. He was not panicked at all. Oh, you didn't run away, but walked towards me, Loki. He stretched out his hand. Energy began to surge. Wait for Hulk to rush forward. In an instant, a blue beam of light blasted out from the palm of his hand. Hulk took the blow hard. Fly backwards immediately. But it landed smoothly. Loki looked at it with contempt. Is this all you have got? Hulk roared. The terrifying sound waves caused the air around them to begin to vibrate. Loki couldn't help but be surprised. Hulk charges at Loki again. This time the speed is much faster than before. Loki quickly blasted out a beam of light. Hit Hulk right in the face. But Hulk was not affected at all. Ah, isn't this the Hulk? He disappeared for a while and appeared again. So scary, this is the monster that killed so many people in New York. Ah, what should we do now? Will the Foundation help? The Hulk is more powerful than the Abomination. I think that Tickle Monster might be able to handle the Hulk. How is that possible? Hulk can crush it with one kick. Don't be ridiculous, 999 is only effective for humans. Ah, look, someone is fighting with Hulk. Who is this person? He's dressed so strangely. He looks like another wizard. Loki was shocked. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What is this thing? Why does it get stronger the more you fight it? He put his hands together. Purple light blasted towards Hulk in a spiral. Hulk raised his arms in defense. With a loud bang. After the explosion, Hulk only suffered minor injuries. Loki was immediately horrified. Damn it. He was about to use other moves. He was grabbed by Hulk. Lifting your feet. Loki, damned Midgard creature. Put me down now, I am the god of Asgard, the number one in the 9 realms. Before he could finish his words, Loki felt dizzy. Hulk swung him around and slammed him to the ground. Boom. Gravel flew everywhere, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Then, pick it up again. Boom. It hit the ground on the other side. Just like that, bang bang bang. He hit it more than 10 times before stopping. The god of weak chickens. Hulk bared his teeth and stared angrily at Loki, who was lying on the ground, unable to resist. He roared again. He pounced on Loki. Just before Hulk's fist was about to hit Loki, an exquisite iron hammer flew over from somewhere. With a bang, it hit Hulk's head. Hulk immediately fell to the ground. With a loud bang, a big pit appeared. Hulk climbed up. Spit out the blood in his mouth. Feeling dizzy. He saw a man wearing armor and a red cape, with long golden hair, breathing heavily, facing him. Thor just sensed that Loki was in danger and immediately flew over here. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Otherwise, Loki will be in danger. Hulk's rage reached a new level. Blood vessels have spread all over his body. The muscles also swelled. It looks extremely terrifying. A roar shook the sky. Thor was ready to fight, not daring to be negligent at all. The next moment, they rushed towards each other. Hulk punched Thor on the head, and Thor hit Hulk on the chin with a hammer. Both of them flew backwards. Then, they got up and rushed towards each other again. The battle between tough guys is so simple and plain. Thor is able to inflict damage to Hulk. However, Hulk's recovery ability is quite strong. But Thor's injuries continue to worsen. In the end, everyone under the light curtain was nervous. Looking at Thor, he was knocked away by Hulk's punch. This time, Thor's face was covered in blood. Well. He struggled to sit up. Using the hammer to support the ground, he stood up again. He realized that he had to use all his strength. So, he shouted loudly and raised the hammer to the sky. There was a gleam of lightning in his eyes. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered. Lightning gathers. Hulk bared his teeth and claws, ready to pounce again. The full force attacks of 2 powerful men are about to meet. Suddenly, a yellow, soft thing appeared between Thor and Hulk. It squirmed slowly, making gurgling sounds. Hulk was stunned. The fist was fixed in the air. He looked at the limp, strange creature. That expression seemed to say, "What is this?" The people under the light curtain were almost melted by the cuteness. 999's cuteness far exceeded their imagination. To the point that they forgot that this was a tense and exciting battle. I don't know if this is caused by the anomalous effect of 999. At this moment, Thor was also stunned. When did this thing appear? Loki also got up and coughed. Don't be in a daze. Do you still expect this ball of plasticine to be able to deal with that monster? Let's go together. 999 on the side raised his head and looked at Hulk in a silly way. Hulk was stunned for just a moment, and anger appeared on his face again. He doesn't care whether 999 is cute or not. He raised his foot and stepped on 999. Under the light curtain. No, stop it. Oh, it's over, it's going to be crushed. No, 999, run away. Ancient One, is the only good containment going to perish? Nick, it seems that my assessment of this containment is biased, but it is indeed doomed. Stark, what a pity, I'll never have the chance to touch it again. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Hulk stepped on 999 with his big foot. Goodgie. 999 was not harmed at all except for becoming flattened. Hulk felt like he was standing in a swamp and was unable to use any strength. 999 didn't seem to be angry about Hulk's brutality. Instead, he smiled and hugged Hulk's calf, wrapping around him, then slowly creeping upwards. Hulk was stunned. He had a strange feeling. I was confused at first, and then I started laughing. What's going on? This thing, let me go. I want to kill, oh no, it's itchy. Ha ha ha, let me go quickly, or I'll kill. Oh ha ha ha, damn, I feel. Hulk fell to the ground and began to roll around under the light curtain. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Hulk was so fierce just now, but he can't stand it after being tickled. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Is this what contrast cuteness is? Ah, 999 is so cute. I want to hold it in my arms and rub it hard. I didn't expect that 999 could subdue Hulk in one go. Its strength is actually quite terrifying. Yeah, where can I find such a strong and cute containment creature? What kind of taste do you have? The scary old man is obviously the cutest. I really want to hold him in my arms and suck him hard. Upstairs, I beg you, go see a doctor. On the light curtain. Hulk's laughter began to become shrill. The body size gradually becomes smaller. The green gradually fades. After a while, he turned into Bruce Banner. Ha 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 ha. Okay, little yellow guy, you can let go. Ha 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 ha, I'm fine now, ha ha ha. Banner laughed until he was out of breath. At this moment, he was in a very happy mood. All the previous tension, fear, and anxiety disappeared. Sensing Banner's emotions, 999 also let him go. He turned around and crawled towards Thor and Loki. Thor recovered from his shock. He didn't expect that 999 would defeat Hulk so easily. Now, his impression of 999 has changed greatly. He squatted down and smiled. Hey, little guy, I'm sorry for what I said before. He stretched out his hand and was about to touch 999. Loki, you'd better not do that. Thor, as a god of Asgard, I will not be. But the next second, he was slapped in the face. He touched 999's tiny tentacle. Suddenly, a feeling of pleasure filled my whole body. Then, 999 climbed on top of him. Thor immediately felt itchy and started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, stop, don't. The great god Asked, the heir to the throne, rolled on the ground in an ungraceful manner. Loki turned away, not wanting to watch this scene. He didn't notice at all that the tickle monster had let go of Thor and was crawling towards him. That soft body was already pressed against Loki's legs. Loki, not good. But, an indescribable pleasure, accompanied by itching, spread throughout the body. Loki immediately went limp and fell to the ground, struggling continuously. Ha 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 ha, let me go, I'm in a good mood. I don't need you, ah ha 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 ha. The people under the light curtain couldn't stop laughing. Just be happy. Even Gooey had a hint of a smile on his face. This happiness lasted for a long time. Until Chinyu saw the next abnormal information. His brows suddenly furrowed. It turned out to be this. Chinyu thought. This object is extremely dangerous. Even Chinyu was not sure he could contain it. In other words, it simply cannot be completely contained. But, what is meant to come will come. All we can do is adapt to circumstances. Words appeared on the light curtain. Inventory of anomalous containment, number 3, shield. Nick just sighed. After seeing 999, he understood that not all anomalous objects were evil. It would be great if the creatures in this collection could be cuter. Dr. Banner, wrapped in a blanket, was also staring at the light screen. Since the last inventory was completed, Nick invited him to S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner was also happy to be here. After all, he felt good now and Hulk fell into peace. Here, he can better utilize his academic advantages. He walked towards Chinyu and said, I heard from them that you are a doctor from the Foundation. I used to be. Now, I have parted ways with them. I see. Then you should know a lot. I want to ask you, are there many containments like 999? Not many. Most of the objects contained are very terrible. Stark Tower. Tony was holding a purple, cinnabar-textured disc. This is a precious gift given to him by a good friend. It is said that it comes from a very ancient time. Tony was about to put it in the record player. Take a good look at this wonderful music from the past. He was humming a little tune and was in a good mood. This is because he had just completed the final upgrade of Mark I. That is a system that is perfectly adapted to Jarvis. In addition, the flamethrower system was upgraded to a hand cannon. On the screen, the subtitles scrolled again. Anomaly Containment, 093, Red Sea Object. Description: Anomaly Containment, 093 is mainly a red disc. It is carved from a composite stone similar to cinnabar. Its diameter is 7.62 centimeters. When held by a living being, the color tone of anomalous containment, 093 will change. These colors are still under research. Currently believed to be related to the owner's regret. Tony looked at the information on the screen and was stunned. Disc. Then he looked at the disc in his hand and screamed in surprise. Ah! With a clang, the disc fell to the ground. No way, I can't be so unlucky, right? This should just be an ordinary record, right? Tony panicked. He was afraid that he would encounter something as terrifying as the 10,000 feathered angels again. Subtitles continue to update. If no one is holding it, anomalous containment, 093 will search for the nearest mirror. If there is an obstacle between 093 and the mirror, it will use the impact force to break through the obstacle and maintain speed. Until it touches the mirror. Despite the extremely high collision speed, the mirror and the anomaly containment, 093 will not be damaged. When Tony saw the subtitles, his heart skipped a beat. If this record on the ground can really find a mirror, then it must be an anomalous containment object. Tony suddenly had a bold idea. How do you know if it is a containment object if you don't try? He picked up the record. Walked to the toilet. Opened the door. A toilet of over 100 square meters comes into view. Tony walked over to the sink. Above is a mirror. Tony looked at the purple record in his hands. If it really is an anomalous containment object, then if I let go, it will. Tony swallowed. He took a deep breath and threw the disc to the ground. In an instant, the disc stood up. Under Tony's shocked gaze, the disc rolled towards the mirror. The hand washing station hinders it. It accelerated directly and smashed the sink. At an extremely high speed, it stuck to the mirror. Tony was immediately shocked. He immediately ran out of the toilet. Otherwise, something might jump out of the mirror. After a while, nothing happened. Tony swallowed and went into the bathroom again. He looked at the disc. Still clinging to the mirror. It seems, nothing happened. Tony thought to himself, is it possible that it just sticks to the mirror? Other than that, it has no other effect. The tickle monster that appeared yesterday. Tony felt lucky. Not all containment objects are dangerous. Maybe this is safe. Think of this. Tony held out a shaking hand. Reached towards the mirror. To his surprise, his hand went straight through the mirror. It's like there is another world inside. Tony immediately retracted his hand. Greatly shocked. Subtitles continue to update. After testing, it was found that when holding the anomalous containment object, 093, one can enter the mirror world. 093 has different colors, and the world the tester enters will also be different. This is interesting. In the mirror world, that is to say, 093 is a key, right? Will this containment be safe? Like 999? It depends on whether the world in the mirror is dangerous or not. I have a bad feeling about this. It doesn't matter what the world in the mirror looks like. It can't affect our world anyway. How can it not matter? What if there are bad things in those worlds? Yeah, if a monster comes to our world, it will be the end. Shield. Nick frowned. The world in the mirror can be entered through a disc. We need to quickly contain this disk. What if someone goes in and brings something unclean back? Yes, we need to contain it quickly. I think shield can also help a lot. Chinyu rarely agreed with Nick's words. Seeing Chinyu's reaction, Natasha immediately realized it. This 093 must be no simple matter. Camartage. The key to other worlds, she summed it up succinctly. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Unlike most people, Ancient One does not yearn for another world or another universe. Because it's usually dangerous there. Unknown places are not always beautiful. Like, dark space and Dormammu. Or, a universe filled with the Walking Dead. Or maybe, that cancerous universe. Hopefully, no one will ever mistakenly end up in a place like that. On top of a tall building. Loki and Thor sat there to rest. Loki looked at the words on the screen and said, "Thor, in that mirror world, there may be the mount you are looking for." That makes sense. Thor stood up and swung his hammer. Loki, let's go and take a look when the footage starts playing. His injuries, with the help of Asgard's magic oil, have almost healed. Loki was silent for a while, or, go by yourself. Hulk left a deep shadow on him. Even 999 is difficult to cure. The images began to play on the light curtain. Tony Stark suddenly appears. I saw him wearing armor with the help of Jarvis. I'm not going in there unarmed, Tony muttered to himself. Suddenly, people were shocked. No way. Tony Stark again. How did this unlucky guy encounter an anomalous containment object again? Ha 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 ha, there can't be such an unlucky person, right? Most people may not encounter a shelter in their lifetime, but he encountered one twice in less than a week. What is he planning to do? Does he want to wear this thing and enter the mirror world? Is he crazy? He doesn't run away quickly, but still wants to go in. I really don't understand the world of rich people. Shield. Damn, Tony Stark, you lunatic. Nick was horrified. He didn't expect that after being baptized by the 10,000 feathered angels, Tony still wanted to explore the containment. All personnel, assemble and head to Stark Tower immediately. Nick looked at Banner deeply and said, "You come too, Dr. Banner." Banner nodded. Okay, I just wanted to go and see it. Chinyu naturally did not follow. He's going to stay here, just in case. After all, this Red Sea object. It is one of the most profound objects among the top 100. Its origin, what it contains, is a tragic yet beautiful tragedy. In the light curtain, Tony Stark was wearing the Mark I armor. He had already stretched half of his body into the mirror world. Ah, the mirror is more spacious than I thought. Tony enters the mirror world. Saw the scene inside. He was stunned for a moment. What is this? A city glowing purple. Those skyscrapers seem to come from the future. Extremely prosperous. But it's eerily quiet here. The whole city seemed to be dead. Stark, wearing Mark armor, walked on the street. He was alert, his hand cannon ready to fire at any moment. In fact, he didn't understand why he came in. Maybe curiosity overcame fear. Tony continued walking forward. This is a bustling neighborhood similar to New York. Everything here looks very advanced. Including several cars parked on the street. The weird thing is, there is no sign of life at all. Sir, after testing, the air here is breathable. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Jarvis? Tony immediately opened his mask. But then, a foul smell wafted over. It smells like feces mixed with corpse oil that has been simmered for a week. Tony was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He immediately closed the mask. Jarvis, you call this being able to breathe? I am so sorry, sir. I don't have the ability to distinguish smells. Looks like I need to upgrade. Tony muttered, walking towards a car on the side of the road. High-tech things always attract him. This car looks like it came from the future. But it was covered with dust. It had obviously been abandoned for a long time. Who would leave such a nice car lying there? Tony dusted off the car window and looked inside. I saw that the car was full of strange brown objects. Tony tried to open the door. But he used too much force and it came off directly. Oops. Sorry. Is this the mirror world? These buildings look very high-tech. That's true, but I always feel something strange. I think so too. It's a little eerily quiet in here. What happened here? Did the residents move away, or... Gah. The internal structure of the car is similar to that of cars on Earth, but not the same. Tony fiddled with it for a while and saw that it wouldn't start. Just keep moving forward. When passing a residential building, Tony stretched his head and looked in the window. This was also filled with a strange brown solid. Tony was watching with fascination. What on earth are these? I want to take some back to do research. As he was talking to himself, suddenly, a huge figure passed by the window on the other side. Tony didn't see it at all. But the people under the light curtain can see it clearly. What was that? It scared me so much that my heart stopped for a moment. Am I seeing things? There is something there, gray and huge. This city is really not that simple. Is this a monster? Could it be that all the people were killed by him? Looking at the light screen, Chinyu sighed. That thing destroyed more than just this city. What's more, it's not just this world. Tony had no idea of the danger. Humming a little tune, he continued walking forward. Soon, a huge building came into sight. Very tall and luxurious. Just like the Dubai Twin Towers and the Eye of London, they are landmarks of the entire city. Tony walked over immediately. I guess you can find something interesting in there. Tony walked up to the front door of the building. The door was locked with a magnetic lock and could not be opened with bare hands. Tony stepped back and opened his palms. Boom. The door was directly smashed. Tony entered a very luxurious hall. The scene here looks very messy. It was as if everyone left in a hurry. I don't know what the reason is. Tony glanced away. There is a strange-looking computer on the table. Tony walked over and tried to operate it. It displays the pious operating system and asks for a password. Tony lets Jarvis invade. But the moment Jarvis entered the computer immediately initiated a self-destruct sequence. Tony had no choice but to move on. Ahead are two large elevator doors. The door on the right is crooked in shape. The elevator inside is also missing. This seems to be destroyed by something. Tony walked to the other elevator door and it opened automatically. He walked in. At this time, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had already arrived at Stark Tower. Also coming with them were Colonel Rhodes and some soldiers. Rhodes, Tony, that idiot, actually went in. Chinyu activated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attack system, temporarily paralyzing the defense of Stark Tower. During this period, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology could still compete with Tony's. People successfully entered the building. Soon, the mirror leading to another world was found. Rhodes took a deep breath and entered first. He didn't want Tony to die tragically in there. The rest of the people also walked in one after another. Nick Fury pulled out his pistol and prayed silently, "Tony, you damn guy, please don't get into trouble." The elevator Tony was riding in took a long time and finally stopped at the 114th floor. The elevator doors opened and Tony walked out. He came to a large, lounge-like area. All the tables and chairs here are covered with dust. The huge windows were shattered. The sunlight with a slight purple tint shines in. What do these purples mean? Tony walked over to the window. Start overlooking the scenery below. The building where Tony is located is very tall and he can overlook far away. The city below looked gray and dilapidated. In some places, the brown substance stood like towering trees, covering the buildings. It looks like there is a kind of weird beauty. It seems that this is indeed a dead city. Tony said to himself, what on earth could have caused this? Tony continued to look off into the distance. When he saw the ring road, his eyes suddenly froze. I saw a huge humanoid creature crawling on it. Tony took a few steps back. The horror of suddenly seeing a living creature, and a monster at that, is so deep in my bones. Tony's scalp tingled and his heart was pounding. He took a deep breath. At least, the monster didn't notice him. He used the telescope to observe the creature carefully. It was huge, covered in rotten grayish-white skin. There are no facial features on its face. There is no lower body either. Broken internal organs, such as intestines, dragged behind its tail, leaving behind a trail of brown liquid. Its 2 arms, or maybe its 2 legs. There is no fixed length. It keeps changing as it moves forward, dragging its body forward. Tony forced himself to calm down. Now, it's time to return. Apparently, there was only that one monster in the entire city. And it moves slowly. If you encounter it along the way, with the mobility of the Mark I, it should not be caught up. Thinking of this, Tony immediately returned to the elevator. On the way down the elevator, Tony suddenly saw the button on the 74th floor was activated. This made him feel strange. This was definitely not the button he pressed. But anyway, out of curiosity, Tony decided to go to that floor and take a look. Anyway, you can go back anytime you want. Soon, the elevator reached the 74th floor. The elevator door opens. What comes into view is an office. Judging from the facilities and decoration, it seems to belong to a doctor. Tony continued walking inside. He found a form on the reception desk. Tony picked it up and looked at it. He found that the date on it ended in 1953. 1953, Tony thought. Does this mean that the city fell that year? The computer on the desk seemed to be turned on. Tony examined it. Still a devout operating system. The folders inside are all about dating. In addition, there is a notepad on the table. Tony opened it. From Dr. Borisic's desk, the Blessed Purifier. This office belongs to Dr. Borisic's. And what does purifier mean? Tony put the notebook in the storage space and continued walking forward. In front of us is a big door. It has Borisic's name on it. There is a big cross symbol on the door. Tony stepped forward. Jarvis quickly hacked into the gate system. After hearing a ding sound, Tony pressed the cross. Then, the door opened. A long and narrow white corridor appeared. Tony took a deep breath. Inside, there might very well be the truth of this world. At this point, there is no reason to back down. Tony walked in. Fortunately, the corridor was wide enough for Mark I to move freely. At the end of the corridor, there is a code door. Tony once again had Jarvis crack the code. The door opened and Tony walked in. The scene inside shocked Tony. It's very huge here. In the center, several huge capsule-shaped transparent containers stand. There are 6 in total, 2 of which have been broken. Brown liquid flowed from the broken container onto the floor. It was as if something had broken through the container. The remaining 4 containers. 2 of them had nothing in them. In the other 2, there was a naked human being soaking in each of them. A man and a woman. The woman is very young and the man is middle-aged. They wore breathing masks. Tested by Jarvis. They had no vital signs. The case was taped to the bottom of the container. Tony looked closer. It says on it, Citizen Jay-Z's mind was defiled, causing her to have sex with her neighbor 5 times while her husband was away from home. The patient was obedient to our management. She was willing to be saved by God in our hands. Jay-Z is managed by Senior Priest UWA. The patient undergoes a 3-day cycle of purification with God's tears to redeem her tainted soul. God's tears, purification. God's tears, do you mean the liquid in the jar? Tony looked at the other man's case. Citizen AF attacked a senior priest. He angrily stated that the tears of God turned his daughter insane. And attributed the dirty and obscene behavior his daughter had done to the priest and his blessing. He hurled profound insults at the priest and the tears of God. AF was sentenced to soak in God's tears for a week to cleanse his dirty soul. Under the light curtain, people began a heated discussion. That brown liquid seems to be exactly the same as the one on that monster. I saw it too. Does this mean that the one that escaped from the jar was the monster? 2 jars were breached, which means there is more than one monster. There are 2 people here who are soaked in a jar and are intact. Does this mean that those monsters are transformed from humans? I got goosebumps. Can humans be turned into something so horrible? Camartage. Gui carefully observed the case descriptions of the 2 people. The contents of this jar should be the tears of God. And the tears of God turned them into monsters. Thinking of this, Gui frowned slightly. Everyone in the city has disappeared. Could it be that they have all turned into? And Tony Stark thought there was only one monster there. He had no idea that he might be surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters. Atop Stark Tower. The portal is open. Loki and Thor came out. Loki saw that there was only one monster there, and it moved so slowly. I suddenly felt confident and rushed over immediately. Thor swung his hammer. That thing is not suitable to be my mount. But it is also good to have one more trophy. They soon entered the mirror world. Tony Stark was filled with curiosity. What exactly are God's tears? God's tears. And what is God? An abstract concept or a real entity? Why did the rulers create those monsters? How did they get out of control? Tony searched the room. He firmly believed that he would find the truth. Finally. At Jarvis's prompt, Tony pressed on the smooth wall. With a sizzling sound, a box popped out slowly. Inside was a stack of documents and a bottle of sticky light blue liquid. Tony picked up the file. I saw it was written on it. Blacksword in the unclean land. Tony's Adam's apple moved. Could it be that the truth behind all this is recorded here? Tony opened it impatiently. The font inside revealed an ancient atmosphere. The content is very long. Here is the brief summary. December 25, 1875. Mr. Wallace obtained an unusual antique, a small red disc dot. If you don't touch it, it will start rolling at a very high speed and even break through the wall. Until it touches the mirror. What's even more amazing is that no matter how fast it is, a person can always catch it effortlessly. Wallace maid accidentally touched it while cleaning the room. A man emerged from the mirror, and the maid was frightened and called the police. No one believes that the man is from another world, but I am different. I found that man. Learned a lot about him. Finally, I entered the mirror world. It is a world with a strong religious color. The highest leader is the Pope. And all people believe in one God, him. Yes, it is him. Not God, not Jesus, but him. Any religion other than this is a heresy. Once discovered, it must be immersed in the tears of God and purified. If we allow them to spread heresy, the unclean will appear and destroy everyone. He brought medicine and technology to the world, but wars broke out among nations to compete for his favor. When he saw his people killing each other, he wept bitterly. The tears he shed are the tears of God. Those who tasted his tears were cleansed of their sins. Those whose sins were too deep became unclean, a kind of terrible monster. I want to go to the dry land to see it myself. The place is full of unclean people. I entered the depleted land and smelled the stench of decay. I encountered the unclean, and my weapons were useless. The gods saved me, but one of them was absorbed by the unclean, who escaped. I was brought to the divine court for trial for trespassing into the depleted land. I used my intelligence and the stupidity of those people to get by and got a good job. I am also slowly approaching the truth. Those unclean ones are not the incarnation of the devil at all, but seriously deformed human beings themselves. The tears of God are the catalyst. When people come into contact with God's tears, they will mutate and become unclean. The unclean will devour all life and assimilate. It will grow bigger and bigger, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. The church must know this truth. But the unclean ones are their weapons to maintain their rule, and they use them to conquer one country after another. In order to exploit the unclean, the church allowed this dangerous thing to exist. How long will it take before they get out of control and destroy the entire world, or even other worlds? I don't know, but I won't let it. Corroded writing. I have developed Blackwood's tears, which can. Corroded writing. By this point, the rest was destroyed. So, these monsters are called unclean ones, and they really are transformed from humans. The more creatures the unclean one absorbs, the bigger it becomes. The one we just saw may have absorbed hundreds of people. Blackwood's documents say that the unclean ones can't even be killed by rocket launchers and machine guns. It's no wonder that such a terrifying thing can destroy a world. It seems that those popes paid the price. The unclean finally lost control. This Blackwood is so brave, he dared to face those unclean ones in person. I was almost scared to death watching him through the screen. So, what exactly is this a he? Tears can create monsters, so he must be very powerful, right? Ah, why is the back damaged? I really want to know what happened in the end. Camartage. A human being, who is determined to save other worlds, faces horrible monsters, and is not afraid of death. Ancient One sighed. If she were honest, even she would find it difficult to do so. In order to prolong its life, it even absorbs the energy of the dark space. Gui felt inferior to him. In addition, Ancient One analyzed something very important from Blackwood's diary. There is probably more than one Red Sea object. Stark's blood boiled after reading the notebook. Blackwood's courage is truly admirable. Tony decided to do something. He must not allow the unclean to invade the Earth. Let me inherit your will, Dr. Blackwood. Tony picked up the bottle of sticky liquid. I guess this is Blackwood's tears. Tony unlocked the weapons on the armor. He was going to merge Blackwood's tears with the cannonballs. In this way, the unclean ones can be killed. Just at this moment, Tony suddenly felt the building shaking. And it's getting stronger and stronger. It was as if something was climbing up rapidly. In a few seconds. With a bang. A monster with a huge body and rotten grayish-white skin break through the wall and rush towards Tony. Tony closed his mask immediately. Curse. A shell was fired. Boom. A large hole was blown out of the unclean one's head. But it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because Tony's shells did not incorporate Blackwood's tears. So no further harm can be caused. Tony knew he couldn't stop. He stepped back quickly. At the same time, the palm cannon was fired. The unclean were constantly injured by the explosions, but they recovered quickly. And getting closer and closer to Tony. Tony simply blew down the wall behind him. Purple sunlight shines in. Tony jumped down immediately. But the unclean ones also caught up. His arms stretched out quickly. Tickle Tony's chest. Snap. Z. Tony's energy system was damaged and failed instantly. He was unable to fly and fell rapidly toward the ground. Jarvis, activate the backup hidden energy. Yes, sir. Flames spewed out of the two tubes behind Tony. Greatly alleviated the impact of landing. Boom. Tony fell to the ground. He didn't stop. Instead, he ran while trying to fuse the tears of Blackwood with his weapon. Sir, your energy is decreasing. When it reaches 0, shrapnel will enter your heart. Tony forced a smile, his eyes determined. I can do it, Jarvis. I will kill this son of a bitch before the energy runs out. Fusion progress, 50%. At this moment, on the tall building over there, the unclean one was rushing towards Tony at a very fast speed. Fusion progress, 60%. In Tony's eyes, the unclean ones are growing bigger and bigger. Rod, Nick, Natasha, and the agents were heading towards the tallest building. They were very careful along the way. Suddenly, they saw an unclean one in the distance. They immediately took cover. But I don't know why. The faceless unclean one, without any facial features, looked towards where they were hiding. Obviously they were discovered. Suddenly, the heads of the unclean ones are pointed toward the sky. Keep making strange noises. Rhodes was shocked. Oh no. It's calling its own kind. Suddenly, the earth is shaking. Countless unclean people came from all directions. The unclean ones could tear Tony's armor apart in one go. Natasha and others had no power to resist at all. Nick turned his head. He took a deep look at Banner. Dr. Banner, it's your turn. Dozens of unclean people rushed over from all directions. Banner took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Hulk had calmed down not long ago. This time, he will be called out again. However, he understood when Nick Fury asked him to follow. What Nick Fury actually wants is the Hulk. Banner clenched his fists and used all his strength. Please, Hulk, come out. The unclean are getting closer. Those huge faces without facial features are like huge mouths of the abyss. It is determined to devour all living things. Banner was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but Hulk showed no intention of coming out. By this time, the agents and soldiers had opened fire. Dense streams of bullets penetrated the flesh of the unclean ones. Rotting skin and brown blood splattered everywhere. But their speed has not been slowed down at all. The soldiers and agents at the outermost edge were instantly knocked down by the unclean ones. Then the unclean one pressed down with its huge face. Those people were directly absorbed. The unclean one's body had grown visibly larger. One of the unclean already rushed to Hulk. He has raised his rotten hand. Natasha shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way, Banner." But it's too late. The hand that could destroy hard alloy slapped down at Banner's mortal body. Boom. A puff of smoke. Natasha's lip trembled. Nick also stared there in horror. Banner. Suddenly, a familiar roar resounded through the sky. The smoke cleared. Hulk held the unclean one's hand tightly and glared at it. Then he roared and pulled with all his might. The entire arm of the unclean one was pulled off in one go. A huge amount of brown liquid sprayed out from the broken arm. But it was almost instant. The new arm grew out directly. Hulk immediately punched the unclean one in the face. There was a dull thud, and its face became sunken. Suddenly, another unclean one pounced. Hulk was knocked to the ground in an instant. Since Hulk has no anger blessing now. Therefore, the combat effectiveness is much worse than that of 999 at that time. The two unclean ones began to tear Hulk apart with their bare hands. One of them grabbed Hulk's face. Half of his face was torn off along with the flesh. Half of Hulk's face was suddenly reduced to bones. It roared in pain. Another unclean one grabbed Hulk's arm and pulled hard. Directly ripped off Hulk's forearm. The blood instantly dyed the battlefield green. Hulk roared in pain, but he seemed helpless against the powerful unclean one. At this time, the two unclean beings rushed to absorb Hulk. Absorbing an ordinary human would make the unclean one significantly larger. What's more, it's Hulk. The huge face of the unclean one is pressing towards Hulk. The other side. Tony looked at the only 25% of hidden energy left. Then he looked at the unclean ones that were approaching rapidly. He gritted his teeth and flames spewed out of the pipe behind him. Send him into the sky. The unclean one missed and crashed into a building. The building collapsed instantly, crushing the unclean underneath. Tony landed again. Sir, there is only 10% of energy left, and it is still decreasing. I know, Jarvis. My heart will not stop beating, and this unclean one will die. Blackwood's tear fusion progress, 80%. The wreckage of the building shook violently. With a loud bang, a large amount of iron blocks flew into the sky. The unclean ones rushed out. Fusion progress, 87%. Energy, 8.5%. Tony can no longer use hidden energy. This means that he will not be able to dodge the next attack from the unclean one. Tony fired a palm cannon. A dazzling beam of light shone into the face of the unclean one. Suddenly a big hole appeared. The unclean were slowed only slightly. It was less than 100 meters away from Tony. Energy, 5%. Fusion progress, 92%. It seems that Tony can no longer complete the fusion of weapons. And his heart is about to stop beating. Suddenly, behind Tony, a big hole was instantly knocked out of the building. Another unclean one rushed towards him. Tony raised his palm cannon at them. But this seemed to be just his last struggle in despair. No, Tony. Just hold on for a few more seconds and the weapons will be fully fused. Ah, why is there another one? We are really doomed now. Tony, no. The other side. The big faces of the two unclean ones were already pressing down on Hulk. He felt as if every cell in his body was beginning to break. In desperation, Hulk burst out with amazing strength. His arms began to grow at an extremely fast speed. The muscles instantly expanded 3 times. He let out a terrifying roar. He grabbed the faces of the two unclean ones like kneading bread. He pulled hard. Puff. The heads of the two unclean ones were torn off in an instant. Hulk's roar was filled with anger. He faced hundreds of unclean ones without any fear. Like a god of war. At this time, the heads of the two unclean ones began to recover rapidly. Another dozen or so unclean ones began to pounce on Hulk at the same time. Hulk tore and smashed desperately. He kept getting injured and his recovery ability gradually failed to keep up. And the number of the unclean ones is simply too great. Hulk began to feel tired. His movements slowed down. This led to more violent attacks from the unclean ones. 50% of Hulk's flesh was torn off. He didn't stop fighting, but his anger seemed to have run out. There were less than 50 agents and soldiers left. Nick kept pulling the trigger. Bullets fired desperately at the unclean ones. It was ejected immediately and the wound healed. Nick looked at Natasha and said, "Natasha, it's my honor to work with you." Natasha nodded, "Me too, Chief." They are ready to die. Hulk fought desperately. An unclean person's hand pierced into his chest with a whoosh sound. Then, in an instant, his heart was crushed. Hulk vomited a lot of green blood. The fighting spirit in his eyes has not diminished in the slightest. The unclean ones grabbed the Hulk's head. It seemed as if they were going to cut him into pieces and then devour him. At this desperate moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky was covered with dark clouds, followed by lightning and thunder. Huge lightning struck from the sky. Countless unclean people were instantly electrocuted, leaving their bodies burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Their operations were temporarily halted, but they have begun to recover from their injuries. The burned skin falls off and the rotten skin grows back. Hulk had some time to catch his breath. He roared. The flesh and blood on his body was growing at an extremely fast rate. Looking at Hulk, Loki's eyes revealed fear. What kind of monster is this? Being smashed by Hulk that day left Loki with a deep psychological trauma. Thor immediately landed next to Hulk. The two stood back to back, facing the unclean ones. "Hey, big guy." Thor twirled his hammer. "I never thought we'd start working together." Hulk snorted. Next to it, just before the agents were about to be wiped out, a huge purple beam of light exploded instantly. A large number of unclean beings were severely injured and temporarily paralyzed. The survivors on the ground looked up at Loki. Loki frowned and said, "What on earth am I doing, saving these monkeys?" The unclean ones quickly recovered from their injuries and launched another fierce attack. Hulk, Loki, Thor, and the survivors fought and retreated. They gradually retreated towards the mirror. Nick yelled over the noise, "Where's Tony Stark? Thor, can you bring him back?" Energy, 3%. Fusion progress, 94%. The weapon is about to be fused. But the two unclean ones are already within reach. Tony could smell the corpse oil through his helmet. His heart was beating violently as its energy was almost exhausted. He was on the verge of death. There is no way the weapons will be completely fused. In this extremely desperate situation, the armor on Tony's arms and legs detached instantly. Then, it was placed on the arms of the two unclean people at once. With a bang, The armor pinned the arms of the two unclean ones to the ground. They extended their arms frantically and rushed straight towards Tony. But I still couldn't reach it. The big faces of the unclean ones were less than 1 meter away from Tony. The strong stench overwhelmed Tony like a tsunami. He looked at the armor that held the unclean one's arm in place. This is a built-in function of the armor designed by Tony. No energy will be wasted. At this point, the armor began to fall off due to the unclean one's struggle. Although they were only controlled for a few seconds. But that's enough. Fusion progress. 97%. 99%. 100%. Fusion complete. Jarvis' voice was extremely cold, but it ignited Stark's only hope. Stark carried the extremely heavy armor. Shoulder cannon activated. The huge shell was aimed at the two unclean ones and fired. Hiss, boom. Shot into their heads. The tears of Blackwood exploded instantly inside. The smaller unclean ones died instantly without making any sound. Something exploded, but Tony didn't see it. Another large unclean one. The body seemed to be torn apart and kept twisting. At the same time, an extremely miserable and strange cry was uttered. Tony was overjoyed. It hurts it. Then he fired another shell. Accurate hit. The black tears exploded again within its body. The unclean one screamed even more miserably. But he crawled towards Tony like a madman. Tony hurriedly dragged his heavy feet away from it. Fortunately, the unclean one's speed was greatly slowed down due to injuries. Otherwise, Tony would never have been able to escape. Tony continued to fire shells at it as he retreated. The damage to the unclean is getting worse and worse. Human head-shaped protrusions kept appearing on his body. There are hundreds of them. It was like the bread was covered with maggots, wriggling constantly, making people's scalps tingle. It seemed as if there were hundreds of wronged souls screaming inside its body. Its screams became more and more like human voices. Tony kept backing away. He had only 3 shells left. But seeing the unclean like this is enough. The unclean are dying. However, it still kept moving towards Tony, showing no intention of retreating. Tony has been cornered into an alley. Only 1% of his energy was left. Can no longer use the palm cannon to blast away the wall behind you. In other words, he had nowhere to retreat. The remaining shells must be used to kill the unclean. Tony fired 2 shells. The unclean one screamed. Its body had become as bloated as a big bag filled with water. Human heads kept appearing on the skin. It's like countless humans trying desperately to escape. Brown blood vessels have spread all over its body. The breath of the unclean also became extremely weak. The last one will definitely kill it. Tony aimed at the unclean one's head. By now. Click. The shell launcher was activated, but nothing happened. Tony looked at the approaching unclean and his face turned pale. Launch again. Click. 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 Still the shells had not been fired. Damn it. It got stuck at such a critical moment. Tony covered his heart and sat down on the ground. He felt that his heart was gradually stopping. Energy remaining, 0%. Tony's vision began to blur. He looked at the huge, featureless head of the unclean one, which fell towards him. Tony closed his eyes and prepared to face death. At least, I chose a heroic ending, right? The people under the light curtain looked at this scene and were filled with despair. In despair, hope emerged, but was ruthlessly extinguished. This is fate. Tony smiled. It seems that I have already stepped half a foot into heaven. But I waited for a long time. He didn't even die. Tony opened his eyes in surprise. The unclean one was almost on top of Tony. But it did not take any further action. It didn't devour Tony. Tony looked at it in confusion. Don't you want to kill me? The unclean one held out his rotten hand. Trembling, he pointed at the shell on Tony's shoulder. Then, he pointed at himself. At the same time, a sound similar to that of a human was emitted. Tony suddenly realized, "You want me to kill you?" Tony understood immediately. These unclean ones are made up of countless humans. They are filled with confusion and pain all the time. They destroy and kill. The reason for all this may be to seek death. Tony was filled with shock. He kept adjusting the shoulder cannon. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the missile penetrated the unclean one's head. Instantly, the unclean one's body began to swell violently. It turned into a translucent, brown water ball. Then, there was an explosion with a bang. Hundreds of humans were sprayed out along with brown liquid. Tony was also covered in brown liquid. But he didn't care. At this time, the ground was full of naked humans. Men, women, young and old. Either dead or dying. Tony held his heart and looked at them. He is now full of sadness and grief. These human beings are all victims of stupid religious dynasties. The Pope constantly deceives his own people for the sake of his own power. In order to gain power, they use lies to turn them into horrible monsters. They live in pain every moment, but they cannot die. If possible, Tony really wanted to copy Blake's tears in large quantities. To truly purify all impurities. But, he no longer had the chance. Tony lay on the ground. The darkness in his eyes gradually expanded. His hands gradually dropped. Under the light curtain, many people cried. "Tony, no, you can't just die like this. Tony, you are a hero and we will always remember you. Tony, you are not allowed to sleep, open your eyes." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. Thor descended from the sky. He left and came to Tony's side. He squatted down. "It's amazing. You killed 2 unclean ones by yourself." He picked up the hammer and pressed it against Tony's chest. Lightning flashed, and Thor's hammer gently touched Tony's chest. Sizzle. Current inrush. Tony's whole body was bounced up. He opened his eyes instantly. "Take a deep breath." The heart began to beat violently. "Sir, you have 25% energy remaining," Jarvis said. Tony touched his chest, the faintly glowing core. He looked at Thor in surprise. "Is this possible?" "Of course." Thor smiled. "Although I am curious about how you killed the unclean, we must retreat now." Thor helped him up. "Can you stand the high-altitude flight?" "That's fine with me. If we need to retreat." Tony took out the purple disc. "We need this." "Good." Thor took the disc to prevent Tony from dropping it during the flight. He picked up Tony, swung the hammer, and flew into the air. Neither Tony nor Thor noticed that the disc had turned red when Thor touched it. And only the purple disc can open the door to the purple world. The other side. Loki and his several clones were desperately shooting out magical rays. Everyone kept retreating to the rear, but the unclean ones had already surrounded them. "Damn you, Thor!" Loki yelled, "If you don't come, I'll run away." Many of his clones have been dispersed by the unclean ones. "I am coming." Thor sent down a violent bolt of lightning. The unclean ones at the rear stopped instantly. Then, Thor smashed the ground with a hammer. "Blow them away in an instant." Although the unclean ones are powerful, they are very light. Hulk also rushed over and knocked over all the unclean people in the retreat path. Thor immediately threw Tony into Nick's arms. "Then, hold the disc close to the mirror." But, there is no effect. Thor was suddenly startled. Trying again also had no effect. The unclean ones in the rear were pressing forward again. Once again, soldiers were devoured. Everyone is in danger. In a hurry, Natasha suddenly thought of it. It was said on the screen. Different people will see different colors when holding the disc in their hands. It depends on the degree of their repentance. It is very likely that only the corresponding color can open the door to the corresponding world. Natasha had no idea what color she would be either. But had to try it. She snatched the disc from Thor's hand. The disc immediately turned purple. Natasha was immediately delighted and quickly put the disc on the mirror. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the mirror surface. Everyone come in quickly. Thor shouted immediately. Everyone got through the mirror. Back to Earth. When the last agent came out, Natasha immediately pulled the disc off. I saw the unclean ones on the other side crashing into the mirror. Natasha swallowed. She watched the unclean ones trying to peel off the mirror and come to the Earth. If they really come over, I'm afraid the Earth will become like that city. Just at this moment, a huge helicopter landed on Stark Tower. Hundreds of people in yellow prison uniforms and several Foundation agents rushed over here. The captain of the special agents snatched the disc from Natasha's hand and said, "Excuse me, ma'am. Can I borrow it from you?" He handed the disc to one of the prisoners. The disc still appears purple. These prisoners looked excited and full of fanaticism. For humanity. For the Earth. Led by the prisoner holding the purple disc. They rushed into the mirror. Natasha noticed that they all had a big D printed on them. The D-class personnel entered the mirror world. Those unclean ones were instantly attracted to them. He immediately gave up the mirror and chased after them. After they walked away, the captain of the special agents immediately removed the disc from the mirror. "We'll take this." As a representative of the military, Rhodes did not say anything. After all, there were dozens of heavily armed Foundation agents standing there. And Rhodes has become a commander without troops. The captain of the Secret Service kicked the expensive mirror to pieces. From then on, those unclean ones could no longer come to Earth. The crisis of Red Sea objects has come to an end for the time being. As for whether there are other objects from the Red Sea that have fallen to the Earth, nobody knows. Not long after, members of the Foundation left by plane one after another. It's so shocking. I don't know what to say. This Red Sea object really hides so many secrets. I thought it was just an ordinary disc at first. At first I thought Tony was just a worthless playboy, but now I've really turned from a hater to a fan. This is probably the only time that superheroes from all walks of life have helped the Foundation, right? It was always the Foundation that came to rescue them before. Indeed. The Red Sea objects or the unclean ones are so terrifying and powerful. Even the Foundation has to sacrifice some people to temporarily isolate them. I am really curious now, where did that he come from and what he is? I hope that Black's tears can be mass-produced, so that we don't have to worry about the unclean ones invading the Earth one day. Camartage. Ancient One let out a long breath. She didn't take action because Dormammu was very close to the Earth. If he really came, it would be no different from the unclean ones invading the Earth. At least for now, Ancient One has not figured out a way to completely destroy Dormammu. Perhaps she needed to talk to the Foundation's leaders about this in person. After all, Dormammu is a world-destroying level containment. Besides, Ancient One was also very curious about who that he was. His tears can create such a powerful monster. So, will he be as powerful as Dormammu? College. Backyard. A man in red tights, looking very mean, was lying on the lawn. He carried two long swords on his back. "Ah, this unclean one is really curious," he said to himself. "If I put my penis in his, what would he suck out?" It's disappointing that the Foundation hasn't done similar experiments. After a while, Deadpool suddenly felt that someone was standing in front of him. He opened his eyes immediately. I saw that it was a tall and thin boy wearing a mask. Deadpool was stunned. "When did you appear here?" He jumped up suddenly. He glanced at Chinyu from top to bottom. "Are you a student of this school? Or are you Professor X's illegitimate son?" Then, the Foundation logo was seen on his clothes. "Oh, you are from the Foundation. Are you their boss, or just a small fry?" "No matter who you are, I'm not interested." Deadpool lay down on the lawn. "Don't disturb my nap. I'm an ordinary doctor of the Foundation, Wade." Chinyu said in a processed voice, "I have a job now." "Not interested." "The reward is." "Not interested." "Heal your face that looks like a pickle that was raped by a goblin." Wade sat up instantly. "Oh, you are not that old, why are you so mean?" "My face can't be cured." I gave up this hope many years ago. I'm serious, Wade. The Foundation can do this. But, we need your help. Wade stroked his chin, thinking. Somewhere on Earth. There is a clean and tidy mirror in the dim and shabby room. A hunchbacked man. Holding a blue disc in his hand, he let out a creepy laugh. This stupid Foundation must not have thought that there is more than one Red Sea object. He. Get a sample of the unclean one and bring it to General Ross, and you will be richly rewarded. He was just about to stick the disc on the mirror. He felt that someone suddenly appeared behind him. He was startled, took out his pistol and turned around. Who is it? Chin-Yu looked at him calmly. Give me what you have in your hand, and you will have the opportunity to become a D-level personnel. Otherwise, you will be executed immediately. What D-level or C-level? Believe it or not, I can kill you with one shot, the man roared, pointing the gun at Chin-Yu's head. Chin-Yu stretched out his hand. You have violated the Foundation's regulations prohibiting the possession of dangerous objects, and have threatened the lives of Foundation personnel. Now, I will execute you. What are you pretending? Ugh. The men watched in horror. Chin-Yu's hand penetrated into his abdomen. He didn't even see Chin-Yu's movements clearly. Then the men wailed in pain. He quickly transformed into a magma-like substance. Then, it was absorbed into Chin-Yu's body. Chin-Yu looked at his palm. Then, he walked to the mirror. Smash it with one palm. Then put away the Red Sea things. He sighed. There are countless Red Sea creatures on Earth, or in the universe. It would be impossible for him to accommodate all of them by himself. He needs a strong elite team, able to handle extremely difficult incidents like this for him. College. In John the fireman's room. I don't know when a strangely shaped teddy bear appeared. This doll looks very similar to the heart-stitched bear, but it is definitely not it. Because, Stitch Heart Bear is healing Tony Stark's heart. John didn't know where the little bear came from. But he kind of likes this stuff. So I kept it. When he found that the little bear could interact with him in a friendly way, he was surprised and excited. I must have met a kind inmate like 999. That night, John was sleeping soundly. The little bear stuffed animal quietly reached out its hand to his ear. Subtitles appeared on the screen. Anomaly Containment Inventory, Number 2, Anomaly Containment, 1048, Teddy Bear Maker. Object Class, Safe, crossed out. Object Class, Keter. What does this mean? Why is Safe crossed out? I thought there was another kind contained anomaly, but it turned out to be another Keter. Is it possible that this containment was mistakenly believed to be safe at first, but then he did something extraordinary? A teddy bear maker doesn't sound that scary, unless he makes teddy bears like the unclean ones. Stop talking. I get goosebumps all over my body when I mention the unclean. It really could be the case, otherwise why would it be Keter? Tony's beach house. Tony lay comfortably in the chair, admiring the beautiful sea view. Another teddy bear. I have a thing for teddy bears right now. Tony's heart was completely healed by the bear with a sewn heart. So when the subtitles appeared, he was not afraid. Subtitles updated. Description: Anomaly Containment, 1048 is a teddy bear approximately 33 centimeters tall. Its composition materials are no different from those of other ordinary teddy bears. The object can move freely and communicate through gestures. The subject often shows her cuteness to people. Therefore, most people think she is kind. This description doesn't look like a Keter level 1, does it? Yeah, how can something this cute be dangerous? Could it be that Keter doesn't mean dangerous? 7 months after it initially seemed safe. Abnormal behavior of abnormal containment, 1048 was discovered. Through these actions, Dr. Data Expunged believes the object is capable of making crude copies of itself. And its cuteness is the false atmosphere it deliberately creates. Currently, there are 3 known creations of 1048. 1048A, 1048B, 1048C. These creations are in stark contrast to anomalous containment, 1048. They have all shown extreme violence toward humans. It's true. It will create very dangerous copies. Oh my God, is this why it's Keter? This is too weird. A cute little bear turned into a killing machine. Shield. Nick fell into deep thought. Exhibits extreme violence against humans. How powerful this 1048 is depends on how powerful his replicas are. Even if that's the case, he can't create a replica as long as it's locked in a cell. Why would it be Keter class? Suddenly, Nick thought of something. His eyes widened. Unless, those replicas have already appeared. Thinking of this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, Hill walked over with his long legs. Chief, our informant has revealed that a very strange-looking teddy bear appeared in downtown New York. Nick was startled. Hill went on to say, it appears to be made of a human ear. On the screen, the picture began to play. New York's downtown. A little bear covered with dense ears is walking continuously. It looks like it is being controlled by something. Most people ran away when they saw such disgusting and dense things. Some people couldn't help but stare at it out of curiosity. After a while, Wade rushed here with a group of sea-level agents. Make way, make way. Wade and others squeezed into the crowd. They saw the little bear. Oh, come on. Wade pulled out the knife. I thought it was something dangerous. It turns out to be a little bear with ears. Wade gradually approached it. It looks like a human ear. Did it steal someone's ear and make it into a doll? That person is really unlucky. However, fortunately the part that was stolen was not otherwise, this light curtain would have been sealed. Deadpool and C-Class agents continue to approach 1048, trying to contain it. Hey, little guy. Wade approached the little bear with a coquettish step, just follow Uncle Wade. Otherwise, I will send you to Mike Tyson's house and let him eat you. Suddenly, when Wade was 10 meters away from the cubs, it suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. Suddenly, Wade and all the agents covered their ears. Severe pain filled their eyes and ears. Then, everyone screamed in pain. A large number of ears began to grow from their bodies. Thousands of ears grew on every inch of their skin. Extremely dense. The people watching were suddenly terrified to the extreme. That extremely disgusting appearance, that extremely painful scream. Let everyone present feel the same. They fled screaming. How horrible. These are human ears, right? There are thousands of them on each person's body. Are these ears rooted directly into their skin? Is this teddy bear so scary? I have a teddy bear at home too, I can feel it staring at me right now. Wow, this is even more disgusting than the unclean. Those sea-level agents with ears all over their bodies soon stopped screaming. They covered their throats with their hands covered with ears and fell to the ground in pain. They couldn't make a sound. This is because the ears are not only visible on the outside. Every one of their entrails, the large intestine, stomach, throat, and trachea are all covered with ears. Their airways have been completely blocked by their ears. Because the ears are rooted inside their bodies. So they had no recourse. All they can do is wait for death to come in painful suffocation. Deadpool also has ears all over his body inside and out. His red tights were stretched to their limit. Besides, he couldn't breathe now. I couldn't help but kneel on one knee. Although he has a self-healing ability that is even more abnormal than that of Uncle Wolf, it is impossible for him to be suffocated to death. But this is not a solution. We can't just leave this cute little bear alone. Let every New Yorker become an ear warrior. Hey, who is this guy? Wearing red tights. Is he a superhero? Look, this man in red has the Foundation's logo on him. He must be from the Foundation. Even if they are from the Foundation, there is no way. I can't think of any possibility that he could survive. No. Don't you know him? Deadpool. A mutant from the X-Men. He has super healing abilities. Sorry, I really don't know him. I only know Uncle Wolf. What's the use of self-healing ability? It looks like they can't breathe. Self-healing ability can't help him get oxygen. Shield. Nick sees Deadpool. He frowned immediately. Wade. Isn't he Professor X's man? Why did he join the Foundation? A person with such a weird personality, how did he join the Foundation just like that? The boss of this Foundation is even scarier than the inmates. Nick thought to himself. He subconsciously glanced at Chinyu. I really don't know how this doctor escaped from the devil in the first place. Natasha stared at the light screen. She couldn't help but shrink back. This scene is extremely terrifying even for the battle-hardened agents. Why can't they breathe? Natasha's voice was weak, as if her breathing was also affected. Because their bodies are full of ears. Their respiratory tracts are blocked. Chinyu said calmly. It seemed like this was just a trivial matter. A chill suddenly spread from Natasha's head to her feet. She couldn't help but wonder. Wade, can he survive? Wade on the light screen didn't seem to be worried about his situation at all. He raised the knife to himself. He looked at the white agent struggling in pain on the ground. In his extremely weak voice he told a hell of a joke. It's your turn to not be able to breathe, huh? Then, people under the light curtain were shocked. Puff. Wade plunged the knife into his throat. Then. He pressed the knife down desperately. Crunch. Puff. Click. From the top of your throat to the bottom of your belly. Wade gave himself a thorough autopsy. Then he opened up his throat, chest, and abdomen. Just like performing surgery in a hospital, the doctor uses a frame to hold open the patient's chest. Wade's open body was full of ears. They were wriggling constantly, covered in blood. It looks like a monster from the world of Cthulhu. Many people under the light curtain collapsed on the spot. Many people fainted. Even Gui quietly covered his mouth. This scene is much more terrifying than most dark creatures. Wade didn't stop. He dropped the knife and held out his hand. Into his throat. He grabbed the upper ear. With a snap, he tore them off. Sizzle. Sizzle. Puff. Wade tore off the ears from the trachea, stomach, and intestines one by one. Throw it to the ground. It piled up into a small hill. Then he closed the wound manually. All of Wade's wounds began to heal instantly. Soon, he was back to normal. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Ah, it feels so good. This is Deadpool's abnormally strong self-healing ability. In the story of the zombie universe, Wade's body was injected with the antidote to the zombie virus. He let zombies all over the universe eat him. This method cured them all. And Wade is still able to heal himself. This self-healing ability is too abnormal, isn't it? Such a strong superhero can only work for the Foundation. I'm not surprised at how powerful the Foundation is. They contain so many dangerous things, how can they not have strength? This Deadpool is a bit perverted. Even if I have the ability to heal myself, I can't think of this trick. It hurts so much just looking at it. Why does he look like he's enjoying it? General Ross looked at Deadpool's abnormal healing ability. It's jealousy and hatred. Why is any employee of that damn Foundation so powerful? And I can't even study the body tissues of the containment. Damn Foundation. I originally obtained several Red Sea items, but they were all taken back by the Foundation. And he executed my men. Damn it. Ross became angrier the more he thought about it. The next containment object, no matter what it is, no matter how powerful it is, I must get its body tissue. Wade hummed a dirty little tune as he looked at the C-Class agent struggling on the ground. He sighed. He knew that these people were beyond help. If they were disemboweled, they would not be able to survive. All Wade can do is to stop others from being tortured by the ear bear. He raised the knife and rushed quickly to the little bear. Before it screamed again. Cut it off. Then Wade slashed wildly. Cut it into strips. Then he took out the gasoline bottle. Pour the oil on the pile of ear filaments. This reminds me of a delicacy from Dragon Country that I once had. Cold-boiled pig ears. The dragon people under the light curtain instantly felt nauseous. Wade lit the fire. Suddenly, 1048A turned into a pile of ash. Wade stood up and said, "Next, we need to contain the damn bear." At this moment, Wade's intercom rang. "Wade, 1048-2 has appeared, go and contain it immediately." "Ah, I see. I see." Wade looked at the light curtain. "I saw a teddy bear that looked very similar to 1048 wandering on the street. A baby's arm stretched out from the seam on his stomach. In a remote alley in Queens. 1048 is moving erratically. Seems to be looking for something. The baby arms that emerged from its belly were trying to grab air. Oh my God, is that a child's arm? Coming out of its belly. Is this baby still alive? The last bear could make people grow ears all over their bodies, so this one, can it make people grow arms all over their bodies? Maybe, it will make people grow babies' faces all over their bodies. The kind that can cry. Please stop talking. Camartage. Ancient One could feel it clearly. Inside the bear's stomach was a living creature. As to what kind of living creature it is and whether it is different from humans, it is unknown. According to the information on the screen, there should be 3 bears in total. Ancient One thought about it. What kind of pattern will these 3 bears follow? Will each one be stronger than the last? The other side of Queens. Spider-Man is fighting Venom passionately. There are black and white spider webs everywhere between the tall buildings. "Peter Parker, today is the day you die." Venom roared. The stone-like fist smashed down towards Peter. Peter flashed, "You talk too much." He punched Venom in the face. Black liquid splash. College. Professor Charles looked at the unconscious girl on the hospital bed and fell into deep thought. Next to him stood John the fireman, who was missing an ear. The girl was 8 months pregnant. For some unknown reason, the fetus in her belly disappeared out of thin air. She herself fell into a coma. He was just discovered this morning and sent to the infirmary. Fortunately, there was nothing serious wrong with her. The professor glanced at John. There was no scar where his ear disappeared. It was as if John's ears had never existed. The teddy bear took off John's ears, creating 1048A. Charles said. This child was created as 1048-2. Then, what will 1048-3 be? Has anyone else in our school been attacked by a teddy bear? Beast Hank said seriously, the metal component I have been developing suddenly disappeared. Could it be that teddy bear? Charles was startled. What kind of components? In the light curtain. Wade came to the vicinity of 1048B. He put the knife on his shoulder and said, "Hey, Mr. Bear, Uncle Wade is here again. Hand over that, whatever it is in your body, and then you can die." Wade approached step by step. He didn't care about any anomalous effects of 1048B. Anyway, his self-healing ability is invincible. Suddenly, 1048B noticed Wade. It tilted its head and stared into Wade's eyes. The baby's hands inside the body also stopped grasping. The evil aura made Wade's breathing pause for a moment. This took Wade by surprise. He is not even afraid of Thanos. Although he hasn't met Thanos yet. 1048B slowly approached Wade. Wade also got ready. Just when the two were about to attack each other. Boom. The wall of the building next door collapsed instantly. Peter flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. It just slid to Wade's feet. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. Spider-Man. Wade picked up Peter and gave him a big hug. "Spider-Man, do you know that I think about you every day when I sleep, eat pizza, and even go to the bathroom? Today, I finally met you. My idol. This is weird, let me go first." Peter pushed him away. "Oh, sorry." At this time, Venom rushed out of the building and went straight to Peter. Die. Its huge body is like a heavy truck. Peter got into a fighting stance. What a tough guy. Beyond everyone's expectations. When Venom reached the vicinity of 1048B, it suddenly stopped. He seemed to sense something extraordinary. He looked at the harmless little bear. He grabbed it and held it up to his eyes. Something so evil, evil so pure. Good. Venom opened his mouth to swallow the little bear. The little bear tilted his head and looked Venom in the eyes. Suddenly, the baby's hand on the bear's belly, grasping Venom's fingers tightly. All I heard was a click. The whole finger was pulled off by that hand. Venom fell to his knees, looking at his severed fingers and howling in pain. Venoms don't cause any pain, except for fire and noise. But, for some reason, the baby broke the Venom host's fingers. This kind of pain goes straight to the soul. The little bear jumped right onto Venom's stomach. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a baby inside a bear cub. Straight into Venom's stomach. Venom stood up involuntarily. Next, its belly. It swelled up like an 8-month pregnancy. Then, Venom howled. My belly is getting bigger and bigger. Soon, there was a puff. A large amount of black mucus spurted out. A giant, baby-shaped Venom was born. Its body continues to expand. Soon, it was taller than the building next to it. And the original host of Venom, Eddie, was lying on the ground. There was a big hole in the stomach. The internal organs were all over the floor. One of his fingers was also broken. Oh, shit. Deadpool covered the back of his head, looking at the huge Venom baby approaching them. The fertility of that little bear must be a world record. Even that black monster. Peter's face beneath the mask was filled with anxiety. Venom is inherently difficult to deal with. Now, it's even stronger. But he had to stop it. Peter said nothing and started swinging the spider silk. Using his flexible body movements, he avoided the giant baby's grasp and flew around it. At the same time, it continues to wrap itself with spider silk. The giant baby seemed to let out a giggle. He grabbed the spider silk and tore it apart. Then, he simply grabbed Peter's spider silk and threw him out like a yo-yo. Peter somersaulted several times in the air and landed steadily. This is going to be difficult. He watched the giant baby anxiously moving forward. He crushed car after car. None of the onlookers ran away. All turned into meat patties. Just at this moment, in the air, a magnetic yet slightly frivolous voice sounded. Are you in trouble, Spider-Man? I saw an Iron Man dressed in red with a golden mask flying over. All the people who came here were experienced warriors. They quickly divided the work and started working together. The X-Men are responsible for suppressing the rioting superpowered people. The Foundation and Tony deal with the little bear. Soon, Tony and others saw the little bear. The moment the little bear saw Tony, start running away immediately. Very fast. And Tony turned on the positioning system. His shoulder cannon extended. Inside is a missile capable of tracking. Goodbye, little bear. Tony fired the missile. The missile tracked the bear quickly. No matter how fast the latter runs, he can't get rid of it. Boom. The explosion engulfed the bear. And two unlucky prisoners passing by. On Tony's mask, the little bear's vital signs dropped to 0. He died just like that. Isn't that too hasty? It seems that this 1048C is really just fast. Yeah, I only know how to run, I can't do anything else. Thick smoke billowed from where the missile exploded. It's over. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Tony opened his mask. It seems that this 1048C. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from the smoke. Very fast. Straight to Tony's face. Fortunately, Jarvis reacted in time and closed the mask for Tony. With a bang. The little bear hit Tony's mask hard. It knocked a big hole into it. The little bear seemed to be unharmed after the missile bombardment just now. Moreover, he also reduced his vital signs to 0. Lied to Tony. If the mask is not closed in time, Tony is probably dead. At this time, the bear's body began to melt. It turned into a strange substance that was half liquid and half solid. Then, it covered Tony Stark's entire body. In an instant, Jarvis' system went offline. Then, Tony's armor began to dissolve and turned into a semi-liquid and semi-solid substance. Then the two substances merged into one. The upper body of the bear reappears. But it's as high as 5 stories. The lower body is similar to the scrap metal items found in a garbage dump. It looks like they are piled up together. On the ground, Tony, who had lost his armor, was stunned. So, he wasn't after me, but my armor. Could it be that his abnormal effect is that he will evolve by absorbing high-precision metal objects? The big bear howled towards the sky. The people below were stunned when they saw this huge monster. Then, the big bear made a sound similar to maniacal laughter. He then began to indiscriminately attack the people below him. Within a dozen seconds, a large number of people died. At this time, people realized it is time for them to put aside their hatred and prejudice and face their common enemy. So, prison guards, prisoners, X-Men, and Foundation agents. All of them attacked the metal bear frantically. Countless superpowers and bullets were shot at it. Surprisingly, there is some effect. The material in the lower body of the metal bear continued to break and turned into liquid metal. This also made Metal Bear even angrier. He roared. The body swelled up again. On the arms and back, huge spikes appeared everywhere. With its weird and cruel face. Like a demon from hell. This time, even if everyone resisted madly, it was also difficult to resist the attack of the Metal Bear. More and more people died under Metal Bear's truck-sized fists. At this time, Tony's spare armor flew over. He put it on immediately. Tony flew into the air. Use all your weapons. Bombard the Metal Bear wildly. Cyclops Scott took off his glasses. 2 fierce laser beams bombarded the Metal Bear's head. Storm summoned lightning and struck the metal fiercely. Suddenly, the Metal Bear's head deflated. Soon, it broke into 2 halves. The molten metal poured down like a waterfall. However, Metal Bear did not die. He was as brave as Xing Tian and knocked Tony away with a precise punch. He grabbed a stone and threw it at Ororo. Ororo summoned a force field to resist, but was still knocked away by the huge force. Then, Metal Bear kicked up a lot of sand. It was accurately pasted on Scott's face. A large amount of sand suddenly entered Scott's eyes. Ah! His eyes hurt like they were exploding. He knelt on the ground and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It seems that Metal Bear has no opponent anymore. It grabbed Tony and Ororo. Slowly, begin to exert force with both hands. The 2 of them screamed. Just at this moment, Metal Bear's hand suddenly lost its strength. There was a sound of metal being twisted. The Metal Bear's hands were forced to open. Tony and Ororo fall. Just see, on the ground. Eric smiled and held out his hands. Keep twisting it outwards. Is this person controlling this Metal Bear? Is this person a mutant? Isn't this ability too abnormal? Metal Bear is made of metal. Is this person's ability to control metal? This is definitely an Omega-level ability. Wow, a mutant of this level. I'll actually see one in my lifetime. The Metal Bear's body was constantly twisting. It tried desperately to struggle. But no one can overcome Magneto's power. He was gradually twisted into a huge metal ball. Then Eric frowned. The whole face is exerting force. He desperately pushed his hands closer to each other. It was as if a pair of giant hands made of magnetism were desperately compressing the Metal Bear's sphere. Final. It turned into a dense metal ball only the size of a human. Jarvis scanned it carefully. This time, there was really no sign of life. It's just a simple metal ball. Foundation agents quickly contained it. On the other side, agents from the Foundation found Charles. Charles readily handed over the 1048 body in the cage. And I hope to meet the leader of the Foundation one day. the Foundation's agent said. Maybe there will be such a day. Since then, 1048 has been contained. The other side. Magneto in prison has long disappeared. However, his image was displayed on the screen. At this time, he had already run into the jungle outside the prison. The tall Mystique stood beside him. Eric smiled and said, I really have to thank you this time, Raven. Ruewen smiled sweetly, actually, you should thank the Foundation. Magneto was stunned, what do you mean? Ruewen recalled, a few days ago, someone who claimed to be a Foundation agent found me. He said that in a few days, there will be a riot in the prison where you are. So, I'm here to save you. Magneto was stunned. How did this Foundation find Riven, the master of face-changing? And accurately predicted the exact time when the riot would occur? Does the Foundation know everything? I understand. The Foundation wanted to use this scammer to deal with Metal Bear, so they found this blue-skinned mutant on purpose. My God, everything is as expected by the Foundation, isn't this too scary? I was thinking that the Foundation's presence wouldn't be that strong this time, but I didn't expect they had already laid the groundwork for all this. Military base. In the underground laboratory. General Rhodes was shirtless. His body was covered with red blood vessels. He gasped and walked towards the test bench. Inside the test tube, there was a black living creature. Rhodes picked up the test tube with a smile, Venom, Venom, I will be your strongest host. An abandoned house somewhere. This is the temporary base for Eric, Riven and others. They are discussing the next plan, about how to turn all humans into mutants. Just then, one of his men came running over tremblingly and found Eric. Eric asked impatiently, what is it? The subordinate's face was filled with fear. Over there, there is a lizard. Eric suddenly found it ridiculous, are you afraid of lizards? Then how can you face human guns and bullets? This lizard is so big. Its eyes are from hell. Asgard. Odin awakens from his long sleep. He took a deep look at the lizard in the light curtain. It seems that I have to go to the Atrium world myself. Those two rebellious sons really give me a lot of worry. On the screen, the subtitles are updated. Anomalous containment, number 1, that is none other than Mark III. The most classic Iron Man armor, full of mechanical feel. The red and yellow color combination makes it more handsome. Is that Tony Stark's voice? Ah, it must be him. I didn't expect him to upgrade his armor so quickly. It looks much lighter than the silver one. Even Tony is working for the Foundation. He's the richest man in the world. First it was the X-Men, then Tony. Who will be the next big guy to work for the Foundation? As the most powerful organization in the world, Tony must give us some respect. What's so strange about that? In fact, Tony was just passing through. When you see injustice, help others. Deadpool patted Peter on the shoulder and said, hey, look, here comes someone who likes the color red just like us. He looks very strong. We have nothing to lose. At this moment, Tony's palm was shining. With a bang, energy shot out. It hit the giant baby's head. Suddenly, the giant baby covered his head and began to howl. The high temperature of the palm cannon seemed to cause it great pain. Then, its abyss-like eyes stared at Tony. A huge amount of black mucus gushed out of the mouth. Flames immediately spurted out from the soles of Tony's feet and he quickly dodged. But Wade and Peter below were in trouble. The venom went straight onto their faces. The venom began to wrap around the two people's bodies. To turn them into hosts as well. The two struggled desperately. But the venom entangled itself tighter and tighter. It's just too much. The other side. Loki stared at the black venom. I didn't expect that the things on the symbiote planet would come to the Atrium world. This notorious planet is a place that people avoid even more than Jotunheim. Odin said that the symbiote is actually a weapon of an ancient god. Now this is interesting. Can that stupid Iron Man defeat the weapon of the cosmic god? Camartage. When she saw the venom, her heart suddenly tightened. Of course Ancient One knew about the god of symbiotes. If the symbiotes come to Earth, then then the god of the symbiotes may also come. This person is someone who can truly destroy the planet. Unexpectedly, except for Dormammu, there was one more enemy to worry about. In the light curtain, Wade and Peter are about to be devoured by venom. Tony wanted to help them, but the giant baby kept spraying mucus at him. Tony had no choice but to dodge and fight back. Wade breathed heavily. "Spider-Man, I haven't asked you for your butt print yet." Just at this moment, the Foundation's vehicle arrived in time. There are huge speakers installed on the top of those cars. Buzz. They made an extremely harsh roar. The people under the light curtain covered their ears in great pain. The venom in Peter and Wade's bodies immediately screamed and left them in pain. Foundation agents immediately arrived with flamethrowers. Burn the madly twisted venom completely. On the other side, the giant baby covered his ears and wailed. The venom in its body kept twisting and detaching. The Foundation agents' cars surrounded the giant baby. They kept attacking the giant baby with noise. It wanted to fight back, but it couldn't. Its size has visibly become much smaller. The giant baby realized that it had to destroy the cars. He endured great pain and raised his foot desperately to step on it. Tony immediately raised his arms. The barrel extends. The shells were fired. Boom. The huge explosion devoured the giant baby's head. A large amount of venom was burned to ashes. In this way, the giant baby keeps getting smaller, until it became human size. Foundation agents ceased their attack. Instead, he got out of the car, picked up a small megaphone, and approached it. Start attacking it with less aggressive noises, in order to force out the remaining venom, without harming the baby inside. Soon, all the venom is removed from the baby. A brand new white baby appeared, sucking his fingers. An agent picked it up. So far, the baby is still alive. As for what happens in the future, it all depends on her luck. The remaining agents began to clean up the remaining venom. Soon, only a pile of coke was left at the scene. As for 1048_B, it had already turned into a bare skin. The Foundation's agents burned it to ashes as well. Since then, 1048B has been successfully executed. Now, only 1048_C is left, if it really exists. However, what no one noticed was a small ball of remaining venom quietly escaped into the sewer. Finally solved, Foundation YYDS. As I recall, there are 3 little bears in total, right? This fetus bear is obviously much stronger than the ear bear. So will the last one be able to? Just don't create something as terrible as the unclean ones. As long as we can kill them, it's not so bad. After some time, a prison appeared on the light curtain. This prison is very special. It is specially used to detain criminals with superpowers. At this time, underground in the prison, inside a special cell made of plastic, Magneto Eric looked at the light curtain above his head and was stunned. Isn't this where I am? Could it be that the third bear will appear here? Eric's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good opportunity for me to leave this damn place. I hope this containment can cause a big fuss here. He gave a sly smile. The prison guards were in a panic at this moment. The prisoners in this prison are extremely dangerous. If the containment unit showed up, caused a riot, and a few escaped, that would be disastrous. Therefore, everyone was on high alert. The warden also called for reinforcements. He even wanted to invite the X-Men over. Everyone was on guard. If a teddy bear appeared somewhere, what awaits it will be dense peanuts. Suddenly, somewhere in the prison, a burst of gunfire was heard. The camera pulled over there. I saw a prison guard yelling, shooting wildly at a black teddy bear with a machine gun. This teddy bear is very fast and nimble on his feet. He kept running away, dodging most of the bullets. Even if I get hit occasionally, I'm basically unharmed, judging from the sparks it gave off when it was hit. Its body is made of some kind of metal. It seemed to be running away without a destination. The prison guards on the way tried to catch it, but it evaded them skillfully. Is this Bear 1048C? It's so agile and looks hard to deal with. It should be made of metal, right? Then what would be its anomalous effect? Would it turn people into metal objects? If it was so strong, why did it run away? I think he is smarter than the first two bears. The little bear used his speed to deal with the prison guards. Ran to the prison where the prisoners were held. He stretched out his arms. Just touched the cell door lock and it opened. The chain around the prisoner's neck that restricted his superpowers was somehow opened. In this way, the little bear released many dangerous prisoners. The prison guards' goals had to change. These prisoners hate humans. In addition, the prisoners have long been resentful of the prison guards. They roared and rushed towards the prison guards. Those machine guns that seemed so majestic on a normal day. Compared with real superpowers, they are just like toys. The prison instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. The prison guards who usually acted arrogantly have become lambs to be slaughtered. The little bear slowed down when he saw this scene. Walking freely in prison. I don't know if he is admiring his own masterpiece. Just at this moment, the Foundation, the X-Men, and Tony all rush to the prison. A big war is about to happen. Let's make this party more lively. Underground, Eric looked at the light curtain with a smile. He discovered that Mystique Raven had sneaked in during the chaos. Anomaly contained Object 682, Immortal Lizard. Object Class, Keter. It's finally here, the finale of the collection. The previous collections were really more terrifying than the last. How terrible will this immortal evil lizard be? Ah, I'm so excited, but I'm also so scared. The finale is a Keter level 1, so it must be incredibly powerful. The immortal evil lizard. I remember that before we took inventory of the first contained object, a very scary lizard appeared. Could it be this one? Yes, yes, yes. I still remember it. It was a promotional video for the Foundation. There was a huge lizard. The look in its eyes was really scary. Ah, I really feel nervous and excited. After seeing the unclean ones and the shy ones, it's actually hard for me to imagine how powerful the containment can be. By the way, who do you think is stronger, this finale 682 or the shy person? As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a war of words. Shield. Nick took a deep breath to relieve the extreme tension. There's no way to avoid what's coming. This last containment must be the most unusual one. Maybe it's even stronger than the shy one. If that's the case, I really can't think of any way the Foundation can deal with the absolute strength. Chin you say, Where did Chin Yu go? Banner shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Natasha, he said he had to go out to do something very important, and he left very early. This kid, a person who escaped from the Foundation, must be someone special. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Somewhere on a mountain top. Thor and Loki sat there, looking at the light curtain. Loki seemed to be preoccupied, but Thor was extremely excited. Thor, it's a lizard. I don't know what a lizard is, but it sounds very majestic. Loki, I've decided, this will be my mount. Loki, then you must hurry and get it. I have a feeling that Father has woken up. The first thing he will do when he wakes up is to capture us and take us back to Asgard. So that's what you're worried about. Don't be afraid. If I can tame the strongest creature in the Midgard world, will my father blame us? It might be more powerful than any of the previous containments. Loki sighed. So what? I have no fear of hordes of the unclean. On the screen, the subtitles began to update. Description: Abnormal containment, 682 is a huge reptile of unknown origin. It has extremely high intelligence, strength, agility, and reaction speed. It once had an extremely complicated communication with abnormal containment, 079. 682 hates all forms of life. Special containment procedures, anomalous containment, 682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. It needs to be contained in a container with 25 cm thick acid-resistant steel plate. The container is to be filled with hydrochloric acid until 682 is completely submerged and unable to resist. This 682 is not going to be detained, but will be executed. This is the only containment that the Foundation has to terminate, right? This is enough to show that it is extremely terrifying. He has a very high intelligence and hates all life. He seems to be a shy person on an enhanced level. You fart, hydrochloric acid can subdue this thing. Do you think shy people will be afraid of hydrochloric acid? The lizard is blowing and it's coming, right? It seems that none of the previous containments were both extremely powerful and intelligent. I feel like the end of the world is coming. Camartage. A life that hates everything, possessing great wisdom. She murmured. Among the powerful dark creatures that Ancient One dealt with, the most terrifying kind are those who possess wisdom. In the dark, Ancient One felt a powerful, pure evil. I don't know, maybe it comes from the immortal evil lizard. If this is true, this immortal evil lizard would probably be the most powerful containment. Because none of the previous containment objects had ever made her feel this way. Even the mask of occupation after invading Cassius. On the light curtain. Subtitles updated again. Begin playing the termination log of anomalous containment, 682. No point when the unclean one. On, data deleted, day of, data deleted, year, an unexpected leak of Red Sea objects caused an unclean being to come into the real world. The Foundation's agents paid a heavy price to close the portal and capture the unclean alive. At this point, the subtitles disappear and the screen starts playing. In a huge and empty room, a huge lizard was coiled in the corner. Its green eyes flickered with a light like hellfire. That intense malice. Everyone under the light curtain held their breath. At this time, on the ceiling, an enormous cage was slowly hoisted and lowered. The cell door opened. The unclean one slowly walked out of it. The size of the immortal lizard compared to the unclean one. It's just a drop in the ocean. The unclean one spotted the immortal lizard and immediately stretched out his arms. At an extremely fast speed, he rushed towards the immortal evil lizard. The immortal evil lizard remained motionless. The unclean one quickly ran to the front of the immortal evil lizard. It grabbed the immortal evil lizard with both hands and stuffed it into its face. In an instant, the immortal evil lizard was swallowed up. The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds. After the meal, the unclean people began to wander around aimlessly. That's it. Gone. Killed instantly by the unclean one. Why is the man who can't blow away the evil lizard silent? And he still wants to compete with the shy person. It seems that we overestimated it. Just at this moment, the unclean one froze suddenly. It seemed to sense something was wrong. The next moment, his body swelled violently. With a bang. Explode directly. Brown blood spurted out instantly. The huge immortal evil lizard directly burst the unclean one. The immortal evil lizard crawled out, roaring. Now it is 3 times larger than the unclean one. By this time, the unclean had begun to heal themselves. There was a mixture of disgust and anger in the eyes of the immortal evil lizard. It seems to swallow up the unclean. Filthy beast. The voice of the immortal evil lizard seemed like a whisper from hell. He rushed directly towards the unclean one. He simply grabbed the unclean person's head and started tearing the meat apart with his hands. The unclean fought back desperately. But its so-called invincible power, compared with the immortal evil lizard, is like a child's arm against an elephant's leg. The immortal evil lizard frantically tore every piece of flesh and every bone of the unclean. Even as it healed, the immortal lizard did not stop. Until the unclean's recovery ability becomes weaker and weaker. It gradually turned into a pool of brown water. Many men, women, old and young burst out of its body. See the unclean die completely. The immortal evil lizard will stop. Can this immortal evil lizard change size? I thought it was the immortal lizard. I didn't expect it to tear the unclean one apart with its bare hands. I always thought the unclean one's self-healing ability was invincible. Now it seems that our firepower is too weak. It's so easy to kill the unclean. It's not an exaggeration to put it at the top. It's so scary. I feel like it can also tear apart shy people like this. Shield. Nick clasped his shaking hands. He had thought that the immortal evil lizard was very powerful. But what he didn't expect was that it would be so powerful. Nick had personally experienced the suffocating despair of the unclean. In the end, I was lucky enough to escape from the mirror world. There was no thought of killing them at all. The immortal lizard killed the unclean one in less than 30 seconds. The subtitles appeared again on the screen. Begin playing the termination log of anomalous containment, 682. Number 2 Shy Person. Here it comes, here it comes. Shy Person versus 682. The battle between the strongest creatures. I think 682 is doomed this time. Shy people are much stronger than unclean ones. No, it must be the shy ones who are killed instantly. How can the first containment to appear compare to the last one? The picture plays on the screen. It was still an empty room. The immortal lizard is in the corner of the room. After a while, in the air, a tightly sealed iron box was sent down. The people here are shy. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the tin box was opened. The shy person appeared in front of the immortal evil lizard. Right at this moment, both subjects screamed at the same time. The screaming continued. Then, they continued to retreat away from each other. Shy people look very depressed. Moreover, it turned its face towards the opposite direction of the immortal evil lizard. But do not destroy the evil lizard. Facing the corner, the skin and flesh on the body, it actually began to dissipate, until only 15% of the substance it contains remains. Just stop. However, the immortal evil lizard did not die. After a long time, neither of them made any movement. Then, an impatient Dr. trying to expose the shy person's face in front of the immortal evil lizard. The shy person screamed like crazy and turned his face away. At the same time, he began to scratch his face desperately with his hands. A shy person actually got scared. He was fearless in the face of such a powerful mage's attack, but now, he doesn't even dare to look at the indestructible lizard. What is the immortal evil lizard doing? Why is all the flesh on its body gone? Neither of them dares to fight each other. It seems that their strengths are almost the same, and they can both feel each other's strength. I can't believe that the immortal lizard did nothing to push the shy person to this point. Shield. Nick's brain was buzzing. He took a breath. He covered his forehead and took a few steps back. This. He had not expected this at all. He originally thought that shy people could kill the immortal evil lizard. After all, it's too unsolvable. And now, he was actually afraid of the undead lizard to this extent. Doesn't this mean that the immortal evil lizard's strength is at least equivalent to that of a shy human? That is to say, soon, there will be one who is just as powerful as the shy one. Want to kill all living things. And something that cannot be contained invades the earth. Nick slumped in his chair. His eyes were almost unfocused. Stark Tower. Tony's face was serious. Even shy people are scared like this. This immortal evil lizard is really strong. He turned around and looked at his newly modified battle suit. I didn't expect that I'd be able to use you so soon. Camartage. Gui was also shocked. She had personally experienced how powerful shy people could be. Whether it is the mirror space or the spell that is powerful enough to destroy the city, there is no way to deal with it. And if the evil lizard is not destroyed, it can push shy people to this extent. Shy people are easy to accommodate, just don't look at their faces. But this immortal evil lizard hates all living things. Ancient One stroked the eye of Agamotto on his chest. Apparently, this time, she is about to take action again. X-College. Charles assembled all the X-Men. And all the X-Men reserve members, Colossus, Psylocke, etc. He realized the seriousness of the problem. This immortal evil lizard is more powerful than any previous containment. More dangerous than any other containment object. Boom. Somewhere in a desert, a colorful rainbow carries huge energy. From the air directly to the ground. The light faded. A very tall and strong man, wearing golden armor and holding a spear, appeared. Odin looked around. He quickly locked onto the locations of Thor and Loki. He looked at the light curtain above his head. The immortal evil lizard, a tiny lizard, actually caused such fear among the people of the garden. He didn't care about this immortal evil lizard. After all, Odin was dealing with cosmic monsters. In his eyes, there was no difference between this lizard and an ant. All he wanted now was to find Loki and Thor, and then teach them a lesson. Especially Loki. General Ross, with a large number of troops, as well as helicopters and tanks, is ready to go at any time. His face was full of confidence. He stretched out his hand, watching the symbiote wriggling on it. Then, he took it back into his body. Immortal evil lizard. Hee hee. You will soon become one of my soldiers. Eric was almost shocked after reading the execution record of the immortal evil lizard. Such a horrible thing is right in your own camp. His voice was trembling. Quick, where is that damn lizard? Soon, one of the men reported that lizard escaped. What? It was just there. Eric calmed down immediately. His expression was serious. Wearing a helmet that can enhance abilities. Look at the light above your head. Charles, I'm sure you'll make a move too. Then, I can't lose to you. Eric laughed at himself. How ironic. After fighting for so many years, we finally have to cooperate. On the light screen, the picture began to play. A huge lizard that is more than 30 meters long. As they continued to march forward on the streets of New York, the residents of New York suddenly began to flee like crazy. Everyone is well aware of the horror of the immortal evil lizard. At this time, people were crowding and trampling on each other on the streets. The car rushed onto the wide sidewalk without any regard, knocking down a group of people. Some people with a strong desire to survive climbed onto other people's cars. They dragged him for hundreds of meters on the ground, but he still didn't let go. Screams continued. Before the immortal evil lizard could take action, people first killed many of their own compatriots. Help! Help! Get out of my car! Nigga! What a big lizard! Someone come to save me! Foundation! Please come! Shield! Nick Fury was extremely anxious at this time. It's New York again. This city is so unlucky. It gets invaded every time. Damn it. And the abnormal effect of this monster is definitely not simple. Judging from his performance in killing unclean beings, he seems to have strong adaptability. That is to say, you must never attack it with guns or it might evolve skin that is resistant to bullets. The ideal situation is to control it first, and then wait for the Foundation to contain it. The question is, how can we control it? Looking at the immortal lizard gradually crawling towards the city center, Nick Fury became more anxious. If it really goes on a killing spree, I'm afraid the whole city will be destroyed. But, as long as no one is desperate enough to use cannons to blow it up, there is still hope. Just then, Nick's intercom rang. It was Natasha's voice. Director. General Ross has entered the restricted area. Our people tried to stop him, but were all injured by him. Nick's eyes suddenly widened. Ross is a lunatic. What does he want to do? Nick recalled. Ross seems to have always wanted to collect the genes of each containment. To build a super army. Could it be that he wants to collect the genes of the immortal evil lizard? God damn it, Ross! Nick roared. He was frightened and angry. Keep calling Ross. But Ross didn't answer at all. Ross crushed the ringing phone with one hand. Humph, Nick is such a coward. Facing such a powerful and beautiful creature, he just hides in his lair. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. is far behind the Foundation. And I will create an immortal evil lizard army. Ha 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 ha. Whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Foundation, they will be trampled under my feet. Ross laughed maniacally. Soon, the immortal evil lizard appeared within his sight. The huge figure reminded people of the dinosaurs in Jurassic World. Ross ordered, "Everyone, pay attention, prepare to fire." All weapons were immediately aimed at the immortal evil lizard. Ross doesn't care about the consequences. All he wanted was skin tissue. Take it, leave, and leave the mess to the Foundation. Ross gave an order. Suddenly, there was a burst of artillery fire. Countless explosions devoured the immortal evil lizard. It roared in pain. Huge black smoke billowed up. Some things fell off, not sure whether they were skin or flesh. The evil-killing lizard seemed to have stopped moving. Very good, it seems that artillery fire can hurt it. Ross was overjoyed and ordered his men to collect the skin dropped by the immortal lizard. The soldiers walked into the smoke nervously. They saw it vaguely through special glasses. A huge figure lay on the ground, motionless. Seems to be seriously injured. Only then did they feel relieved. Reach out and pick up those pieces of skin and flesh. Suddenly, two huge green eyes, as if burning with hellfire, appeared from the black fog. Then, a bloody mouth appeared. He bit the soldiers in one go. The immortal evil lizard raised its head. "Open your mouth." It swallowed the soldiers into its stomach in one gulp. The smoke cleared. The size of the immortal evil lizard has grown a lot bigger. All the wounds have been healed. Very clever. Ross sneered, "Hide in the smoke and launch a sneak attack. It seems that one round of bombing is not enough. Continue." The artillery fire rang out again. This time, Ross even used a rocket launcher similar to Katyusha. Nick Fury yelled in horror, "Ross, you damn bastard. Can't you see it has evolved? Stop it now. Damn it, everyone move out. We can't stop the immortal lizard, but we have to stop Ross. We can't let the immortal lizard continue to evolve." Dozens of rockets were fired at the immortal evil lizard. Boom. A huge explosion and flames engulfed the immortal lizard. Even the surrounding buildings were instantly collapsed by the shock wave. The immortal evil lizard's flesh and blood splattered all over. The bones were exposed. Ross was overjoyed. "Keep bombing." Boom. Another salvo. The flesh and blood of the immortal evil lizard continued to disappear. But, at that moment, only 15% of the substance in its body was left. Flesh and blood began to grow again at an astonishing speed. Ross looked horrified. He never expected that the immortal evil lizard would evolve again. And so fast. Can't even Katyusha be shut down temporarily? "Hurry up, keep firing, why are you just standing there?" Ross yelled at his men. Countless missiles bombarded the immortal evil lizard again. But, there was no effect at all. It's like shooting a tiger with a water gun. The immortal evil lizard rushed out directly from the flames. Even the speed was not affected at all. Those missiles didn't even hurt it. Ross's voice was trembling, "Just now the shells were able to hurt it, why is it ineffective now? Damn, I really underestimated this monster." Suddenly, his expression changed from sadness to joy. "The stronger it is, the stronger my immortal lizard army will be." The immortal evil lizard is slaughtering Ross's men crazily. The huge claw crushed one rocket car after another. The soldiers raised their guns and fought back in desperation. But either you'll be trampled into a meat patty, or be blown to pieces. Ross smiled and straightened his clothes. "It seems that I still have to do it myself." He gave a cruel smile. Clenched his fists. "I'm using all my strength." Suddenly, countless red blood vessels burst out of his body. Ross roared. The body swelled several times. The huge and terrifying muscles squeezed and deformed the tank he was riding in at once. The unlucky driver even had his internal organs squeezed out. Rose's skin gradually turned red. The clothes were completely destroyed. His roar gradually became more and more rough. Then, he tore through the tank like cardboard. "Get out of it." The anger in the eyes of the immortal lizard seemed to want to devour Ross. Filthy creature, disgusting. The immortal lizard rushed towards Ross. Even Ross transformed into the red giant. Its size is less than a quarter of the immortal evil lizard. But there was not a trace of fear on his face. "Excuse me, this filthy creature of mine will tear you into pieces." Suddenly, Ross opened his arms. On his body, the symbiotes are like hundreds of serpentine snakes. It covered Ross's body in an instant. Rose's size began to explode. A large number of symbiotes constitute part of Ross's body. He is now much larger than the immortal evil lizard. Ahahaha. Ross looked at his hands. What a powerful force, the symbiote. If I create an army of immortal lizards and let them all be possessed by the symbiote, the whole world will submit to me. Ha 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 ha. Ross, who was possessed by the symbiote, became even crazier. He pounced towards the immortal evil lizard. The two men's huge hands were held together. The wrestling began. When did Ross turn himself into a monster? Nick's voice trembled. Nick was terrified, but he was also secretly looking forward to it. What if Ross can really kill the immortal lizard? He still remembered how the symbiote turned a baby into a horrible monster. What's more, he is possessed by a monster similar to the Hulk. Is this immortal evil lizard really immortal? Under the light curtain. Isn't this the black thing on 1048B? How could this red giant be possessed by that thing? This black thing seems to make the host very powerful. Even a baby can be strengthened like that. I think this red giant might really be able to kill the immortal evil lizard. I think so too. The reason why rocket launchers and bullets can make it evolve is because they are not powerful enough. Can't we just kill it directly? Where do you get your confidence from? Have you forgotten that it tore the unclean alive? The unclean are only scary if there are a lot of them. What's so great about just one? Even an army can be killed if there's enough firepower. Natasha looked up. He stared blankly at the two huge monsters, which burst out with amazing power. The shaking of the ground almost made her fall. If Ross had failed to kill the immortal lizard and allowed it to evolve further. A strong sense of fear surged into Natasha's heart. At that time, what else can be used to deal with it? Nuclear weapons. No, if even nuclear weapons can't kill it, it will only make it more terrifying. In the light curtain, Ross roared, using all his strength. He actually used his strength to continuously force back the immortal evil lizard. Then, he directly lifted up the immortal evil lizard. Raised above the head. It seemed as if he was demonstrating his terrible power. Then, with a loud roar, he threw the immortal evil lizard out. The immortal evil lizard slammed heavily to the ground. And it didn't stop. A large area of ground was overturned. Ross did not stop attacking. He jumped into the air. First, a large amount of black spider silk was sprayed out. Tie the immortal evil lizard tightly to the ground. Then he used the force of falling. A punch hit the head of the immortal evil lizard. All I heard was a click. The skull of the immortal lizard cracked. Then, Ross didn't hesitate. Grab its head. Twist your neck right. With a click. Breaking the cervical vertebrae of the immortal evil lizard. That's all, ha 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 ha. Ross spoke arrogantly, but did not hesitate at all. He directly tore off a piece of flesh from the immortal evil lizard. Then he turned and ran away. He didn't expect that he could kill the immortal evil lizard after transforming. He just wanted to use the short time that the immortal evil lizard had to heal itself. Take its meat, then escape back to base. Then, we began to study its DNA. That's enough. Ross looked at the bloody meat, so I can. Suddenly, Ross felt. Behind him, a pair of eyes from hell were staring at him. The breath on his back was extremely hot. Ross felt extremely cold. He stopped. Impossible. Ross shook his head in disbelief. It's only been less than 5 seconds. I've clearly broken its cervical vertebrae. How could it recover so quickly? Ross turned around suddenly. He saw the immortal evil lizard looking down at him. The immortal evil lizard's body grew larger again. A head taller than Ross. Moreover, the morphology of the skeleton has also changed. It looks even more terrifying. Damn it, Ross roared. Spray a large amount of symbiote onto the legs of the immortal lizard. Just restrain the immortal lizard for a short while. He can run away. The legs of the immortal evil lizard were entangled in a large amount of black spider silk. But it's just taking steps. All the spider silk was torn apart. As fragile as marshmallow. Then, the immortal lizard pounced on Ross. He was pushed to the ground in an instant. Then, the immortal lizard's hand inserted into Ross's body. The other hand also inserted. Then pull it. Directly split Ross in two. Ross's screams stopped abruptly. A large amount of blood, internal organs, and melted symbiote gushed out like a fountain. The dilapidated buildings around were all dyed black and red. Damn you, beast! The immortal evil lizard roared. It tore, bit, and smashed Ross's body parts frantically. He didn't stop until Ross turned into a puddle of meat sauce. Ross doesn't have the same strong recovery ability as Hulk. His soul was smashed into a pulp. Then, the immortal lizard grabbed those symbiotes. Accompanied by the symbiote's scream. The immortal evil lizard threw them into its mouth and swallowed them like kelp. At this time, the immortal evil lizard was already as tall as an 8-story building. It seemed invincible. Suddenly, a red-orange magic chain tightly bound the ankles of the immortal evil lizard. The immortal evil lizard roared. He looked back. A woman in a yellow robe is casting a magic chain. Damn you, beast! It rushed towards her at great speed. Slap it with one hand. Ancient One was directly defeated. But the next moment, hundreds of Ancient Ones appeared in the air. Hundreds of chains flew out at the same time, releasing gorgeous sparks. The limbs of the immortal evil lizard were tied tightly. The scene was like a huge golden peacock spreading its feathers. Extremely shocking. The immortal evil lizard struggled desperately. But it couldn't move. Moreover, Ancient One did not cause any substantial harm to the immortal evil lizard. So it cannot evolve, and cannot break free. The immortal evil lizard roared and struggled hard, but it was of no avail. Ancient One let out a long breath. Next, we just have to wait for the Foundation to take action. The golden light produced by the chains illuminated Natasha's fair face. It also made her feel extremely at ease. Is this the power of a magician? Under the light curtain. Ah, Sister Mage is so strong. She actually controlled the immortal lizard. How smart. They restricted its movements instead of hurting it. Ever since she fought that masked man, I knew she would take action at the critical moment. Sure enough, she did. She subdued the most terrifying demon with just one move. Shield. Nick clutched his chest. Slumped in the chair. Finally, a reliable person has arrived. I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. There weren't many casualties, and we successfully trapped the immortal lizard. This female mage is so powerful. But why didn't she take action when we were trapped in the Red Sea world? Gui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She really wasn't sure that she could trap the immortal evil lizard at this stage with her own strength. At this time, in the air, 2 cloaks, one red and one green, flew towards this side. Gui suddenly had a bad feeling. Thor flew over. He looked at the extremely domineering and indestructible evil lizard and felt extremely moved. If this mount could be tamed by him, it is definitely 10,000 times more powerful than any mount in Asgard. Including the giant wolf Fenrir. Imagine the surprise and admiration of his friends and people. Thor began to swell up. Thor tightened his grip on the hammer. Loki smiled slightly. He sensed that Odin had arrived on Earth. Ancient One saw the 2 men coming. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Loki and Thor. Every time these 2 people appear, nothing good seems to happen. Although they made a great contribution in dealing with the unclean ones last time. But Gui felt. These 2 Asgardian gods. In his hometown, he is like a god of war. I basically haven't encountered any setbacks. So they don't have enough respect for the objects they contain. Thor flew in front of the immortal lizard in an instant. He brandished his hammer and looked at the undying lizard with a haughty look. Aha, now you can't move, right? Gui immediately stood in front of them. Don't attack it. It's already under control. Now, just wait for the Foundation to come and contain it. Please rest assured, lady, I will not harm it. Thor smiled, but I declare that this containment has been taken over by Asgard. Do you treat it as a pet? Don't you realize how dangerous it is? Can you control it? A rare look of anger appeared on Gui's face. Ha ha ha. Thor laughed. Excuse me, ma'am, you know nothing about Asgard. Do you know what we have faced before? Frost giants, Surtur, space Zerg. Which one of these is not much more dangerous than this lizard? I don't believe that there is anything in this universe that Asgard cannot contain. Ancient One was about to use the dimensional demon Dormammu to refute him. He was interrupted by Loki. Don't worry, Sorcerer Supreme. If we bring it back to Asgard, won't it just save the Earth from a disaster? Even if it gets out of control, it will get out of control in Asgard. What's more, do you really think that the Foundation is more powerful than the Asgardian gods? Ancient One's expression turned serious. An incomparable heroic spirit appeared on her face. She looked at Loki and Thor coldly. What if I still refuse? In her hand, a rune disc appeared. Oh. Thor waved his hands quickly. If you have any objections, we can discuss it again. There is no need to take action. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a low and cold laugh sounded from behind the few people. Thor was almost frightened. He turned around. It saw the immortal evil lizard staring at it with contempt. A bunch of stupid beasts, even more ridiculous than ants. The immortal evil lizard said slowly. The gods of Asgard are nothing but a bunch of dirty bugs. The little prince escaped to Earth, thinking he could become a god, but ended up being lectured over and over again. How ridiculous. Hearing this, Thor clenched the hammer in his hand and said, if you have the guts, say it again. Loki immediately blocked his hammer. Calm down, Thor, he just wants to irritate you. That's right, hide behind your brother. You should thank your mother. It was her stupid purple work that gave birth to a shame of the gods like you. The immortal evil lizard kept mocking Thor. Damn bastard. Thor's hand holding the hammer was shaking violently. Lightning flashed from his eyes. Gui was shocked. Not good. She quickly summoned ropes and tried to tie up Thor. But it was still too late. Thor was seen rushing towards the immortal evil lizard rapidly. Even Loki was knocked down. He roared, how dare you slander the Asgardian gods? Boom. A hammer surrounded by lightning, struck with great force. Directly smashed the immortal evil lizard's head. Its head exploded. Fragments of skin and flesh burst and flew out like watermelon pulp. Lightning burst out in the middle. This scene was extremely shocking. Thor gasped, looking at the headless corpse of the immortal evil lizard on the ground. And a puddle of vomit-like mixture. He didn't expect it either. He smashed the immortal evil lizard's head with one hammer. It seems that the immortal evil lizard is definitely dead. After all, even the head is gone. The ability to heal oneself cannot possibly work. Loki got up from the ground. See this scene. He yelled in horror, Thor, what have you done? Thor looked at the lifeless corpse of the immortal lizard and said, don't worry, it won't evolve again. It seems that we have indeed overestimated its strength. Gui's lips trembled. She tried her best. Countless clones released chains. The immortal evil lizard was tied up tightly. Thor, you don't need to tie up a body anymore. Doesn't the Foundation want to terminate it? Go back and tell them that I have. He hasn't finished speaking yet. The corpse of the immortal evil lizard. Suddenly it moved. His figure expanded further. Countless hard skins emerged, covering the body like scales. Then, he easily broke free from Ancient One's chains. He grabbed Thor. The speed is fast. Thor didn't react at all. Then, the head of the immortal evil lizard grew out quickly. Bugs from Asgard, incredibly disgusting, just like your ridiculous godhood. The immortal evil lizard increased the strength in his hands. Thor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his internal organs were about to burst. Moreover, the immortal evil lizard is still increasing its strength. Thor's dignity and arrogance as a god. It is now gone. He stretched out his hand desperately and prayed in a very weak voice. Loki, save me. Loki clenched his teeth. 2 balls of purple-black energy appeared in his hands. But he knew that using magic to attack the immortal evil lizard would be useless. There was no way to save Thor. It will also allow the immortal evil lizard to evolve further. But he couldn't just watch Thor die. No matter how stupid he is still Loki's brother. Just as Loki was about to attack, a deep voice sounded. Stupid kids. Then, a ray of white light flashed past the immortal evil lizard at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the arms of the immortal evil lizard just fall together. The incision was extremely neat. Apparently it was something extremely sharp. Thor quickly crawled out from the broken arm of the immortal lizard, coughing violently. He saw who was coming. Suddenly, I was stunned. Father King. Thor said weakly. He froze in place. Surprise and guilt welled up in my heart. Father. Loki knelt down quickly. He was extremely grateful. Fortunately, Odin arrived in time. Otherwise, both Thor and himself would probably die. Now Loki is not worried at all. Odin's strength is said to be the best in the 9 realms, and no one dares to say he is second. Thor's strength compared to him. It's no exaggeration to say that it's like children playing house. No matter how much the immortal lizard evolves, it can never defeat Odin. Even Ancient One felt a little relieved. After all, Odin has the power of a god. No matter how powerful the immortal evil lizard is, I'm afraid there is an insurmountable gap between him and Odin. At this time, Odin was holding the Spear of Eternity. He calmly looked at the immortal evil lizard in front of him. Odin claims to be the benevolent father of the 9 realms, but in fact he is dirtier than a bedbug. The so-called god is really ridiculous. The laughter of the immortal evil lizard was full of ridicule and disdain. But Odin didn't even move his eyelids. In Odin's eyes, the immortal evil lizard is the stink bug. A monster that can evolve and heal itself. Odin had no idea how many of them he had dealt with. The lizard in front of me has no idea of the world. In his eyes, they are just ants that can be crushed to death at any time. It is ridiculous that the words of an ant can cause Odin to have emotional changes. The immortal evil lizard at this time. The arm recovered quickly. And become more slender. The scales on his body. It also became bumpy. The immortal evil lizard roared. Open your bloody mouth. Towards Odin and others. Just bit it. It's deceptively fast. But in Odin's eyes, it was like slow motion. Odin cannot avoid it. Because the immortal lizard will attack the injured Thor. Besides, there was no need for him to avoid it. He was quite sure. The Spear of Eternity can easily annihilate the lizard. Odin raised his gun. Point the tip of the gun at the immortal evil lizard. Boom. Powerful, pure energy. It gushed out violently from the tip of the gun. A moment. The immortal evil lizard disappeared. Energy dissipates. Odin took back the gun. The immortal evil lizard was blasted to the point where only a thin layer of skin and a few scattered bone fragments were left, falling from the sky. Odin's expression remained calm. It was as if I had just stepped on an ant to death. Back then, Surtur, who was capable of destroying the world, was killed instantly by this move. This lizard. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is he really dead now? Yes, the immortal lizard can recover as long as it has 15% of its mass, but this one obviously has less than 1%. Yes, the gods are still powerful. I was surprised that the immortal lizard could recover even after its head was smashed. But now, it seems that in the face of hard power, all abnormal effects are nothing. Yes, no matter how terrible the containment objects are, they are only for humans. These gods are simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The one with horns is Loki, the one who doesn't look very smart is Thor, and this old man is obviously Odin. Just as I expected, he is even more powerful than in the myth. Shield. Nick's chest heaved violently. His mood is up and down. Just now when Thor attacked the immortal lizard. Nick wants to skin this idiot alive. But he saw Odin's terrifying power. Nick was suddenly silent. It seems that there are always people better than you and there are always mountains better than you. Anomalous containment may be very strong on Earth. But facing the real God. Still not good enough. Even if you are mentally prepared. Tony was still shocked by Odin's power. That Thor is a ruthless guy who is just as tough as the Hulk when he is angry. Such a person was almost crushed to death by the immortal evil lizard with his bare hands. And Odin. Kill instantly with one move. Is this the Protoss? Tony muttered to himself, if, in the future, there really is a containment creature as powerful as him that invades the Earth, what should we do? Is there really anyone who can stop it? In the light curtain. Odin turned slowly. Seeing Odin, Ancient One bowed slightly to show his respect. Odin just nodded slightly. This is already a high respect. After all, Odin is the father of the 9 realms. Odin also knew Ancient One as the guardian of the earth. Then, Odin looked at Thor and Loki with a serious look. You two took advantage of my deep sleep and ran to the Midgard world without permission. You almost lost your lives here. Loki. Hear this angry voice. Loki's body went rigid. As the main culprit, you will be sentenced to 3 months of confinement. Thor. As the future heir of Asgard, you are so childish and frivolous. Facing your brother's wrongdoings, you not only did not stop him, but joined him. It is difficult for you to shoulder the responsibility of being a king. You are now deprived of your qualifications as an heir, until one day you understand what Asgard is. Just as Odin was giving his 2 sons a lesson passionately. Thor and Loki looked behind Odin. His expression suddenly became one of extreme fear. When Odin saw their expressions, he immediately had a bad feeling. He turned back suddenly. Just see. The huge skeleton of the immortal evil lizard grew into the sky. And its flesh and blood. It is covering every bone of it at a terrifying speed. Odin immediately showed a look of horror. This lizard was blasted to pieces, but it was able to recover. What kind of monster is this? Whether it is Surtur or other more powerful creatures. It's impossible to do this. Odin immediately raised the Spear of Eternity. Roaring. An even more violent energy burst out than before. It blasted straight towards the body of the immortal evil lizard. However, the immortal evil lizard simply raised his hand. He easily blocked the attack. Not even a scratch was left. Odin's eyes widened. His lips kept trembling. Yes, yes. The immortal lizard's lungs had just grown out, and its tongue had not yet recovered, so its voice sounded a little shrill. You've seen this kind of expression of fear on other people, right, Odin? The body of the immortal evil lizard. Complete recovery. His body had grown so big that it blocked out the sky and the sun. It is much taller than the financial building next to it. Now, you have become an ant too. How does it feel? The immortal evil lizard leaned down. Those green eyes from hell were as big as a truck. The rage in it seemed to burn Odin to ashes. Odin tried desperately to raise his gun. But, the terrifying oppressive feeling of the immortal evil lizard let him be unable to move at all. At this time, Ancient One quickly summoned a portal. Go in quickly. The giant palm of the immortal evil lizard has already slapped down. Loki's mind went blank. He instinctively pushed Thor and Odin desperately into the portal. When he was about to jump in too, that huge palm smashed down heavily. Boom. The earth trembled and cracked. Ancient One was blown away by the huge shock wave. The portal along with everything around it. They were all smashed down by the giant palm. At this time, Eric, Mystique, and several mutants also arrived here. The strong earthquake almost knocked them over. Looking at the immortal evil lizard that is even bigger than Godzilla, Eric was suddenly filled with fear. Damn it, I'm still a step too late. But then, he stretched out his hands. It seemed that he had a trump card in his hand that could be used to deal with the immortal evil lizard. Sorry, Charles. Eric stared at the immortal evil lizard. This time, you will fall behind again. Under the light curtain. No, it's impossible. Why can it recover after being blasted into pieces? Is this immortal evil lizard really invincible? It's over, everything is over. The immortal lizard has evolved to this point, and it is unstoppable. If Odin can't kill it, then no one else in this universe can do it. Even nuclear weapons can't hurt it at all. Is today the end of the world? Foundation, if you have a solution, please use it quickly. You are a last hope. It said on the screen that the Foundation can't execute it. Moreover, it has evolved to this point. The immortal lizard can no longer be stopped. We can only wait for it to destroy the world. It's all over. Nick's face was full of despair. This was the first time he felt that all hope was lost. Any previous containment. None of them are like the immortal evil lizard. So despairing. Damn it. Tony Stark looked at the weapons all over his body. But there is nothing I can do. Not even Odin can kill the immortal lizard. He has even less power with these small guns and cannons. Is there really no way to stop this monster? At this moment, Tony suddenly thought of something. Maybe I could use that thing. Odin and Thor were pushed into the portal. The moment before the portal closes, Thor saw that Loki was slammed to the ground by the giant palm of the immortal evil lizard. The bright red blood spurted out. Loki. Thor growled. Tears fell like rain. His eyes were bloodshot. Saul nearly collapsed. He raised his hammer and was about to fly into the sky. Odin pulled him down. Thor struggled desperately. Let me go, I want to save Loki. I want to save Loki. Odin said nothing, but just pulled Thor. He looked very sad. The immortal evil lizard at this time. There was widespread destruction in the city. It crushes the humans beneath its feet like it would crush a bedbug. It's so powerful. Eric used his control over the magnetic field to fly into the sky. But, are you really invincible, immortal evil lizard? Ericbin flew quietly towards the immortal lizard. Planned to approach it from the rear. But the immortal evil lizard spotted Eric immediately. Look back instantly. Eric and the two Green Lanterns looked at each other. I was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, another disgusting maggot. The terrifying eyes of the immortal evil lizard. It really gave Eric a lot of pressure. Eric took a deep breath. It seems that I have no choice but to force it. In fact, he was not sure whether that trick would work. After all, Odin had injured the immortal lizard to such an extent, and the immortal lizard could heal itself. But, anyway, you have to give it a try. Eric opened his arms. Suddenly, the magnetic fields around began to distort. Countless steel bars on the building broke through the concrete and flew towards the immortal evil lizard. The steel bars were twisted into ropes as thick as a bridge. Tied the immortal evil lizard's hands. But the immortal evil lizard raised his hand slightly. The steel bar broke instantly. Damn it. Eric was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect it. He tried his best, but he couldn't control the immortal lizard for even a millisecond. Eric had to get close to the immortal lizard to use that move. However, without controlling the immortal evil lizard, he couldn't get close at all. At this time, Gu-Yi, who had fallen to the ground injured, climbed up with difficulty. She coughed violently. The blood dyed her fair face red. Ancient One waved his hand. The green light merged into her body. With the help of healing magic, she struggled to get up. She looked at Eric, who was fighting fiercely with the immortal lizard. She realized she had to do something. So she endured the severe pain in her body, mobilizing all the magical energy. The fluctuations of energy ruffled Ancient One's hair. Combined with her blood-stained face, it looks like it has a unique temperament. At the same time, beside the immortal evil lizard, huge red silk stretched out from the magic discs on both sides, directly tied up the immortal evil lizard's hands. This move took too much toll on Guyi's already injured body. Her brain was dizzy for a moment. My vision gradually became blurred. But she had to hold on. Eric rushed towards the immortal lizard desperately. But, it's too late. The immortal evil lizard struggled desperately. Its power is simply too great. The red satin will soon break. And Eric is still some distance away from the immortal evil lizard. Just at this moment, in the sky, more than a dozen huge, oddly shaped iron blocks smashed down in an instant. They are like huge iron tongs. It hit the arm of the immortal evil lizard and firmly fixed to the ground. At this moment, Tony in the air put down his hands and gasped, "Success!" These were originally giant mechanical claws that Tony made to carry heavy objects. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this moment. Eric's eyes suddenly widened. He knew that the opportunity had come. Rushing desperately towards the head of the immortal evil lizard. And the indestructible evil lizard also broke free from its restraints. Pull out the giant mechanical claw by the roots. And tear the red satin. His huge hand. Just shoot it to Eric. But, at this critical moment, Eric's hands touched the head of the immortal evil lizard. He roared. Suddenly, the magnetic field in the immortal evil lizard's brain was controlled by Eric. This is Magneto's true ability. Not controlling metal, but control the magnetic field. The muscles of the immortal evil lizard suddenly lost their strength. It fell to its knees, its arms drooping. At the same time, it let out an extremely creepy scream. Eric messed with its brain. It makes it impossible to think at all. Just control it, not hurt it, that's enough. Look at the performance of the immortal evil lizard. Eric was overjoyed. It works. Gu-Yi on the ground covered his chest. Breathing hard, could it be successful? Eric continued to control the magnetic field in the immortal lizard's brain. The brain of the immortal evil lizard is almost dead. Its eyes also became unfocused. Eric continued to exert force. As long as you can control the immortal evil lizard, it means defeating it. However, the eyes of the immortal evil lizard suddenly became extremely clear. It stared at Eric. Suddenly, Eric's smile disappeared. No, it's impossible. At this time, the immortal lizard's brain was disrupted by 85%. But Eric couldn't go any further. Moreover, the brain magnetic field of the immortal evil lizard is constantly recovering. Is this what you're all about, Bug? The immortal evil lizard swung out with one palm. Eric quickly used the magnetic field shield to defend himself. Still, he was shot and flew far away. At this time, Charles was pushing a wheelchair. Arrived on the battlefield. He was surrounded by Chin, Ororo, Logan, and others. He looked at Eric, who had fallen to the ground, and sighed, "You have done your best, old friend." Charles looked at Jean Grey. He said to her almost in a pleading tone, "You are our last hope, Chin." Chin took a deep breath. Stride towards the battlefield. In her eyes, with dazzling flames flashing, the immortal lizard walked towards Eric. It seemed to be very angry with Eric. Dirty bugs, dirty deeds. It lifted its foot. That huge foot almost covered the sky and the sun. Eric couldn't move. He could only watch the soles of his feet getting closer and closer to his face. No. Eric. Mystique held out her hand in desperation. But she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure rushed towards Eric. Then, the immortal evil lizard's foot stepped down. However, but it felt like it had stepped on nothing. Look down. I saw the phantom cat Katie, supporting Eric. She showed a confident smile that was unique to young girls. Her ability is to allow her flesh to penetrate solid objects. Therefore, the attack of the immortal evil lizard failed. The immortal evil lizard became angry and embarrassed. He continued to trample Katie and Eric. But there was no effect. At this time, Aurora, the Storm Queen, summoned a massive storm. Captivated the eyes of the immortal evil lizard. Take this opportunity. Phantom Cat took Eric and fled quickly. In less than a few seconds, the eyes of the immortal evil lizard evolved the ability to resist sand. It braved the sandstorm and attacked the X-Men frantically. The X-Men knew that they could not hurt the immortal lizard. Even if it is injured, the immortal evil lizard will evolve again. But they had no choice but to hold back the immortal lizard. Otherwise, it would massacre more New York citizens. There are not only humans here. There are many other mutant compatriots. On the ground, Scott took off his glasses and roared, releasing all his strength. The laser carrying terrifying energy shot towards the eyes of the immortal evil lizard. Easily blocked by the immortal evil lizard. The immortal evil lizard stepped towards Scott. Katie arrived just in time and touched Scott, neutralizing the attack. The battle here is getting more intense. But on the other side, Jean Grey was slowly walking towards the immortal lizard. It seemed that everything except the immortal evil lizard had nothing to do with her. The mutants are actually fighting the immortal evil lizards. They are really professional. Although there is no damage, they cooperate very well. What else can they do? Even Odin was nearly killed by the undying lizard. Wait a minute, did you see the woman in the red dress? I see, she's very charming. I don't know why, but I feel like she's very strong. I feel the same way. Could it be that she is a trump card? Shield. The moment Nick saw Jean, my pupils suddenly trembled. Could it be that rumor is true? Nick Fury is the boss of the top intelligence agency. Of course, I heard about Professor X recruiting a powerful mutant child. Although I don't know the exact details. But this child seemed to have been controlled by Professor X using some special means. Otherwise, she will have the power to destroy the universe. At the time, Nick took it as a joke. Jean Grey is probably just one of countless talented mutants. But now, Jean walked towards the immortal evil lizard without any fear. Professor X also looked determined to win. Could it be? Could it be that the rumor is true? Nick Fury suddenly didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Is she more powerful than Odin? The immortal lizard keeps attacking the X-Men. Damn those flies. Damn it. Suddenly, he felt the approach of a powerful presence. Suddenly, he looked towards Jean Grey. When I saw the blazing fire in Jean's eyes, the immortal lizard was in disbelief. How could it be a phoenix? He immediately shook off the mutants around him. Then he turned and ran towards Jean. Damn phoenix, as disgusting as a bedbug. Suddenly, Jean Grey's eyes widened. The flames grew hotter and hotter. Her red hair was burning with flames. Behind him, a pair of huge phoenix wings instantly spread out. A moment. The tremendous power of the phoenix. It seems to have filled the entire city. A hot and intense light. Everyone under the light curtain couldn't help but cover their eyes. Suddenly, the immortal evil lizard was forced to stop by the power of the phoenix. Damn, this power. A moment. The immortal evil lizard's mental defense was broken. Charles immediately activated his ability. He broke into the spiritual world of the immortal evil lizard. And sent Jean Grey in. In a pitch-black space. There are only the immortal lizard and Jean Grey. The immortal lizard looked at the surrounding environment and said, "Damn flies, they actually invaded my spiritual realm." The wings behind Jean Grey emitted a dazzling light. She roared. The body size instantly expanded 100 times. The immortal evil lizard looked up at her, but could do nothing. Its spiritual power is far too weak compared to that of the phoenix. Even so, there are only fragments of the phoenix inside the piano. China's hand, burning with flames, grabbed the immortal evil lizard. Suddenly, the primordial spirit of the immortal evil lizard began to burn. In reality, the body of the immortal evil lizard was gradually burned to ashes. This is Charles's trump card. He is gambling. Jean Grey is able to unleash the power of the Phoenix. In this way, she can destroy the immortal lizard in the spiritual realm. The body in the spiritual realm is equivalent to the soul or spirit. When the soul is destroyed, the body will naturally die. This was Charles's plan. Instead of directly harming the body of the immortal evil lizard, destroy its soul. At this time, the immortal evil lizard in the spiritual realm. The body was burned to the point where only a small piece was left. That is 15% of the mass. Come here. Suddenly, the body of the immortal evil lizard stopped dissipating. Instead, recovery began. This shocked Jean Grey extremely. She continued to increase her strength, releasing all of the power of the Phoenix. But there was no effect at all. She could only watch the immortal evil lizard constantly recovering its body. And it's getting bigger and bigger. Until it was dozens of times larger than Jean's body. Ah, Phoenix, is this all the power you have? Charles was shocked. How is it possible, it can even adapt to mental attacks? He tried desperately to pull Jean out of the spirit realm. But it's impossible. At this time, in the spiritual realm, the immortal evil lizard grabbed Jean Grey's neck tightly. In reality, Jean fell to her knees in agony. A clear handprint appeared on the neck. Charles was shaking all over and blood was flowing from his nostrils. The burning body of the immortal evil lizard recovered again and expanded several times. The X-Men around him also fell to the ground in pain because of the mental attack evolved by the immortal lizard. Gui looked at this scene and kept shaking his head. No, it shouldn't be like this. She rushed over quickly. Prepare to open the portal and rescue the mutants. Want to save these flies? Guardians of Bug Planet. The immortal evil lizard's terrifyingly thick tail swung violently towards Ancient One. Ancient One quickly activated the rune shield to resist. With a bang, the shield shattered instantly. Ancient One was blown into the air by the huge force. She fell into a coma. It fell straight to the ground from a height of several hundred meters. Just when everyone under the light curtain thought that Ancient One was about to fall, a figure flashed over in an instant. A pair of strong arms caught Gui steadily. In the light curtain, a boy wearing a mask stopped in midair. He held Ancient One in his arms. Under the light curtain, people could clearly see the Foundation logo on his mask. Nick Fury was stunned. This guy, why does he look so familiar? The Foundation, people from the Foundation are here. He saved the female wizard. He can actually fly. It seems that there are also people with superpowers among the members of the Foundation. It seems that he is the only one here. Could it be that he has a way to defeat the immortal lizard? Ah, even though we know the hope is slim, the Foundation always manages to turn danger into safety. We have no choice but to trust him. Do you think this person could be the boss of the Foundation? His temperament seems very unique. The immortal evil lizard saw Qin Yu. Because its body is too large. So much so that all the sunlight was blocked by it. Qin Yu and Gui were completely shrouded in darkness. The green eyes of the immortal evil lizard looked particularly bright. The immortal lizard stared at Qin Yu intently. Rat from the Foundation, after I kill you, I will chop, slice, and mince your fellow rats one by one. It seems that the immortal lizard hates the Foundation very much. You can't blame it for that. After all, who wants to be soaked in concentrated hydrochloric acid all the time? The immortal evil lizard rushed towards Qin Yu. He opened his arms. It seemed that he was very eager to kill Qin Yu. The immortal evil lizard is sure. Now, there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. It's going to destroy the Foundation. Then, kill all living things on Earth. Qin Yu looked at the huge monster rushing towards him. No movement, no dodging. Just watch it quietly. At the same time, he hugged Gui tightly in his arms. Wait until the immortal evil lizard is very close to him. Qin Yu stretched out his hand. A huge, yellow mass of gel appeared on it. The immortal lizard immediately laughed, a ball of snot. Is this your struggle before death? Qin Yu remained silent. He raised his hand. Throw the ball of yellow gel away. The thing hit the immortal evil lizard directly in the face. The immortal evil lizard did not dodge, nor did it bother to dodge. But his huge palm was about to slap Qin Yu. Suddenly it stopped. Wait, that yellow thing is moving. Isn't this anomalous containment 999? The tickle monster. Will this be useful against the immortal evil lizard? Could it be that the Foundation really wants to use the itch monster to deal with the undying lizard? If you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. After all, Thor and Loki were both subdued by it. Moreover, the boy wearing the mask looks very confident. The immortal lizard is immune to mental and electromagnetic attacks and has evolved. Will tickling really have any effect on it? The immortal evil lizard in the light curtain. He actually took a few steps back. This is, what a feeling, it's so strange. At this time, the tickle monster was wriggling on its head. The immortal lizard suddenly became furious. What a boring trick. He pulled the tickle monster off and threw it to the ground. Then he stepped on it. He also rolled it hard a few times. But the tickle monster seems to be fine. He simply wrapped the immortal evil lizard's feet with his body. Then, start practicing. The immortal evil lizard was stunned. Why, damn it, there's no way, I feel fine. Even if the immortal evil lizard wants to make an attacking move, he couldn't do it either. Stop, I feel itchy. The body of the immortal evil lizard began to tremble. At this time, the itch monster began to climb up the calf of the immortal evil lizard, until it climbed onto its neck. At this time, the tickle monster extended its tentacles. It began to smile and tickle the immortal evil lizard. Suddenly, the immortal evil lizard could no longer stand. He fell to the ground at once. Ah, no, ha 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 ha. I'm so itchy, it feels so itchy. The immortal evil lizard rolled on the ground like a spoiled kitten. The next scene shocked everyone. Just see. The scales and spikes on the immortal evil lizard, gradually degenerating. And his figure gradually became smaller, until it returns to its original state. And the itch monster was still scratching the neck of the immortal evil lizard. Has the immortal evil lizard degenerated? Does this mean that he will be taken into custody? This is really surprising. I thought the immortal lizard could only evolve. I didn't expect that the itch monster would make it degenerate. Ah, our city is saved. The Foundation is awesome, and the tickle monster is awesome. How come this tickle monster is so strong? I'm beginning to be curious about his background. Shield. Nick shot up from his chair instantly. The immortal evil lizard lost. Did it really lose? He was so excited that he was incoherent. I didn't expect that this tickle monster could even subdue the immortal evil lizard. Could it be that the strongest containment creature is actually him? This tickle monster is definitely not simple. On the battlefield, Charles gasped, "We won." Eric on the side coughed and laughed. "Charles, you talk as if you have made a contribution." Logan, as usual, just lit a cigar. Scott on the side was extremely excited. Is the immortal evil lizard going to be contained? Did we really win? Jean. Calm down, Scott. Logan took a deep breath. You didn't do anything except ejaculate a little bit every second. Scott was stunned. Logan, what do you mean? Foundation agents arrived. They first picked up the tickle monster. Then, the still twitching immortal evil lizard was immersed in the hydrochloric acid pool that had been prepared long ago. Then, close the lid. The plane takes off. Take the immortal evil lizard away. Since then, the immortal evil lizard has been contained. Qin Yu landed on the ground. He looked at Ancient One in his arms. A pill appeared in his hand. He placed it in Ancient One's mouth. Ancient One woke up quickly. Moreover, the injuries on his body have completely recovered. Qin Yu put Gu Yi down. Without waiting for Gu Yi to say anything, he quickly left. Ancient One was a little dazed. She just saw the Foundation logo on Qin Yu's mask. Could it be that he is watching the Foundation helicopter flying away? Gu Yi roughly understood what had just happened. Anomalous Containment Foundation, inside the base. Ding, congratulations on completing the popularization of Abnormal Containment 682 Immortal Evil Lizard. You have now obtained a dissemination value of 100 million points. Ding, congratulations on getting the extra reward, Abnormal Containment, Succubus Girl. A white light appeared. A naked and beautiful girl with a good figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu took a quick glance first. Then his face turned red and he closed his eyes. I have been a stay-at-home for nearly 20 years. Where had he ever seen such a scene? The Succubus Girl is a rather special containment object. First of all, she couldn't wear any clothes. Otherwise, the body will rot. Her other abnormal effect is quite powerful. Is a powerful cognitohazard. Once a man approaches her, you will be deeply fascinated by her. Moreover, he couldn't help but do beastly things to her. Also, this is a cognitive hazard. There is a certain probability that it is permanent. Therefore, people who are affected by the Succubus Girl will usually be executed directly. Of course, Qin Yu already possessed resistance to abnormal influences. So the Succubus Girl will not have any influence on him. At this time, the Succubus Girl was looking at Qin Yu curiously. She seemed to not understand why Qin Yu could get close to her without being affected. But, the Succubus Girl seemed very happy. She grabbed Qin Yu's hand. I'm hungry. Then she squatted down. Qin Yu sighed. The Succubus Girl also has an unusual effect. She needs to take male essence orally regularly to maintain the body's needs. After some time, Qin Yu walked out of the base gate refreshed. He plans to proceed to the next step. Next. Contained objects with significant hazards and cognitive hazards will invade this world. They may be even more terrifying than the immortal evil lizards. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to form a mobile task force immediately. In fact, Abel and Cain are already considered members of the Mobile Special Service Team. But, it's still not enough. What Qin Yu wants is a powerful team that can deal with cognitive hazards and even divine containment objects. At this time, somewhere in the universe, a spaceship is flying at high speed. Sitting inside are a raccoon, a tree man, a muscular man, a green-skinned cool woman, a mantis woman, and a funny guy. Suddenly, on the spacecraft screen, a light curtain appeared. Exactly the same as the one on Earth. Rocket Raccoon was stunned. Hey, look, what is that? Quill, don't make me pull your damn headphones off. Come here. This is. Quill took a closer look and was stunned. Has our spaceship been invaded? I'm actually more concerned about, what does this anomalous containment mean? And what is the Foundation? Rocket Raccoon asked with a confused look on his face. Then, Drax, who was eating snacks, came closer to take a look. This seems to be what happened on Earth. Quill, something happened in your hometown. Members of the Guardians of the Galaxy started to study this light curtain, because Qin Yu further upgraded the scope of dissemination. So, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy can see the light curtain. At this time, somewhere on Earth, a man in a green robe and horns on his head suddenly appeared. He was breathing heavily. Ah, this damn immortal evil lizard almost killed me. But my stupid brother and father must have thought I was dead. How could I die so easily? Loki looked at the light curtain above his head. Will there be other containment invasions later? He gave a playful smile. Asgard, I promise, I will give you a big surprise. Asgard at this time. Saul hid in his room, depressed. Regarding Loki's death, he felt very guilty. Odin ignored him. He stared at the light screen closely. There will be an inventory of abnormal containment later. Will there appear a being more powerful than the immortal evil lizard? If that's really the case, it may not be just the Earth that is threatened. Also, Odin was really curious. What is the origin of that tickle monster? Even the immortal evil lizard can be easily dealt with. Shield. Natasha was immersed in shock for a long time. The men who saved Ancient One and defeated the immortal lizard. Natasha had seen the mask he was wearing before. When she first met the Foundation. The mask the man I saw from afar was wearing was this one. Therefore, they must be the same person. Moreover, he is most likely the boss of the Foundation. Natasha was extremely curious. Who is the boss of this anomalous containment foundation? So young, yet in charge of the most powerful and dangerous organization in the world. Suddenly, Natasha thought of something. Qin Yu's background always seemed suspicious. Moreover, his figure is very similar to that man. Could it be that? But if that is the case, what is his purpose? Natasha decided to ask for clarification. She quickly ran to the door of Qin Yu's room. Knocked it. The door is not locked, please come in. A lazy voice came out. Natasha opened the door. She saw. Qin Yu was lying on the bed in his pajamas, crossing his legs and reading a DC comic. Occasionally yawn. Seeing Natasha, Qin Yu waved his hand. Hey, Natasha. What do you want to talk to me about? Natasha shook her head. She realized that she was overthinking. Qin Yu, how could he be the boss of the Foundation? I don't know how much time passed. In the night sky, a curtain of light lit up. Suddenly, everyone was attracted by it. Because the light curtain lit up. It means it's time to take inventory of new items. Could there be new objects in containment? I thought that after 10, it was all over. What will be counted next? More powerful objects. Is there anything more powerful than the immortal lizard? On the light curtain. Subtitles appear. The top 10 abnormal containment objects have been listed. Now we begin to list the top 5 cognitive hazards/major hazard containment objects. Nick Fury took a deep breath. The immortal evil lizard was taken in not long ago. Starting a new inventory again. Cognito hazard. Does it mean it pollutes people's cognition? Major hazards are those that can cause great damage to the containment. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Nick's heart. These objects in storage will only become more bizarre and terrifying than the last. Camartage. Gu Yi looked at the light curtain above his head. Cognitive hazards are like containment objects that occupy masks. Major hazards, could they be, like, viruses? Ancient One remembered again. That universe full of zombies and that horrific cancerous universe. Suddenly, her heart tightened. If the Earth, or even the living things in this universe. Because a certain inmate has turned into a zombie. Ancient One shook his head. She would never allow such a thing to happen. The subtitles disappeared from the screen. Several pictures appear above. Nick Fury looked puzzled. Before, the containment objects were always introduced first, why are there only pictures this time? In the universe. Kree Empire. Ronan was holding a scepter and talking to a purple-skinned titan on the big screen. After a while, the person on the screen disappeared. Ronan also angrily knocked the ground with his scepter. Suddenly, the floor cracked. This damn Thanos wants me to find the Infinity Stones. If I can get them, do I still need to obey his orders? At this time, one of Ronan's men came over. Please calm down, sir. I heard that the Guardian of the Galaxy is looking for the Infinity Stones, and wants to trade with the Collector. Guardians of the Galaxy. The Collector. Great. Keep an eye on them. Once you find the Infinity Stones, grab them immediately. Ronan clenched his fists. The first thing I will do after getting the Infinity Stones is to kill Thanos. Yes. Suddenly, the big screen began to flicker. Ronan was startled. Could it be that Thanos heard what he just said? After a while, the screen stopped flickering. The logo of the Anomalous Containment Foundation is displayed above. Anomaly Containment Foundation. Control, Protection, Containment. Ronan looked confused. What the hell is this? His subordinates came to report, "Sir, our system has been hacked by unknown hackers. Now all the screens are showing this logo." What? The system of the Kree Empire has been invaded. Check it out for me quickly and find out which reckless person did it. Ronan became angry. Since it's not Thanos, he is not afraid at all. He must tear this ignorant man into pieces. After a while, the subordinate came to report tremblingly, "Sir. Sir, we didn't find anything." What? Ronan grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. "You useless piece of shit, what use do I have for you? Cough, cough, sir, please spare my life. Look, the picture on the screen has changed. Cough, cough." The subordinate struggled desperately. Looking at the scene on the screen, Ronan threw his men to the ground. So it's that barren Earth. Ronan approached the light curtain and looked at it carefully. The technology there is like that of primitive people. How can they invade the Kree Empire's system? The Kree have colonized many planets, but they don't care about Earth at all. Because it is too small and too barren. So, the humans on Earth were able to invade the Kree system. This shocked Ronan greatly. It's like a pet cat has reached the king level in LOL, it's unbelievable. At this moment, a heavily armored subordinate ran in hurriedly. "My lord," a huge light curtain appeared in the sky above the Kree planet. Now, everyone on the Kree planet can see what is on the light curtain. What? Ronan was shocked. This is even more outrageous. The defense system of Kree Star is extremely powerful. Not to mention the light curtain. If a fly wants to fly in, it will be killed by the laser cannon. Moreover, the light curtain was projected all over the world. This level of technical prowess is no less than that of the Kree Empire's top scientists. Ronan's brows furrowed. No matter who this person is. It's definitely not easy. Earth and the Kree have never had any communication or hatred. What is that person's purpose? Ronan pondered. "Sir." The subordinate who had just been strangled stood up tremblingly, holding his neck. "Should we attack the Earth and teach that man a lesson?" "No." Ronan shook his head. "The Infinity Stones should be the most important thing now. Set off immediately and capture the Guardians of the Galaxy." "Yes." "One more thing." Ronan continued, "Record everything that's shown on the screen clearly, including the appearance of each object. Look for any clues inside. If you find any clues about that person, report it immediately." At this moment, a black and white picture appeared on the light screen. It was a monster that looked like a human but was very tall. His whole body was covered with kelp-like objects. The Kree people quickly wrote down the contents of the picture with pens. "Guardians of the Galaxy, on the spaceship." Quill was playing with a silver sphere. "What is contained inside is the most dangerous thing in the universe, the Infinity Stones." Gamera frowned. "Quill, stop playing with that thing. It's dangerous." Quill had an indifferent expression. "Don't worry, Gamera, this thing is very strong." Gamera sighed helplessly. This Quill is like a child who never grows up. At this time, Rocket Raccoon said to them, "Guys, we are about to reach the Collector's lair. Be smart when the time comes, because that old bastard is up to no good." Quill looked at the content on the light screen and said, "Do you think the things in the light screen are real or fake? Are there really things as terrifying as the immortal evil lizard?" "Hey, who cares?" Rocket Raccoon said disdainfully, "Even if there really is such a thing, it's your hometown that will be in trouble, not me." Quill spread his hands. "Come on. You're being mean." No one on the spaceship noticed. The Kree spaceship had already quietly followed behind them. Above the light curtain, 2 more pictures appeared. In one of the photos, the monster with kelp all over its body was passing through the wall. The other one shows a D-class personnel writing something. The monster suddenly appeared from behind him. What do these pictures mean? Why are there only pictures and no text? Is the Foundation being lazy? We are now taking inventory of major hazards and cognitive hazards. Could it be that this is a cognitive hazard? It causes us to be unable to see the text. I think it's a serious threat. This monster looks scary, And the third picture also shows that it will attack humans. If it's a cognito-hazard, what do these images represent? Shield. Nick Fury frowned. A few drops of cold sweat flowed from the back of his neck. Why, there is no description of this containment. There are only pictures. It doesn't even have a number. Is the Foundation deliberately joking? These pictures mean that this monster has tentacles all over its body and can pass through walls. And it can attack people from behind. Nick thought so. He quickly gave the order. He asked a team of special agents to record the contents of these pictures clearly. The number of hairs on its body must be clearly recorded and analyzed. Camartage. Gui looked at the picture on the light screen. She suddenly felt that it was extremely weird. She understands. Everything that appears on the light curtain is meaningful. The Foundation will not do useless work. There is no description of this item, only a few pictures. Is it because she cannot be described? Think of this. Gui's beautiful eyes opened wide. The third picture. The D-class personnel was writing something. And the containment object appeared from behind him. Does this mean that anyone who describes its appearance will be found and killed by the monster? Gui was surprised by his own guess. If that's the case, it really resembles a shy person. It's just that shy people can't be seen, but they can be described. And this can be seen but not described. In that case, if anyone tries to talk about what it looks like, or record what it looks like, isn't that bad luck? After a while, a new picture appeared on the screen. One of them. There were several D-class personnel gathered around a table, recording something. In the second picture, all the D-class personnel disappeared. Including the papers with recorded texts, they also disappeared. The meaning of these two pictures is obvious. Shield. Nick Fury suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Those people are describing this object, right? Then, all these people disappeared. The things that recorded the text also disappeared. He was horrified. Just now, he ordered several agents to write down the contents of these pictures. Will they? Just at this moment, Hill ran over in a hurry. Chief, this is bad. The agents who were responsible for recording these pictures have all disappeared. What? Nick's pupils suddenly shrank. Is this containment object really indescribable? Nick bolted over to where the agents were working. Kicked the door open. Really? The room is empty. The agents all disappeared. And the desk is clean. It was as if Liang Fifan had just cleaned it. Nick kept shaking his head, his voice trembling. Damn it, how could this happen? He immediately ran to the monitoring room. I checked the office's supervision video. Just see. The agents carefully recorded the contents of the light curtain. Suddenly, a tall humanoid creature emerged from the wall. Then, the kelp on his body stretched out and tightly wrapped around one of the agents. Then, drag it into the darkness. The same goes for the other agents. Until all the agents were taken away. The monster then took away all the papers with written information. Then, it disappeared into the wall. Fuck. Nick hit his thigh in regret. He should have thought of it earlier. The content on the light screen had already reminded him. The fact that there is no text is actually very noteworthy. Nick pressed his fingers between his brows. Once again, he killed a team of agents. Universe. The collector's nest. The collector looked at the curtain of light above his head. Interesting. Each of these collections is more interesting than the last. I really want to go to Earth and capture them and add them to my collection. There was a look of desire in his eyes. At this time, a red-skinned maid walked towards him. Master, the Guardians of the Galaxy are visiting. Let them in, said the collector. At this moment, the picture on the light screen disappeared. The video started playing. The Guardians of the Galaxy spaceship landed on the ground. Rocket Raccoon and others walked down from it. Camartage. A look of surprise appeared on Guyi's face. Quill. And that raccoon. Has the anomalous containment been able to affect the other side of the galaxy? Ancient One knew. Guardians of the Galaxy involves many major events in the future. Especially the Infinity Stones they were about to trade. That's what Thanos is determined to collect. Unknown, under the influence of the anomalous containment. Where will these timelines go? What changes will happen to the fate of Thanos and others? S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as Nick Fury saw the ship, he was sure. This is definitely not something from Earth. The place where they landed was definitely not the Earth. The videos that appear on the light screen are all related to the items being counted. Could it be possible that this containment object could appear so far away? This is a bit scary. Not limited by distance, that means as long as there is someone in the universe describing it, it will be there. Even hundreds of thousands of light years away. This kelp spirit can also appear instantly and drag him into the darkness. In the light curtain, the collector took the small silver ball and put it on the table. Drax's huge body stopped in front of the collector. "Where's our reward?" The collector looked up at him and said, "Don't worry, I will give you your reward right away. But before that, I have something I want to discuss with you." "What's the matter?" "You'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I'm going to shoot you." Rocket Raccoon touched the pistol on his waist. "You guys have really bad tempers. What I want is for you to go to Earth and capture a few of the objects for me. I promise, I will give you more rewards." The collector's eyes sparkled. "What do you think?" "Containment." Quill scratched his head. "You mean, those things playing on the screen? I thought they were fake." "I assure you that those objects are real. As long as you are willing." The collector was talking excitedly. He didn't notice at all. His maid had already opened the small ball containing the power gem. She held the purple stone tightly. "I don't want to be your slave anymore." Then, a huge amount of energy burst out. Like lightning, it went straight into the maid's body. She screamed immediately. At this time, the ground began to shake due to the huge energy. The collector yelled in horror, "Asshole! You're going to ruin my collection." He wanted to stop the energy from spreading. But he didn't even dare to touch the power gem. At this time, just outside, the Kree spacecraft lands. Ronan walked out with the scepter in hand. "Kree." Nick was startled. He recalled that when he was young, he had fought against the Kree together with Captain Marvel, versus. Unexpectedly, I actually saw them again on the light curtain. The powerful Kree faced this inmate who refused to describe himself. What kind of sparks will be created by the collision? Under the light curtain. What is that purple stone? Why does it release such a huge amount of energy when that woman touches it? Am I dazzled? Why do I see a raccoon talking? It seems that there are still many unknown things in the universe. A few blue-skinned aliens there. That spaceship looks so high-tech. This must be outer space, right? Could that unspeakable person really be able to reach such a far place? Camartage. Ancient One could predict the future, so he was not surprised by what happened in the light curtain. But, if the unspeakable person really appears there, what impact will it have on the future? After all, the Infinity Stones are key items in the Infinity War. Whether it changes hands, is lost or destroyed, it will have a significant impact on the future. For better or for worse. Asgard. The moment Odin saw the Power Stone, his eyes suddenly lit up. Power Gem. Odin searched for the Infinity Stones many years ago. But none was found. Now, see the Power Stone. He is very excited. He even wanted to go there right now. Bring me the Power Stone. But, think about the anomalous containment that will soon appear there. Odin sighed helplessly. The last object he contained, the immortal evil lizard, left a deep shadow on him. It made him lose all face. So, in any case, Odin will not bother the inmates again. In the light curtain, the collector's shop had been completely destroyed. Gamera relied on her agility and the right moment. Put the power gem back into the silver ball. See this scene. Rocket Raccoon and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If this planet is destroyed, they all have to die. At this time, Ronan walked towards them with an arrogant stride. Hand over that thing, and I'll spare your life. Drax sees Ronan. His eyes were filled with anger. You beast, you killed my wife and my daughter. Then, Drax rushed towards Ronan with a dagger in his hand. Ronan is very powerful. After a fight, Ronan easily subdues Drax. He grabbed Drax by the neck and lifted him into the air. I don't remember that I killed your wife and daughter. Just like I won't remember that I killed you. Ronan's hands continued to exert force. Drax showed a look of pain. At this time, he stretched out his hand to Quill. Hand over the power stone, otherwise, he will die. Quill looked at Ronan's arrogant expression. He knew that even if he handed over the gem, Ronan would not let Drax go. Suddenly, an idea struck him. It seems like he thought of something. Hey, you. Quill opened the cosmic orb and pointed the gun at the Infinity Stone. Put down my friend, or I will destroy this stone. Ronan sneered, you dare not. If the gem is destroyed, the entire planet will be destroyed and you will all die. Oh, really? Do you want to take a gamble? Quill smiled slightly, and the hand holding the trigger kept exerting force. Ronan was startled and frowned. Wait. Ronan was really afraid that this madman would destroy the stone. He didn't care about the life or death of Quill and others, but he must get the power stone. So, he didn't want to take the risk. Ronan threw the dying Drax to the ground. His men then aimed their guns at Drax. Ronan, give me the Infinity Stones, and take your friends away. No tricks. Rocket Raccoon pointed the cannon at Ronan. You can't give it to him, Quill. This guy is a notorious butcher. He must want to use this thing to destroy Xander. Don't worry, Rocket. Then, Quill looked at Ronan. I have another request. Ronan showed an impatient look. What? Quill took a deep breath. He was not sure whether this method would work. You should have seen that light curtain, right? The one that contains the foundation. Ronan frowned immediately. He didn't understand why Quill knew about the light curtain. Just say it. Quill coughed and said, the latest containment item. That is the first picture that appeared on the screen. I want you to describe the appearance of that monster to me clearly. Ronan narrowed his eyes. Why would I do this? Quill shook the gun in his hand and pointed it at the power stone. I just want to confirm the content on the light screen. If you don't do this, we will die together. Ronan glared at him. But for the power stone, he endured it. He described it helplessly. That thing is similar in height to the Kree, has 4 limbs, and is covered with. The more Ronan spoke, the colder he felt on his back. It seems that something bad is approaching. But he thought it was an illusion and continued, his body is covered with stripes. Suddenly, behind Ronan, a portal suddenly appeared. Then, countless kelp-like strips stretched out towards Ronan. Tie him up tightly. Ronan was shocked. He didn't even have time to react before he was tied up tightly. You know, Ronan's strength is extraordinary. This is also why Thanos chose him to collect the Infinity Stones. However, Ronan struggled desperately at this moment, but to no avail. You can only watch helplessly as you are dragged into the abyss. His men rushed over and tried desperately to pull Ronan out. But nothing worked. At this time, Quill's eyes widened. It really works. Our previous analysis is useful. When I was on the spaceship before, Quill and others analyzed the contents of the light screen. The meaning of those pictures is that this thing cannot be described. Otherwise, you will be dragged into Meow Meow House. Of course, Quill and others don't quite believe that these objects are real. Just now, Quill was just trying it as a last resort. I didn't expect, it's true. These things actually exist. At this moment, the unspeakable person's hand had already grabbed Ronan's face. He dragged it into Meow Meow's house. Then, the portal closed immediately. Ronan disappears with the unspeakable. His men were bewildered. Rocket Raccoon raised his cannon. Go to hell. Boom. There was a burst of artillery fire. All of Ronan's men turned to ashes. Quill was incredulous. That thing dragged Ronan in so easily. You know, Drax was so strong, but he was easily subdued by Ronan. This indescribable person actually left Ronan powerless to resist. Wow, this thing just killed the Smurf like that. It's too scary that it ignores distance. This place might be tens of thousands of light years away from the Earth. This indescribable person always reminds me of someone I cannot look directly at. I wonder if 096 can also chase and kill people regardless of distance like this. Hey, what do you think will happen if we ask the immortal lizard to describe an unspeakable person and then show him a photo of a shy person? I'll carry you upstairs. Shield. Nick breathed a sigh of relief. Although he paid the price of a team of special agents. However, this indescribable person did not destroy almost 1/3 of New York like the immortal evil lizard. As long as no fool describes the unspeakable people, nothing should happen again. Now. Nick began to get curious. What is inside the space of the indescribable person? Will it be the same as the space of the scary old man? What happened to the people who were dragged in? Did they die? Imprisoned? What? His team of agents, is there any chance of survival? Camartage. Ancient One marveled at the strength of the indescribable man. Ronan was completely powerless in front of it. This couldn't help but make Kui have some fantasies. In the future, will there be an extremely powerful containment object that can be used to deal with Dormammu? Thought for a while. Kui still shook his head and sighed. She looked into the deep space. That terrifying abyss. Dormammu is simply too powerful. Fantasy, after all, is just fantasy. At this moment, subtitles appeared on the screen. This caught everyone's attention. Major Hazard / Cognito Hazard Containment Inventory, Number 5. Hallway of Fear. This contained object has a close connection with an indescribable person. Are you going to reveal the life story of the unspeakable person? Hurry up, update. I want to know what's inside the Meow Meow house. Object level, safe. Shield. Nikiton was surprised, something related to the unspeakable person is just safe. I thought it had to be at least EU level. Dr. Banner stared at the light screen. Could it be that the mysterious space is related to the unspeakable person? Nick turned his head and looked at Banner. Doctor, what do you think of it? Banner pondered for a moment. The scary old man also has a space. However, that space is in another dimension, which means that space cannot be contained. Nick's eyes widened. He roughly guessed what Banner was going to say. Banner continued, the level of this thing is safe. Does it mean that the space of this unspeakable person is different from the space of the terrifying old man? Could it be that the space of the unspeakable exists in reality and can be contained? There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Natasha expressed her admiration. Chin Yu clapped his hands, as expected of Dr. Banner, who has 7 doctoral degrees. Nick thought for a while, if the space of the indescribable person is safe, then what about him? The interior of the Guardians of the Galaxy spaceship. Quill hummed. He was still playing with the cosmic spirit ball. At this moment, he was bragging to Gamera about how smart and brave he was just now. He had been blowing it for nearly an hour straight. Gamera was looking at him with disdain. Drax had fallen asleep. Groot was playing games. Suddenly, Rocket slapped Quill in the face. Quill covered his face. Oh. Rocket, what are you doing? It hurts. Shut up, Quill. You can't flatter even the prostitutes on Xander. Don't disturb me from watching the light screen. Quill saw the light screen was updated and immediately came forward. It is related to the unspeakable person. Is the level safe? Subtitles updated again. The fear-sensing corridor is a corridor approximately 130 meters long with a heavy door at the entrance. Any electronic device will malfunction at a depth of 50 in the corridor. At the same time, the subject will experience hallucinations. When the subject reaches a depth of 100 meters, he will feel uncontrollable fear. After leaving the corridor, most subjects' fear will dissipate. There is a door at the end of the corridor, but any time the subject enters the corridor and wants to record this door, they will ignore it until they leave the corridor. When entering the corridor again, the subject will still forget to record this door. Shield. Unspeakable. Is this why the subjects forgot to record it? Besides, the electronic equipment will fail. Doesn't that mean there is no way for people to know what the door looks like? But it seems that this corridor is indeed not dangerous. Stark Tower. Tony, why do I feel fear when I enter the 100-meter race? If everyone feels fear, why do some people reach the end? What's behind that door? Tony's curiosity was aroused to the extreme. He really wanted to see what happened next. The words disappeared from the light screen. The video starts playing. A Foundation D-class personnel. After being fed a psychiatric drug by a PhD. Then he walked into the corridor of fear. The men walked inside and there was nothing unusual at first. But when he reached a depth of 100 meters, fear appeared on his face. It's not just this D-class personnel. Everyone under the light curtain. Everyone felt fear. Tony Stark, seemingly in ruins. He was surrounded by his dead teammates. He walked forward in fear. He didn't seem to know these people. But he had a feeling. These people are very important to him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. Tony was shocked. Look back. Steve, with only the upper body left, spoke in a weak voice. You could have saved us. Then, Steve died. Suddenly, ahead, Peter Parker crawled over. His body faded away. Mr. Stark. I don't feel well. Peter turned to dust. At this time, all the corpses crawled towards Tony and complained that Tony did not save them. Tony was quickly overwhelmed by these people. Odin's eyes were filled with fear. He watched Thor's head being twisted off by Thanos. He watched Surtur destroy Asgard. Natasha walked in the Red House. She watched her former self being pushed into the operating room and transformed. She watched herself suffer inhuman abuse and humiliation every day. Besides her, there are thousands of girls suffering the same fate. This was the painful memory she least wanted to recall. But it was displayed in front of her eyes extremely clearly, forcing her to watch. Professor X watched the mutants gradually disappear from the world. Even the few survivors were wiped out. Logan died in battle. Even the new generation of mutants could not escape the fate of being killed. As for himself, he still lives in the world, alone. Ancient One saw it. Dormammu has invaded Earth. The creatures screamed and fled desperately, but became part of the dark space. While Ancient One and the other mages fought hard, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Eventually, the Earth was assimilated by the dark space. Seeing this scene, Guyi's eyes revealed deep fear. Everyone was forced to see what they least wanted to see and what they feared the most. On the light screen, the video continued to play. The D-class personnel fled down the corridor crying and screaming. Since then, the fear in everyone's eyes disappeared. Back to normal. Is this a cognitive hazard? Nick was extremely horrified. What he just saw. Still vivid in my mind. The abnormal effects of this thing are truly terrifying. The D-level personnel in the light curtain were extremely manic. Screaming non-stop. They even beat up the staff crazily. He didn't calm down until he was given a sedative. But he woke up again after a while, still screaming. Wait until this D-class personnel is tied to a stretcher and pushed away. The doctor announced with a calm cough. D-2357, step out. A man came over. Information in the hands of the doctoral reader. D-2357 suffers from a brain disease and is unable to perceive fear. The doctor then ordered the men into the corridor. Sure enough, when he reached a depth of 100 meters, he did not feel anything unusual and did not sense any fear. Until he reached the end. Wow, is the door going to open? Is the secret of the unspeakable person finally going to be solved? What's behind the door? Hurry up, open it. Under everyone's expectation. The door opens. The D-class personnel walked in. Then he disappeared. A moment. It's like a stone sinking into the sea. Flooded in the space behind the door. Disappeared directly. Was he captured by someone unspeakable? That's not right. He didn't describe it. Why was he arrested? When the Smurf was captured, he was entangled in the kelp. I didn't see any kelp, so maybe it wasn't done by the unspeakable person. A Hydra base. In prison. A little girl with beautiful red hair was hiding in the corner and shivering. She seemed to be crying with her face covered. Beside her, a silver-haired boy was patting her back gently, comforting her. It's okay, Wanda, it's just an illusion. Just now, when the person in the light curtain entered the 100-meter corridor of fear, Wanda saw the scene she least wanted to see. That is, she watched her parents being killed by a missile from Stark Industries. At this moment, her eyes were flashing with the red light unique to chaos magic. Quicksilver, who was standing aside, felt a huge amount of energy. He was stunned for a moment. Wanda. After a while. Outside the cell of the base, the Hydra members saw a bright red light. This was also the last thing they could see. Inside the Guardians of the Galaxy spaceship, Quill, Rocket, and Drax's heads were huddled together. They stared at the screen with wide eyes, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Gamera was standing on tiptoe at the back, also looking at the light curtain carefully. I bet this person must have been captured by someone unspeakable, just like Ronan. Rocket said. What should we do? The door is closed now. Even if someone can overcome their fear, they will be caught inside. Doesn't that mean no one will ever know what is inside the door? Quill said regretfully. The gate is closed. After a while, a letter fell out from the crack in the door. The doctor sent another man without fear to bring the letter. The doctor opened the letter impatiently. All I saw was a crumpled piece of paper with very sloppy handwriting on it. As soon as I came in, I was dragged in by that damn bastard. That bastard was like, data expunged. This is a cage. Damn, it's really dark in there, there's nothing. It's so quiet here, I'm going crazy. I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I can do. Am I going to be trapped here forever? I should have turned back earlier. I shouldn't have walked into that corridor. Although the doctor would execute me, I think it was just a bluff. They need a test subject like me, someone without fear. I can't describe that bastard on paper, otherwise, this information will disappear. I don't know who will see this letter. Anyway, don't come to this kind of hell place. I don't know how much time has passed. Days, weeks, months. Why don't I feel hungry? I think I understand. That bastard never came back. And I haven't been out yet. I understand. I understand. I became it, ha 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 ha, I became it. I replaced that bastard, ha 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 ha. Afterwards, the handwriting gradually turned into a bunch of incomprehensible symbols. Shield. A look of horror appeared on Nick's face. This person replaced the original unspeakable person and became the new unspeakable person. Is this the reason why the unspeakable person is arresting people everywhere? If that's the case, then, could it be that the first indescribable person was originally just a human being? Later, he entered this room by mistake and was trapped inside. Gradually turned into an indescribable person. Nick was shocked by his own speculation. Camartage. Ancient One also guessed it. Perhaps, in the beginning, this horrific corridor was the only thing that existed in the world. Someone walked in and became an indescribable person. Only by catching someone else can it be replaced. This is definitely the weirdest containment object so far. Gui suddenly thought of it. Since the indescribable person was created. So, could it be that shy people like it were also created? Thinking of this, Gui couldn't help but shudder. She couldn't imagine creating a shy person. How powerful it would be. Ding, congratulations on completing the popularization of the abnormal containment object _ the indescribable person, and you have now obtained 250 million points of dissemination value. Ding, congratulations on receiving the extra reward, abnormal containment, 5239, Necromancer. Necromancer. Qin Yu was very surprised. The Necromancer is a powerful and bizarre reality warper. His ability, as his name suggests, is to control corpses and the undead. But his abilities go far beyond that. He thought he was a necromancer, so he could control corpses and the undead. In fact, he distorted reality. This is actually a bit like idealistic Superman. He will be as powerful as he thinks he is. As for such a dangerous containment, will it get out of control one day? Qin Yu was not worried at all. All the refugees he obtained were absolutely loyal. This necromancer might come in handy in the future. Soon after, the system prompted Qin Yu that the next containment object was about to invade. Qin Yu immediately raised his eyebrows. It's this. What a coincidence. It seems that something very interesting will happen. In the light curtain. Subtitles updated. Major hazards and cognitive hazards inventory, number 4, anomaly contained object, 008 zombie virus. Object class, Euclid. Assessed as Class V extreme biological hazard. Description, anomalous containment, 008 is a complex prion. Research on anomaly containment, 008 is top secret, and its main purpose is preventive research. This makes it possible to artificially synthesize anomalous containment, 008 in the future. Strong evidence indicates that anomalous containment, 008 was not formed naturally on Earth. Because variants of similar complexity cannot exist in the ecosystem. Zombie virus. No way, is the biochemical crisis going to happen in reality? Oh my god, zombie virus. The end of the world is really coming this time. This thing is not like the previous containment objects that can be contained so easily. I have to hide in the basement quickly. Zombies, haha, it seems that the objects contained this time are not very good. With our modern firepower, zombies really do not pose any threat at all. You ignored the infectiousness. This is the most deadly thing. The light screen said that the zombie virus is a level 5 extreme biological hazard. I don't know what that is, but no containment has been described in this way before. Do you think 049 can control infected zombies? No way. 049 can only control the zombies he created. Shield. Nick Fury frowned and paced back and forth. Zombie virus. This should be a major hazard to containment. If we can find it in time, we can take samples and study it, and make a vaccine in time. The problem is, maybe the zombie virus has already invaded and is lurking in the bodies of many people. Nick looked at Qin Yu. Foundation, has there ever been a precedent for dealing with this kind of biohazard containment? There doesn't seem to be any special method to deal with this virus. Qin Yu said slowly, it depends on the scope of its spread. If it's small, it's easy to deal with. If it's large, it could be doomsday level. Nick quickly asked, the pill that can cure everything. There are only a limited number of those things. I guess if the zombie virus really spreads widely, I'm afraid most of the infected people will be executed. Camartage. Ancient One showed a worried look. What she was worried about was not how scary the zombies were. Or how contagious the virus is. But it was the words in the light curtain. Strong evidence shows that 008 was not formed naturally on Earth. Could it be that it comes from other planets in the universe? Or other spaces? Gui thought. In that case, could it be created by an alien civilization? If so, what is their purpose? At this time, the subtitles disappeared from the screen. The screen starts playing. Twist about. The Empire State Building was engulfed in flames. From time to time, black human-like creatures fell out of the window. The air was filled with black smoke. People screamed and fled. Vehicles were running rampant. They seemed to be desperately running away from something. This is New York. What happened? We have to run away. No, look, our Empire State Building is intact. And no one is running on the street. The one in the light screen is obviously not our New York. Oh, right, there's nothing wrong with the nyatsu here. Then, what's the nyatsu in the light curtain? I think I see myself. Could it be a parallel universe? Parallel universe. It's really possible. After all, the New York there is basically the same as here. Has the Foundation's business expanded to other universes? Camartage. Ancient One opened his eyes wide. This is a parallel universe. Could it be that this zombie disaster happened in another universe? Ancient One certainly knew about the existence of parallel universes. She was not sure whether the universe in the light curtain was the terrifying zombie universe. It seems that the Foundation's arms reach far. Ancient One couldn't help but be curious. If the Foundation wants to contain 008, will they go to the universe in the light curtain? If this is true, how would they travel through the universe? Guardians of the Galaxy spaceship. Rocket smiled crookedly and said, Quill, your hometown has been in trouble again. The zombie virus. It looks like it's a doomsday-level containment. Actually, I don't really care what happens to Earth. After all, I was kidnapped when I was 8 years old, and I don't have any good memories of Earth. Besides, the Foundation will surely be able to handle a disaster of this magnitude. Quill looked indifferent. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Just wait and see. Rocket had a feeling that something interesting was going to happen. In the light curtain, countless zombies pounced towards the crowd. They have rotten skin. The lidless eyes were bloodshot green. The upper and lower lips had long since rotted away. The big teeth covered with green mucus bit into the fresh human flesh. The person who was bitten screamed and struggled desperately. Soon other zombies pounced on them. Eat that person quickly. Every piece of flesh and bone was madly eaten by the zombies. 2 zombies were fighting desperately for her intestines. Such scenes are constantly happening. New York quickly became a living hell. People who were bitten but did not die immediately. In less than a minute, they turned into scary zombies. Turned to attack the living. This scene is more real and more shocking than any zombie movie. It seemed that the people of New York could only perish in despair. Just at this moment, Iron Man appeared in the air. He flew over here quickly. As the picture zooms in, Iron Man's suit looks extremely majestic and full of technology. Obviously, it is more advanced than Tony's armor in the original universe. The people below called for help from Iron Man. This is Tony from another universe. I knew that Tony was also a superhero in another universe. Ah, when Iron Man comes, I instantly feel safe. Stark Tower. Tony was stunned at first. Is this me from another universe? Looking at the armor, Tony was extremely surprised. I knew that I would take the armor to another level in the future. It seems that I am also a great hero in another universe. Tony was ready to watch. How did myself in another universe save the people from the dire straits? In the light curtain, Iron Man suddenly rushed towards the crowd. Just crashed into it. Then he threw one of them under him. Everyone under the light curtain was stunned. Iron Man opened his mask. Just see. Half of his face had completely rotted away. There were bits of black skin hanging here and there. The other half also has no eyelids or lips. Absolutely, a zombie. Tony was stunned. A look of fear spread across his face. How is this possible? No, this is not me. Someone must have stolen my armor and turned into a zombie. But, with Jarvis and his sophisticated security measures, how could anyone else be able to use Tony's armor? Nick looked at the zombie Tony in the light curtain, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In that universe, even Tony was infected and turned into a zombie. Then, what about other superheroes? In that case, what exactly does the Foundation want to do? Go to another universe to solve the zombie crisis. Zombie Tony in the light curtain. Just open your mouth wide. He bit the man's face. Blood and brains splattered. Tony crunched the man's skull. He was not dead yet and was still struggling desperately. Tony thrust his hand directly into the man's stomach. A handful of red intestines were pulled out. Ah, fresh meat. I'm so hungry. Tony stuffed the intestines into his mouth. Take a big bite and the juice will burst out immediately. Because the camera was zoomed in very close, everyone could see the scene clearly. I really can't take it anymore. I've watched countless zombie movies in my life, but this one is really unbearable. How could Tony become like this? He is so scary. Is this universe really salvageable? Even Tony has turned into a zombie, so what about the other superheroes? In the light curtain. Suddenly, a giant zombie nearly 100 meters tall appeared. His huge hands reached straight towards the crowd. It grabbed the lively people and threw them into its mouth. Then, it was crunched. Delicious human flesh. This person is the giant zombie Ant-Man. His wife, the Wasp, also turned into a zombie. At this moment, she became the size of a sparrow. He tore off a man's tongue and began to eat it. Not long after, Zombie Spider-Man, Zombie Captain America, Zombie Hulk and others all rushed here. They began to eat voraciously. The scene was a feast of human flesh and blood. Soon, all the living things present were eaten by them. There wasn't even a scrap of meat left. Zombie Hulk looks very angry. He roared, "Hungry." The zombies have an extremely strong appetite. Almost impossible to satisfy. Especially Hulk. In fact, they appeared before the light curtain. It has already eaten a lot of people. At this time, the little spider was temporarily full. He seemed to have regained some sanity and felt guilty. Is it not good for us to do this? What's wrong with that? Uncle Wolf licked the blood on his lips. I haven't had enough. We've eaten up the entire New York so quickly. The little spider continued, what's next? Eat up the entire earth. If there are no living things on the earth, won't we be tortured by hunger forever? We must find a way to eliminate the virus in us. This is the right way. We can't go on like this. After hearing what Spider-Man said, the zombie heroes fell silent. They knew in their hearts that what Spider said was right. Suddenly, the little spider seemed to smell something. It's human flesh. His voice became extremely terrifying. He quickly looked towards the source of the smell. I saw a shivering girl tiptoeing to escape. The little spider immediately sprayed out spider silk and pulled her over. Then, with a snap, he bit off half of her neck. The other zombie heroes couldn't stand the smell of blood anymore. They rushed over one after another. Within seconds, the girl was devoured. This scene really scared the audience under the light curtain. I really thought they still had some sanity left. Now it seems that they don't have any sanity left. They want to eat people as soon as they smell meat. It's really horrible. These zombies are all powerful superheroes. How can ordinary people resist? And they can smell the smell immediately, so there is no way to hide. It's really despairing. Fortunately, the zombie virus is spreading in another universe. If it happened in our universe, it would be difficult to survive even with the help of the Foundation. So this is what serious harm means. This is no less terrifying than Master 682. Nick swallowed. He had a hunch. No matter what method was used, the zombie universe in the light curtain would affect the real universe, the universe where Nick was now. If that was the case, he couldn't imagine what this world would be like, turning into a hell on Earth. He couldn't accept such an outcome either. Even if there is a slight possibility that the zombie virus spreads into the real universe. Nick couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He stroked the communicator in his hand. On it is the Captain Marvel logo. On the light curtain, Ant-Man had already carried the zombie heroes on his back and ran to his basement. In bed, the non-zombie Black Panther was tied to the bed and was in a coma. Ant-Man felt dizzy at this moment. He quickly cut off a piece of meat from the Black Panther. Stuffed it into his mouth. After satisfying his appetite, zombie Ant-Man gained a moment of sanity. Ant-Man understands that if this continues, not to mention the entire Earth, even the entire universe will be devoured by zombies. Therefore, the right way is to develop an antidote to the virus. And Black Panther is the reserve meat that Ant-Man uses to maintain his sanity. In this way, he can develop the antidote with a clear mind. Of course, he didn't share this plan with anyone, including his wife. Just at this moment, the wasp suddenly grew larger and appeared in front of Ant-Man. "You actually hid food behind my back." The wasp looked at Black Panther's fresh flesh and licked her slimy teeth. "Ah, human flesh, I'm so hungry." She pounced on him with her teeth bared. Ant-Man grabbed the wasp's wrist and said, "You can't eat him. I want to develop an antidote to the zombie virus. Only he can keep me sane. I don't care about the antidote, I just want to eat meat." Seeing that she couldn't break free, the wasp had to bite Ant-Man's hand. "Pa, that's so disgusting." The wasp spat out Ant-Man's piece of meat. Zombies find the flesh of their own kind unpalatable. That's why they don't commit cannibalism. The wasp gradually grows larger. She has lost her mind and wants to tear Ant-Man to pieces. Ant-Man could only sigh and instantly grew larger. "Then, open your mouth wide." He bit off the wasp's head in one bite. Then he spat out the head. The wasp's body staggered and fell to the ground. Ant-Man sighed. At this time, he looked at the glowing device inside the laboratory. This device is used to travel through the universe. Ant-Man knows that there is a parallel universe that is very similar to this zombie universe. Therefore, this device must not be discovered by other zombies. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. His universe is already in tatters. He didn't want other universes to suffer the same disaster. However, his every move. It had already been seen clearly by Susan, the Invisible Woman, one of the Fantastic Four. She looked towards the device. A hungry light flashed in his eyes filled with green veins, another universe full of fresh meat. Interesting. See this scene. Ancient One's pupils trembled violently. Because, she knows. A universe very close to the zombie universe. It's this universe. The universe she lives in. If it is really invaded by zombie heroes, the consequences would be disastrous. I am afraid that this Earth will become a slaughterhouse for zombies just like the Earth in the zombie universe. This zombie virus is really terrifying. Not only does it not diminish any of the superheroes' strengths. Instead, it will give them endless hunger. Moreover, it is so contagious. When fighting those zombies, it's easy to get bitten or scratched. They will immediately turn into zombies and attack friendly forces. Ancient One must stop them no matter what. If it became necessary to use the Eye of Agamotto, she would do so. In the light curtain, the zombie heroes fell into hunger again. Suddenly, in the sky, a silver figure flashed by. It immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Just see. A man dressed in silver was standing in midair on a silver skateboard. Suddenly, hungry green lights flashed in the zombies' eyes. Meat. But, Silver Surfer disappeared in an instant, leaving the zombies in bewilderment. After a while, Silver Surfer appeared again. He began to announce that the planet was about to be devoured by Galactus. The zombie heroes wouldn't take any of his crap. Spider-Man shoots out a web that entangles Silver Surfer's feet. Hulk leaps into the air with his rotten mouth open, trying to bite off the Silver Surfer's head. Silver Surfer is no ordinary person. He knocked off half of Hulk's head with one punch. Then, he tore off the spider silk and emitted white light from his hand. In one blow, the little spider's upper body was broken into two halves. Zombie Thor flew into the air. He bit the Silver Surfer's neck. But the Invisible Man's skin is too tough. Not even a trace was left. Silver Surfer grabbed Thor's head. With a strong pull, his head was pulled off. Who is this person? Oh my God, he is too strong, right? He killed Hulk and Thor instantly, and he was unscathed. It seems that this Silverman can kill all the zombies present without the Foundation's intervention. Will this crisis be resolved just like that? I feel hopeful. Do you think there is such a person in our universe? Asgard. Thor watched as the zombie version of himself had his head ripped out. He couldn't help feeling extremely ashamed. Although, he had almost lost face when dealing with the immortal evil lizard. But this way of dying is too tragic. He couldn't help but think of Loki. I don't know what happened to Loki in the zombie universe. Did he also become a zombie? Camartage. Ancient One looked at the Silver Surfer on the light screen. She really hoped. Silver Surfer is able to kill these zombies. Moreover, Galactus can devour this zombie planet. In this way, there is no need to worry about the invasion of the zombie universe. Silver Surfer looked at the remaining zombie heroes with an expressionless face. He was about to fly away. Suddenly, in the air, a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun slapped down towards him. He was pushed directly to the ground. Silver Surfer was just about to get up. Then he was stepped on hard by a huge foot. The earth shook. A huge crack appeared. Ant-Man raised his foot. He leaned over and looked at the Silver Surfer lying on the ground. Before Silver Surfer could recover, the Hulk, with only half of his head left, pounced on him. In half of Hulk's head, the remaining half of the brain is still moving. It looks like a green paste. The mucus composed of viruses clings to it. Zombies have extremely strong vitality. With only half a brain left, one can still survive. Hulk pounced directly on the Silver Surfer. Open your bloody mouth and start biting. The hungrier the zombie Hulk is, the stronger he becomes. At this moment, he was extremely hungry. He actually tore open the Silver Surfer's flesh. The other zombie heroes rushed forward. Soon, the Silver Surfer was eaten up. After a full meal, the little spider seemed to have discovered something. His upper body was torn apart, but he was still alive. He stretched out his hand. White light shot out from his hands. He shouted excitedly, "Come and see. I seem to have absorbed that guy's energy." The rest of the zombies tried it one by one. They can both shoot powerful rays. This is because the Silver Surfer's cosmic energy was absorbed by them. At this time, Zombie Tony seemed to have thought of something. That silver guy, just now he said something was coming to swallow up the earth. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, the sky became dark. A huge energy distortion appeared in the sky. Immediately following, the Devourer of Planets appeared on Earth. Although, he was in a hungry state and not at the peak of his strength. But, the body is still frighteningly large. This caused a burst of exclamations from the audience under the light curtain. This was definitely the biggest thing they had ever seen. Even the immortal evil lizard is a huge distance away from him. Camartage. Gu-E secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Devourer of Worlds is not at its peak strength, but it is definitely more than enough to devour this planet. These zombie heroes can't stop him. Unless... Hulk looked at the huge piece of fresh meat greedily. What a big piece of meat, enough for us to have a full meal. I'm so hungry. Tony flew into the air and shot cosmic rays at Galactus. But the blow to its body is like an ant trying to shake a tree. The zombie heroes emit cosmic energy together. But, there was no effect at all. Galactus looked at the zombies with disdain. Are you hungry? He opened his palm. Huge energy pouring out. In an instant, the entire city was destroyed. At this time, far away, the Fantastic Four, the culprits of this zombie disaster, have arrived here. They have turned into zombies. Susan grinned and said, "It's really powerful, Galactus. We can't let him ruin our good deeds." Yes. Thunderbolt's body was burning with flames. We must kill him. Don't worry. Susan licked her non-existent lips with her green tongue. I already have a solution. In the light curtain, Galactus roared. A light appeared all over his body. The huge energy caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. The trees and the debris of houses were sucked into the air. Galactus begins to devour planets. He didn't care if the Silver Surfer was dead or not. Or, whether those zombies are dead or not. Anyway, in his eyes, we are all ants. I devour planets, what does it have to do with you? Wow, this Galactus is really powerful. It destroyed the entire New York with just one move. I feel like this planet is really doomed, and those zombies are dead too. It seems that the Foundation really doesn't need to take action this time. The oppression of this Galactus is too strong. Do you think there is a planet eater in our universe? If it comes to devour the Earth, how should we deal with it? That really is the end of the world. This thing is a monster from another dimension. Shield. Nick secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if this devourer of worlds could destroy these zombies. However, he still planned to call Captain Marvel over. After all, the items currently being counted already involve the multiverse. Even if this crisis can be resolved, in the future, there will surely be more terrifying objects. He had to discuss a countermeasure with Firth. In the light curtain, the Fantastic Four called the zombie heroes into the laboratory. A huge instrument was placed in front of them. Because of the attack by Galactus, Hulk's festering skin is now almost gone. Rotting, burnt flesh was exposed. He was extremely hungry and very angry. You'd better make sure this thing can really kill him. Otherwise, I'll eat you first. Hulk stared at Susan. Peter looked at the invincible Uncle Ton outside the window. Can that thing really be killed? This thing can gather the cosmic energy in you. Susan giggled. Come on, put your hands on it. Don't you want to chew his flesh and blood? Hearing the word flesh and blood, the zombies couldn't hold back any longer. They all put their hands on the instrument. Suddenly, a white light flooded into the machine. At the same time, the zombies felt that their strength was almost drained. Mr. Fantastic immediately extended his pair of rubber arms. Aim the instrument at Galactus. The energy inside the instrument is accumulating more and more. The air began to vibrate. The next moment, boom. A beam of white light instantly shot towards the Devourer of Worlds. It hit him directly on the shoulder. Boom. Galactus looked at his shoulder, where a huge hole had been blasted out. He staggered, his expression full of surprise. How is it possible? Boom. The invincible Uncle Ton fell. He was already extremely weak from not eating for a long time. Plus he was seriously injured. He almost fainted. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, Uncle Ton gritted his teeth and tried hard to stand up. How could I be defeated by a bunch of bastards like you? Suddenly, he felt something entering his brain. Just see. Invisible Woman Susan controlled the force field and invaded his head. Be good and become the bait. Susan used all her strength. Uncle Ton's head was swelling bigger and bigger. Boom. Heads explode. Brain matter and blood poured out like a rainstorm. The greedy zombies opened their mouths and sucked in the nectar. Not long after, they fell on Uncle Ton's body. 3 times 5 divided by 2. He ate Uncle Ton cleanly. They're going to eat him right now. It's really hopeless. Is there anyone who can stop them? It's so scary. I now suspect that even if the immortal lizard appeared in front of them, they would eat it up completely. Does the Foundation really have a way to deal with them? I think they are just educating us about the dangers of the zombie virus, right? They shouldn't try to stop them, right? I think the tickle monster might be able to deal with them. Impossible, those zombies eat everything. No matter how strong the tickle monster is, it has no offensive power. It will definitely be eaten like jelly. Camartage. Ancient One looked at the light curtain in disbelief. They actually ate Galactus. The strength and intelligence of these zombies were far beyond Guyi's expectations. Suddenly, Guyi thought of something. These zombies ate the Silver Surfer and gained his energy. Now that they have eaten Galactus, will they? Thinking of this, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. In the light curtain, Hulk satisfied his rare appetite. His body gradually shrank. Back to Bruce Banner. At this moment, Dr. Banner's belly was frighteningly large. It was like being pregnant with a mammoth. Banner from the original universe fell into complete silence when he saw this scene. In the light curtain, all the zombies entered a cooling-off period. They began to discuss what to do. Either fall into endless appetite, or completely solve the problem of zombie virus. As the conversation went on, it turned into an argument. The group led by Captain America believes that desires should be satisfied. The group led by Tony believes that the virus must be purified. The two groups of people quarreled more and more fiercely. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Stage a zombie version of Captain America 3. This made Susan very unhappy. She exploded instantly. The powerful force field shocked the zombies. Didn't you realize that we absorbed the energy of Galactus? She looked at her hands. We are already gods. We are Galactus. And you are still arguing about morality and ethics like monkeys. After Susan's reminder, the zombies then discovered that they had become extremely powerful. Next, the zombies began to slaughter people wantonly on Earth. In a few days, all the living things on the Earth were eaten by them. Ant-Man, on the other hand, was in the basement, intensively researching an antidote to the zombie virus. He had eaten all of the Black Panther's limbs. The face skin was also eaten away, leaving only bones and eyeballs. If an antidote cannot be developed before the Black Panther is eaten, Ant-Man will also completely lose his cool. In this universe, no one can stop these zombies. Not only this universe, but other universes will also suffer. He looked again at the device that could teleport to other universes. He finally made up his mind to destroy it. Even so, this is his life's work. Ant-Man's body grows larger. He raised his fist and smashed it down on the device. Suddenly, his fist was forced to stop in the air. It seemed that some huge force stopped him. Chuckle, chuckle. Susan appeared. She had been invisible just now. Do you think I don't know your little secret? You want to ruin this opportunity to travel to other universes and eat the freshest meat. Ant-Man suddenly felt something was wrong. He grew rapidly, trying to crush Susan with his strength. But, Human Torch suddenly rushed in. A huge amount of flame sprayed onto Ant-Man's face. Ant-Man screamed and fell to his knees. Mr. Fantastic stretched out his arms and tied Ant-Man's hands tightly. Susan flew slowly to Ant-Man. He touched his head with his hand and said, "Die, traitor." Boom. Ant-Man's head exploded instantly. The green slime covered the entire laboratory. At this time, other zombies also rushed in. They pounced on the Black Panther. In an instant he was devoured. This little bit of food could not satisfy their endless appetite at all. Susan opened her arms. In another universe, there is fresh human flesh. What are you waiting for? Susan activated the device. Suddenly, a column of light shot up into the sky. The zombies roared and rushed into the light column with an extreme desire for flesh and blood. A line of subtitles appeared on the screen. Warning, creatures from another universe have invaded.